please remember to leave a like, a comment, share the video about, and if you haven't already, subscribe. Thank you. Well, isn't this just fantastic? Hello everyone, how do I start this? Welcome to another end of year review. If you couldn't tell from the time, unless you're watching this on Premiere, hi. It's long, it's Foodie Beauty. It's gonna, no, Till, don't go on my desk, thank you. It's going to be absolute cancer. But that's what you're here for, isn't it? A comprehensive breakdown of all the nonsense Chantel, Mariam, whatever her name is, has been up to for the year of 2023. So let us now begin with the month of January. Alright everyone, we're here. Oh dear God, why? We are going to be doing January 2023 for Chantel, aka Foodie Beauty, aka Big Beautiful Me, aka Biza Productions and all the other shit names she goes with and flip-flopped on. Oh, the pain. During the month of December, she and her husband, Salah, did a lot of vlogging together. It was uncomfortable. So there's going to be a gap, I guess, from last year's end of year review 4-parter and this of 1 month. I needed that month off, alright? So to start the month, to start the year, Chantel got a pet. I think she got 2. I can't remember actually. She got a hamster. Many people took great umbrage with how the hamster was held. I'll admit, it's not an ideal way of starting the year. The home, the habitat was improved upon, fantastic stuff. But as is often the case, many did point out, don't you have 2 cats back home that you abandoned? Oh, and a fat moulding dependent that you also abandoned, who spends most of his time bleating on the internet about how shit his life is, which is entirely his fault.
Oh, fucking... Here's the cat. She's had some wet food. She's got tons of dry food. She's got water. She's fine. Now can you shut the fuck up about her?
He's such a loving moulder. Now the first real drama that kicked off actually started in December, and it concerned another person, a former friend of Salah's, although it's equally likely this individual is in on the whole scam. You see, Chantel wrote a check with her mouth that did have consequences further down the line. It is speculated these could well have been legal because when she opens her mouth in Kuwait, the legal side is not on her side, which is ironic considering some of the back and forth she had concerning other people she claimed she was going to take legal action against, once home in Canada. The individual is called Allah, A-L-A-A. They even had a video, a short, explaining they were going to drop the bombshells.
Hello everyone, are you ready to hear the story for Salah and Chantal? I have the truth, just follow me. I need 1,000 subscribers to get live. After that, I will start to give you the real story.
Well, that doesn't feel like a scam in the slightest, does it? Anyway, turns out what had happened was Chantel was online calling Salah's friend Allah a cuckold who has 4 black guys, emphasis on that part, living with his wife. In that area of the world, she can get into a lot of trouble for this. But that's okay everyone, there's a video for it.
Also, when they were married, to save money because he's such a tightwad, he had 4 black guys living in the house, and he's a cuckold, basically doing stuff with his wife is the what we're insinuating here. Imagine, Salah didn't even want me living with Pete. And he had 4 black guys living with his wife in the same room. They have a small apartment. There was just a partition.
That is check number 1 that has been written so far. We're only 2 days in. The funny thing is there were multiple things going on at the same time, but I want to get this one out of the way first before we go back to the next one, because Chantel did not change. She seemed to indicate she was going to and embrace her new faith, but then her actions seemed to contradict that and imply she was a bit more haram than she would want everyone to believe.
Last night, too much videos coming bad about me, about my wife. Already my wife, she don't open her mouth for anything. And even me, I don't tell anything bad. They speak bad about me and my wife too much. We will take action.
let's call that remark, before I play a little more from this deleted livestream, foreshadowing.
Some good people, they make screen record, screenshots. Some judge call me, they are ready. And someone they, said I need money. And I bring my wife. She speak about my wife very bad. For Salah, I just to inform you, he's very good and he's very kind. But I don't know what's happened since he started with her.
Naturally, the responses from Salah and Chantal were uber professional, so they hyper-focused on one thing and called it something that it isn't.
And why you start with insulting my wife?
And showing pictures of us sitting on the couch together, like...
Yes, he was putting a camera to... by the way, this picture, guys...
Didn't authorize it.
Yeah, we didn't know that he take a picture for us. Okay?
I didn't even know. That's creepy.
It's doxed.
Yeah, that's doxing. It's illegal here.
For those who are interested, here is the picture that they are alleging is a form of doxing. It is not doxing. It is inside a home from a camera, some kind of security lens I would assume, or a pre-done vlog thing. I don't know which is which, I couldn't care less. There are many questions I have. For example, who's the char-grilled marshmallow on the right? And why does it look like there's a toaster on the couch? Now, courtesy of Mo Translates, thank you for doing this, you are an absolute godsend. Nada revealed some points after having a conversation to Allah. Chantal and Salah are not married. Salah worked at Panasonic, quit that, then quit another job. He never owned his own business. His dad is a university professor and hates what Salah is doing with Chantal. I do believe Salah has a perfumery thing going on. Here is a picture. Yes, the bottles do look like disinfectant sprays. It is not my job though to judge whether or not something is a good product. The packaging is a little bit cheap. Can't hate the player for a hustle. Continuing, Salah and Chantal are both broke. Salah sold his car to pay debts. Salah and Chantal moved because they fell behind on rent. Chantal gave Salah 9 grand Canadian. Chantal and Salah still owe money for the camping trip. Chantal was supposed to help clean there, but she did sod all. They didn't even pay for their share of the food. Salah quit his job because Chantal promised him money from YouTube and that she will also get him papers to fulfill his dream of coming to Canada. Salah's friends and family still care about Salah and hope he will get rid of Chantal after he realizes that she is lying to him. Salah is actually half Egyptian. Chantal is paying for the rent on the villa, but if she falls behind, Pete might have to kick her out. I thought it would be the other way round. Chantal knows she has broken several laws in Kuwait. Nada and Allah both know they have proof of all of this in case they claim any of it is a lie. Nada believes Chantal is ruining Salah's life because she wants to make Nada jealous and to use the word husband. Allah just wanted to be friendly and ask for Chantal's WhatsApp, but she made it sound like Allah wanted her. This is another thing, and here's a video clip of it.
Okay, here's the truth. You want the truth on Allah Shabib? Follow me. Okay, number 1, do not listen to this guy. He is the biggest loser in the Middle East, alright? This guy is trying to get subscribers by lying because we ignored him. He's jealous and he's mad. You know why? Because when we were camping, he tried to get my phone number behind Salah's back. He asked me for WhatsApp. He asked me for my number.
Salah and Chantal won't show their bedroom. They're not sleeping together because they're not married. I think the other reason they're not showing the bedroom because Chantal already broke the bed.
I did nothing to this guy. Nothing. So he's accusing me of making fun of his wife? He's the one who started disrespecting Salah's wife. And yes, wife. There's no proof. He has no proof of anything, by the way.
Actually, I didn't want to show this, but he pushed me for that. Okay. He was saying in Arabic, so I will translate for English. Listen, you animal. Okay, this one, the first one.
Illegal to say that.
Illegal.
علي الحرام إن ما رديت هلا بكون حمار ما جيتك من الباب وكسرت عليك الباب.
I'll be stupid if I didn't came to your house and break the door of your house. Okay?
A threat?
Threat. Threat. Okay?
بكون حمار إن ما جيتك من الباب وكسرت عليك الباب وبكون حمار إن ما بلغت عليك يجي يسحبوك أنت والشرموطة اللي معك. You
listen, guys. He said, and with your sharmuta.
Oh.
Okay?
Yeah.
So you saw guys who start to insult my wife first in 29 November.
Earlier, we inserted Nada. Chantal had not forgotten about Nada. Oh no. No. Here's a community post of Ponage, as you can clearly see. And if you're curious what the bottom in Arabic says, your mum sucks dicks in hell. She's very tolerant. And it's that same tolerance that caused another issue while she was in Kuwait. You see, Chantal last year had said she was LGBT. She and Pete attended Pride events. But since converting to Islam, she's decided, nah fam, nah. I mean, you can be gay, but I'm not okay with it, basically. Don't bother trying to be rude, contradict, criticize, parody. No, don't do that. Because she'll just block you.
And we are blocking people, so be nice or get lost. I'm the only one allowed to be mean here.
Now, Chantal did eventually, because of some misunderstandings, explain why it is she feels the way she does now when it comes to those who are LGBT.
But yeah, I don't know why you have to put pride flags. I'm not anti-gay. My religion thinks it's haram for same-sex relations. That's what I said. And not just that, I'm not blaming the religion, but I don't think that gay should be illegal. I don't agree with that. So there's some things I agree with, some things I don't. But
Chantal had, previous to this, put out a number of posts on Instagram. This is the first one, One Love Everyone, which, explained a impulsive post from before, which I believe is this one, but I'm not entirely sure. Not that it matters really, all of it makes her look like absolute trash. Now you will have noticed that stream wasn't on YouTube where the Biza Queen is known. That's because after appearing in a Just Saying livestream, she admitted she had been yeeted for a week. I wonder why. She even went on to admit she actually had been banned briefly.
I don't know how Twitch works. I have some important things to say, and I can't go live anywhere else because I'm banned. Let's put BS.
Well, that's a bit strange, because when Pete was live, he'd said the following.
For the record, Chantal did tell me that she's taking a few days off from the internet. She told me that she's taking like a week off from the internet. So. Sure. Oh, I'm sure it won't last for a week. It's not going to last for a week now.
Now, many of us believed, hypothesized, that the marriage to Salah was not legit, not real, and or a form of fraud. Pulpy has done a very good job of articulating what it actually is.
Foodie admits it's no longer conspiracy to defraud the Kuwait government. It is fully defrauding the Kuwait government because Chantal has bought into and is employed by Salah's business to receive a civil ID, which is apparently just boom bang done really easy, and that's how you get married. They ain't fucking.
Chantal, though ever the delusional type, can't help but show her more artistic and creative side, something that happened earlier than that. Yes, all of this, sort of right near the start in fact. Chantal dropped a song, and I'm not going to deny I may have had a really bad aneurysm moment type of situation deal when streaming to uncover all the valuable intel for this. I don't know how to respond to this because this is Chantal the song. At the end of the day, a Foodie Beauty original sick beat song.
Hey, so I wanted to write a song. It's been a while since I wrote Pathetic and Starfish, so...
Wait, did you just say Starfish?
Well, since I wrote Pathetic and Starfish, so...
Oh, Pathetic and Starfish. Yeah. Okay, that was right then.
I thought I would write one called At the End of the Day, and here it goes. At the end of the day...
Oh my god, is that reverb?
I will sing you a song. I know you got the notifications on, acting like I'm all wrong, but you're the one watching me go. At the end of the day...
Now, Chantal did go on to later admit that Allah, or that guy and his wife, essentially got her a 7-day ban on YouTube, which tells many of us that Allah may have actually gone through with the lawsuit in Kuwait. So Chantal has been getting more and more active with regards to turning the comments on, for example. As you can see, she's done well there. She also announced she would be super excited to get back into streaming, but then got ill. It also announced that within 3 weeks she was actually going to be flying home, to which she would then also do some exclusive content because she loves everyone. Now, someone had commented underneath a community post. The community post in question is this one. Hey guys, one more thing I think it's important to say. While I acknowledge that reaction channels are a thing and so is online criticism, I don't agree that it is fair for another creator to steal the views of another. I just uploaded my video not even an hour ago, and already a reaction channel has gone live to review it. I will have to check with YouTube if there is anything that can be done about this, but in the meantime, if you want to support me, please do not watch these content thieves. I find it demoralizing taking the time to create content only to have it stolen moments later after I upload. I have a large hate-watching community who would rather give the views to someone else, but the problem is this isn't their content. If you have something relevant to say about my content, fine, but just uploading or re-uploading or streaming my entire video so that an audience of haters can pick it apart. I don't know where it is now. Okay, I'm lost. Imagine if you took the time to create something and to open yourself up to your audience, only to have a lot of your views stolen by someone else who doesn't create their own content but uses yours for their own gain, and to further spread negativity or falsehoods about your situation and content. Blah 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 blah. A response to this was quite interesting. Not all reactions do what you're saying they do. I know there are some who have hard-ons for you just like you do for them. There are plenty of reaction channels that actually have talking points throughout their reaction content, or edit your content a day or two later and react to it, and you still have an issue with it. But truthfully, any reaction channel who reacts to your content regardless of when they do it, you hate it. So at the end of the day, you just want any and all reaction channels to stop covering you, and that just won't happen. Chantal replies, not at all. Zachary Michael makes 60k views a video, but at least he doesn't use my content, he discusses points about it, and I don't have an issue. I don't mind reactors. My issue is what I described above. Reply, and you have come at Zachary Michael tons of times complaining that he shouldn't be able to make money off your content. At the end of the day, you want reaction channels to stop reacting to you. You're not okay with any of it. You've said this numerous times over the years, and even as recently in the last few weeks. There's some gaslighting in there somewhere, apparently. As is well known, Chantal handles criticism well and does exceedingly well at taking on board advice given to her freely by others. Hi, first content constable. You admitted I was right and you still did the wrong thing. Now with the criticisms mounting up, Chantal decided to drop another sick beat. I'm not even lying, when I heard this, I thought I could do better, and then realized I'm just too lazy. But I'm not too lazy to have you guys enjoy this.
I'm writing this song to prove you're all wrong, so wrong about me. Everything you said is the opposite instead, so stay mad, baby. They said, she's so fat, she's so gross, she will never find love. The only one who could love this woman is the good Lord up above. Now I'm married and you're wary, 'cause he loves everything about me. Belly's scary, but he no carry, 'cause I love him deeply. I'm writing this song to prove you're all wrong, so wrong about me. Everything you said is the opposite instead, so stay mad, baby.
That song is 2 minutes plus, and you say baby to those who are criticizing you? I had to truncate it just for it to have a vague rhythm. It was so bad. I would argue that song, much like the first one, is well and truly haram. Now listen carefully, Habibi. I have advice for you. When you are penning these lyrics and it's just flowing out of your brain, how about, instead of just looking for words that rhyme with a sentence, you consider the flow, perhaps acquire a metronome. No, I'm not trying to do one myself, I'm just being a patronizing dick. Put some effort into this, and your backing vocals were louder than your main vocals. Learn to balance your audio.
Why did you put so much focus on black eyes? Honestly, I didn't even really think of it, Earl. Like, I just was describing it. I don't know, honestly. Good question. It was just like a automatic thing to say, and I didn't mean it to be racist, like, at all. So yeah, so if I offended anybody with that, I apologize. I didn't mean to. I was livid. I was like off my rocker.
Chantal's inability to handle so much as an iota of criticism extends all the way over to FFG, her bestest best friend in the whole widest of worlds, her editor. Now I, for the most part, don't really care too much about this. I really don't, because I truly believe they need each other. And that's not a dig at FFG, but let's face it here, it is fairly honest. Your criticisms of Chantal are still valid though. So Chantal put out a community post, glass houses, a saying that will never get old, lol, the nerve. Me saying her mole is a herpes is the same as her dumb claim that a zit is a herpy because she has no content. All the while that's going on, Chantal says she is in fact going to go to the police because of Nad Turd, Daddy Nadia she used to call him. The context for this rage is because Nada, well, he released, he did a dick move. That's the context, here's the video.
Hey, so I really thought about it. I think it's better if you don't say anything. Like, the only people we need to answer to are the cops. So, in my opinion, lying more will make it worse. So don't even say anything. Just fucking go online, act like nothing happened. Like, don't even answer people. Just fucking do your thing, smile, ignore the shit. And if the cops come to me, I have a story. But don't put it online.
Oh, and let's not forget this absolute gem of a quote that Nada probably shouldn't have played also on a live stream.
I'm just letting you know I can't see you anymore because just being with you just made me remember everything wrong about you. And you hid my phone again. You lied to me about Dee Dee. You said that you knew her for 11 years, but yet you admitted that she just was interested in your because of my fucking videos. So you're a lying piece of shit. I'm gonna suck Pete's dick today just because, you know what? You can eat out your friend, I'm gonna fucking suck his dick.
In response to this, Dee Dee went to bat on her community tab, calling her fake, vile, and explaining why she backs up Nada in milking you for everything they can get out of you, talking about her reputation, slander, and other things about how Chantal does not understand how the system works. This, in turn, by the way, didn't really make Dee Dee look any better, but led to Chantal putting out her own community post, which was nowhere near as articulate, nor was it accurate in the slightest, with hers finishing that, well, basically their relationship exists solely on alcohol, and that Nada wants to get with Dee Dee's slimmer, better-looking friend. Now, Chantal dropped a third song in the month of January. The song in question is called Al Sultan, a love song by Foodie Beauty. It is 1 minute 29. I am not, don't worry, going to play any of it for you, because I don't want you to suffer, and I'm instead going to read one of my favourite comments that Chantal herself liked. My 6-year-old heard the song and said, "Who died?" Then proceeded to say, "This scares me." I agree, because I listened to that song so you don't have to. Now, because Nada is a complete and utter moron, he was doing something on camera he shouldn't have been. This in turn led to Chantal sitting with her fake husband, talking about Nada doing some Heisenberg on camera. This to me seems up there with Nada talking about Chantal in front of Dee Dee, disrespectful to their respective partners. Instead, hyper-focusing on each other and their own respective non-existent love story, yet a love story at the same time, with an ultimate end, of course, they're gonna be in heaven together. Because it turns out, they both know, drama fuels controversy that gets clicks. It, if anything, pays those bills they don't pay.
So, I mean, I used to do vlogs before live streams. Maybe it's just time for me to switch back and rethink what I want to do on social media, you know? I don't know. Yeah, it's just sickening. So, and YouTube just doesn't care. Like, they just don't seem to give a crap about, like, anything. They let people do meth on their platform, but they, like, strike me for saying, bad words. When, like, some people say bad words every video, every stream, it's, like, ridiculous.
I think it's ridiculous that you continue to talk about Nada when your husband is sat next to you. He, after all, last year was nudging you when you were saying disrespectful things, yet now, when you're doing something that is a bit disrespectful, nothing. Interesting. Really brings into question the legitimacy of this marriage. Now, I could now go through a whole plethora of the joint channel, formerly Biza Productions, Chantal and Salah family wife-husband YouTube channel. I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to skip ahead to just this one random video, which was tweeted out with the words, "No comment."
I told you I'm gonna beat you.
Next time I win.
You wish.
You got lucky with that strike at the last minute.
You got 2 strikes and you're still losing. You loser. Loser.
You know what though? I had a great time.
This kind of acting is totally worthy of an Oscar, a BAFTA, a Golden Globe, an Emmy. No Razzies though. These two are above that. They are apex actors. Later on in the month, Chantel put out a video titled, "I am officially a Muslim revert taking my shahada." In that, she goes into detail as to what led her to go from being a good Christian woman to becoming a Muslim revert, and that Cuba was the straw that broke the camel's back, and not her trying to climb onto one. She subsequently started posting more actively to places like Instagram with pictures like this saying, "I love the Middle East." Many people understandably poked holes at this one. We thought by now she would have lost some weight because we believed she was going to be. Her husband himself admitting she needed to lose some, and she obviously surrendered to that. But if you saw from the video where she and Salah was playing the video with the audio of the messages with Allah, you notice Chantel was eating the entire time. She was very fast. Every movement was food in mouth, food in mouth, food in mouth, food in mouth. It was a scoff moment deal type of situation thing. While Chantel is still in Kuwait, it is worth having her now lay down some truth bombs for the rest of us. Because she's not a hypocrite, everyone. So what she says next is 100% serial.
Trolling only goes so far before it becomes harassment. Well, yeah, and even trolling, like, honestly, I like being here because people don't do that to people here. Like, women would never cut each other down to the level I've seen. Like, having come from both parts of the world, having experienced both parts of the world, coming from the Western, coming here, it's a whole different culture. People do not they're not allowed to insult each other like that online. You'll be thrown in jail.
I assume we're going to forget what's happened over the past month, right? We're just going to forget the fact that from a legal stance, she's not allowed to talk about Allah and his wife again, but she did anyway. I assume we're also going to ignore the continued back and forths with yourself, Naddy Daddy, Dee, you call Doo, and your editor, along with anyone else that has anything critical to say about you. Right, well, splendid. Now I have some sad news for everyone who's watching. If you've been enjoying Chantel's exploits in Kuwait, her time in that area of the world, fraudulently, is coming to an end. So to start the ball rolling on her time, her travels to come back home, we go to Pete's.
I don't think so, Chantel. I'm pretty sure I got rid of everything that could have rotted in your room. Unless you had some shit hidden away in drawers that I didn't open.
You mean like the cat food? Now to finish this month, another sad notification. Chantel left her Kinder Egg ring in Kuwait. That marriage though, so legit, right? And actually to finish the month, she set up a live stream back home. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to save her time back home for February. Because this segment on its own is over 25 bleeding minutes. I think you've suffered enough. Some of you might now say, why didn't you feature the back and forth with FFG enough? Simply put, myself and Leona, who helped me compile the sources, don't care enough about FFG. Certainly while in Kuwait, it was nowhere near as interesting. Now that Chantel is back in Canada, we can certainly in February, when they do interact more, discuss it if it is pertinent or more interesting. The month of February is going to be quite complicated, so I'm going to have to break it up into 3 parts. The first part is Chantel's beezing at home. The second part concerns her 2 cats, Sam and BBJ. The third part, the return to her beloved in Kuwait. There might be some community posts concerning FFG, there might be some Nada, there might be some Pete's as well. The 3 main focuses of February are beezing, the cats, Kuwait. And with the idea of beezing being the first thing we cover, what do you think the first thing Chantel did was when she got home to Canada? If your answer is, got herself an edible and got high as a kite and streamed, bringing great shame to her husband, which is haram, you would of course score 10 points to your respective haram Hogwarts house.
For sure, I'm really tired. I took this, I had this, it's like a nighttime drink of, minerals. Makes you feel a bit sleepy. Okay, I gotta go. Good night, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Shortly after, Chantel put out a community post saying, "Hi, I found a gummy last night, and couldn't help myself. I went 3 months without any marijuana. But before Q8, I was a heavy THC user, and while I was away I didn't think about it at all. I was actually happy to be away from my bad habits. I actually really believed that I would not be tempted. I apologise for behaving this way. She also, in a live stream, said I'm sorry, and explained the full context of how the gummy was even found.
When I was in, okay, here's the thing. When I was in, this is the truth, this is the story. When I was in, I didn't want to, I shouldn't have like smoked and gone live. I guess it gives me courage a bit. Whenever I was in Kuwait, I didn't even think about marijuana, like, at all. Like, so when I got back, I thought, 3 months without any marijuana, I'm not gonna need it. Now, I was supposed to give all of my stuff to my aunt. Now, you guys know I had weed stashed in every crevice, okay? But there was some things he wouldn't have known how to check everything in my crappy room. It's not his responsibility to do that. So, going through this drawer, I found a package of lemon haze.
In that same stream, it was speculated that Salah may have been ghosting Chantal because of her behaviour, but since he's a good little bitch and she pays for his services, I don't believe that for a second.
Salah, I think he was sleeping because he's pretty sick. Yeah, I got a bad cold or something. I don't know.
Now, as is well established, Chantal is a fantastic Apex actress. Sorry, not Chantal, Mariam. That is her new Muslim name. We will respect it. In keeping with her ability to act, sing, and do everything pretty much to perfection, she put out a video titled It's Over.
I hate myself.
Yes, she did in fact pop. Chantal, because she can't seem to keep her mouth shut and no one believes her anyway, decided because FFG gets a fair bit of attention, and of course they're bum buddies, Chantal would have a go at FFG by saying the Mao, imagine claiming you have a man, but talk about Foodie Beauty all night instead. Accompanying it is a picture of Peter Griffin and Kirby with Peter Griffin's face on. Many in the comments underneath utterly flay Chantal for this. Shortly after, it was announced via Pete confirmation, in fact, that notice had been handed in on the villa that they both resided in.
But I don't like being naked. I never want to be naked. I've not had a diarrhea emergency yet. We will be moving in. Maria? I believe the plan is until I can get employment, I think she's going to keep helping me with the rent on my new place. Just until I can get an actual job and pay the money myself. Hey, man.
Something I found amusing right at the end of the stream was when Pete said the following concerning the marriage.
She does plan on, spending whatever time she can with her husband.
Huh, even he doesn't believe it. Something about that may well go so far as to explain why Chantal was so annoyed by Pete's being around her during a livestream, another Beezing livestream, in her fabled kitchen chair that has had more abuse than it deserved. Along with her complaints about FFG or French fried goblin. I'm going to try and avoid as much of that as I can though, because FFG plays a pivotal part in something else. Something we'll discuss later.
Like, they're all obese.
Not when I'm making spaghetti sauce, luckily, because there's seldom any real steam.
Yeah.
But anything where there's actual smoke, anything with actual steam, yeah, goes off.
I'm not going to miss that fire alarm, that's for sure.
Nope.
Want me to let you know when dinner's ready?
I'm just giving it an extra few moments just to make sure the alarm doesn't go off.
Now, as is well established, many people take great umbrage with a number of things Chantal does, and I'm going to play 4 different clips of her doing something stupid or being intentionally deceptive while also being high.
I'm not playing with Allah. What are you even talking? Is that curly? Why do people have so much to say about my relationship with God? Like, mind your business. God dang. Sorry, that's a bad word, yeah. That's a bad word now, actually. I mean, it takes time. I'm not perfect. I'm gonna mess up. A million times I'm gonna mess up. Hi, Kelly, UK. My throat is always dry. I think I'm like... You ever have a cold? Like, that's one of the biggest symptoms for me when I'm sick, is to have a dry throat. I feel like I can't focus on what I'm saying. Everything you've said about him is wrong. If he was using me for citizenship, he wouldn't be okay with the fact that it's going to take years, if that, We're not even coming to Canada. I'm moving there. So
In the first two, Chantal was high. In the third one, she talks about Salah coming to Canada. But the reason she wants to go to Kuwait is actually because she owes a lot of money in taxes and believes by moving to Kuwait, she'll never have to pay them off. Imagine my shock. In the fourth clip, which you're about to see, we hear about a fictitious argument in the honeymoon phase la la dreamland bollocks.
So here's what happened. This is so cringe. I know this seems fake because it's like, who in their right mind would do this? Well, that's the point. I'm not in my right mind. I'm not. I'm very impulsive and it's a problem. Like, I was asking him if he loved me at a time when he was very angry with me for what I said to him. You know, every couple has fights and drama and blah, 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 but we got over it. Yeah, and oh God. I'm sorry that I shouldn't have come online, but like, I'm so used to that, and like, I don't know who else to talk to sometimes.
The only reason Chantal has been going out of her way to fabricate this kind of nonsense, drive up interest in other humdrum drama, is entirely because her viewers had dipped below 1,000 watching live. She needs the money because she has Soddle and made Soddle on the couple's channel, formerly Biza Productions. It wasn't making enough for them to get by, and it certainly wouldn't continue to do so because she realised, oh look, I only succeed when there's drama. What a surprise.
Baby, you're gonna cook for me more than restaurants here? Yeah, you like my pasta, right? Hey, basic. I'm so tired, guys. Homemade gluten-free pizza. Put a picture. Really? I'll have to check it out. Yummy, Maddie.
Chantal did take the time out of a rather hectic schedule to announce season 2 of the couple vlogs of Salah and Chantal are happening. Yeah, I tend to agree that, that she needs to quit while ahead. I also didn't know that cocaine was halal. I was thrown by that. Chantal, though, seems to be lapsing a little. You can see from how she dresses herself that she's taken to, instead of applying a more conservative approach to her presentation, she has just adopted a rather weak tea version of the Iron Sheik instead. And because she's been getting a lot more flack than usual, and there's a reason for it, it's part 2 of this video, in fact, of this segment anyway. Hi, so I'm gonna be saying quite a bit here. I really don't feel like going live. I have too much going on, and I'm just done with addressing anything that could potentially fuel this anymore, any attention. That includes any legal actions or reporting with YouTube I have done. Every single little piece of drama or response or self-defense I communicate with the public online only gives people like FFG more fodder to continue their crap, and I will not do it. I never have. I've never once instigated hate against this person. Reaction channels and hate channels are two different things. I have never made a channel about anyone else, let alone streaming for hours a day about someone targeted. Okay. Anytime I've addressed this single white female is a response or self-defense only. Why'd you have to make it about race? The one photo posting on a hate forum of my mum's home with the car out front is nothing like the Google Earth pic. This one was clearly a drive-by, and as opposed to showing different... this is the claim that FFG doxed her mum, that she used photos she should not have used. I know very little of this, so do forgive me if I don't bother to go and get the context. Unsurprisingly though, bugger all likes and the comments are turned off. I can't help but wonder why. Oh, and since we're in the community tab, she will never go to Kuwait. This didn't age well. Salah is a scammer and will leave her at the airport. Oh yeah? Salah is just using her to come to Canada. We aren't coming to Canada. She can't bring Salah to Canada. But you just said he's using me to come to Canada. Karma will get her for leaving the cats. Yeah, more good karma for doing the right thing. We'll get to that soon. FB is mad because Salah used to be with thin women, but he married a cute fatty, so... she didn't love her pets. Blah blah blah. I put in 18 years. Stay mad, babies. She also took the time to lash out at FFG by making threats. This community post has since been deleted. Around Valentine's Day, Chantal announced that she was going back to Kuwait. Yay! Season 2, everyone, I'm ready.
I'm gonna be going home early. Back to my husband. So I'm gonna be seeing my family like now, and then I have to get rid of all my stuff, sell my car, and get this all done in like a couple weeks.
Okay, so I could continue talking about the month itself as it is. However, a huge chunk of what happens next started earlier in the month concerning the cats Sam and BBJ. This is where we now need to go so that we can finish the month with Chantal back in Kuwait. Sam and BBJ are quite old. They have been with Chantal for a long time. In fact, when she broke up with BB, a video was circulating recently showing how she had reacted then to how he, BB, was not overly fond of those cats. So through thick and thin, these cats have existed in Chantal's life, neglected for the most part, used as trophies whenever she can be asked to put them on display. On the 3rd of February 2023, she indicated a long-held belief that she was going to rehome or have put to sleep the cats. This stoked enough of a fire to generate additional interest in Chantal's content. And if she was losing subs before, she was definitely afterwards.
You give away BBJ after 20 years. She loves you and you will throw her away for a guy from the other side of the world. No, I'm not throwing her away. I'm thinking of someone to take care of her, maybe even better than I can. And it's not my fault she won't die. I'm just joking. I had to joke about that. I'm sorry. No, I mean, I don't know. Some people are just not going to understand my decision, and that's okay. There's nothing I can do. This is my husband. This is somebody I'm in love with. I'm not going to, like, throw away my human husband for... I can't. No, I can't. I have to, like, I'm not going to be living here, so what can I do? You know what I mean? Like, I have limited options.
Very the same in a lot of ways. He loves cats. I mean, I knew BB wasn't my soulmate, whatever, you know, I always have to tell him, like, come look how cute the cats are being right now, and he just goes, ugh, he just grunts. I'm keeping the cats.
That aged as well as a full-fat milk. On the 12th of February 2023, Chantal's life preserver tweeted, "She literally slipped and effing said it.
She is bringing Sam to a shelter this MFer.
Listen, to
whoever gets him.
Then she's gonna put BBJ down. I can't even breathe, she's a monster for real. Any of her viewers would have taken them."
BBJ is not gone, no. Sam is leaving tomorrow. I put it on my planner with like a sad face. It's so surreal to me. I can't believe I'm getting rid of my cats, but honestly, being in touch with their new families and everything is, you know, he's going to a new owner.
Chantal not long after put out this community post, an update video, and this photo, yeah, because Sam is in a better place, with a better family that will show them the bestest of life. BBJ though, well, this one gets a bit strange. We'll start with a video of Chantal confessing what she thinks will happen.
Well, yes, what happens is you take her to the vet, and then they'll like give their advice kind of thing. I'm just gonna tell them my situation, like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure the vet will say, yeah, it's time.
Tweet from Shenanigans. "I think at best the reason Chantal refuses to accept help and or offers to adopt them is because she's afraid of being exposed for her negligence by them being taken to a vet, and at worst she's a vindictive piece of poop who is using them to anger others." Reply. "All she had to do was open the door. People were willing to collect the two cats, pay for their care, vets, food, but she doesn't get to control through narrative that way. She said, whoever gets them twice now. She has no idea where they're being taken. I wasn't best impressed when I'd heard about it, and yes, I tweeted some rather unsavory comments. I just wanted to dab with it. Pete, when he was accused of negligence, animal abuse and such, handled this like a pro, like a good bitch tits."
Here's the cat. She's had some wet food. She's got tons of dry food. She's got water. She's fine. Now can you shut the fuck up about her?
I'd like to shout in your ear in a similar manner to how your voice raised right next to your very elderly cat's ears feels. You'll notice an eardrum split when it happens, by the way. I'm then going to cripple your nipples. Chantal attempted to do some damage control via community post by writing hello. So after BBJ goes to the vet, and if the vet determines she is suitable for rehoming, if there is anyone who would like to take care of BBJ, please reach out privately. You must not be in a smoking home, have no other pets, and be able to take care of her properly, as you know she is old and not in tip-top shape, so her health is unpredictable at this age in certain ways. I am depressed today, as it is all sinking in, and I miss Sam already, but again, this is the best for him. 100 whether people see it or not now. She also shared via her community post an Instagram post, indicating that she is as leaving Canada to avoid paying her taxes. She is letting go of her cats. She also posted, "Thank you to whomever sent cat food to the villa for BBJ. I just want to correct some misconceptions though. BBJ had her own food. Peach just didn't know where I'd placed the cans because she moved them." Anyone else want a hard X to doubt this part? As she had many detractors who she likes to not engage with but engage with at the same time, calling her out for her negligence, animal abuse and other violations of her pets' well-beings. For example, simply giving up when there was plenty of life left in them. She took to the community tab to post something that has since been deleted. Okay, here's the thing. If you need another reason to be petty and hate me and unsubscribe, go ahead. I have zero need for approval from strangers on the proper care of my pets. You are ditching your cats for a man who doesn't love you.
How the fuck do you know?
I am giving my cats a better life than what the chapter I am entering can give them. They need to be here, not an effing 13-hour flight and then in a smaller apartment. Ridiculous. Take your false outrage and shove it. And then blah blah blah, blah 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 mentality, please unsub. They did. Over 1,000 left. Not that Chantal noticed, she was busy playing delusional. In a community post, Chantal posted a comment she had received or had seen somewhere else. She had captioned it with, "This is the last of the BBJ talk I will entertain, besides again saying it is none of your business," and this commenter
nailed it.
Comment reads, "I can't believe people are so bold as to demand that Chantal do what they want or else what? Not your pet, not your decision, not sorry, but not your property either. Most vets, professionals, would put the cat down, no problem. No vet would refuse a request for euthanasia. With BBJ being 20 plus years old and in poor health, euthanasia would probably be recommended. Animals are euthanized everywhere in the US for no other reason than overpopulation. But y'all are directing your anger and outrage over Chantal making the merciful decision? The haters can get wrecked, and they can take their fake selective outrage and stuff it where the sun don't shine. Not sorry. As you have comments turned off in almost all your content, I assume this was somewhere else. So with all the genuine concern that BBJ was going to be put to sleep, for no reason other than because you're going somewhere else and you are being merciful, bitch tits, 1 and 2, Chantal did post that BBJ is being rehomed tomorrow. The person is a viewer, suitable, super enthusiastic. They will take herself to the vet, picked up tomorrow, and she will in turn do a small video, along with offering to keep BBJ's vet appointment for her checkup tomorrow. But instead they're going to take her to their own vet, which they preferred. Fun fact about this part is there was a genuine swerve inserted, and this one I will admit cracked me up to no end.
She's supposed to be picked up later today, so I don't know. I'm gonna see what the new owner wants to do because I wanted to bring her to, whenever I was in Kuwait, I had Pete on video show me her BBJ's nails, and they looked decent, they were getting along, but decent enough. So because elderly cats, they don't really play as much and they don't scratch. BBJ never scratches anything. Sam would scratch all the furniture. Well, the thing is they wanted to take her to their own vet. They said I didn't have to take her, but then I checked, I wanted to check her nails tonight to see if I could try to clip them myself, but she usually freaks out.
This, in the business, we like to call foreshadowing, but the part that cracked me up has yet to happen. We're getting there.
I got your house and you're going to a new home today. Let's go get you ready. I'm gonna miss you. You're gonna miss her?
No. I'm glad to be rid of her.
Bye, sweetie. I'm gonna miss you so much, but I'm gonna get updates all the time.
Even Hitler had a dog, okay?
I've avoided talking about FFG too much, but in this I do have to touch on what happened next. The cat went to FFG's sister-in-law. Foodie Beauty did not know this. Foodie Beauty was very angry. FFG, on a live stream, raised thousands of dollars, with the sole intention of being to give it to the sister-in-law to give BBJ all the help that BBJ deserves. And that certainly goes towards helping with the vet bills, because it turns out, neglect Imagine my shock. I could go into incredible detail about my thoughts concerning this part. However, I don't want this segment to go too much longer, and I've still got to get to Q8 yet. Well, not me, but, you know, big beautiful me, Mariam. I will say the following. For 20 years, BBJ existed, and for 20 years, Mariam, Chantel, Biza Productions, Foodie Beauty, all the other names, did jack shit to provide for that cat in a meaningful way and made every excuse for why she couldn't do the right thing for her, instead looking for an exit like a good coward. While I don't care for deception, which there might be an argument there was some of, as long as BBJ is given the life that they deserve, I don't care, because that cat is free of you.
Halak paneer is so delicious.
She would have to have her brother come, and I don't want to say why. Do you think her being persistent was a bit odd? No, it wasn't like in a weird way. It wasn't like a way that made me... There were some people who were really persistent about it that made me feel uncomfortable.
That's why she's going so hard on the nails. That's why they didn't want me to take her to the vet. Because if I handed her over with clean nails, then they would have no trauma. So you're basically using BBJ for content.
As you can see from these community posts that are now on the screen, Chantal did not let up and went all out on the attack of FFG and anyone else that supported her. But something rather interesting as a consequence did happen for Chantal, and that was that no one turned up for one of her live streams, to the point she started one for 2 minutes when no one was there, stopped it, made a new stream, and still no one turned up for 2 more minutes.
I'm crying because I'm so tired. I'm just done. Like, I surrender. If you want to have one up on me, go for it. You win. Ding, ding, ding. FFG's the winner. Use that in your intro. Go for it. You win.
And you are going to jail for this, by the way. This is way too far. You're going to talk about her... I don't care. You're going to talk about her pads. I also have receipts of talking to Amy Flowers.
Salah is a subtle control freak. He was trying to get Chantal to fix her hijab while she was raging.
Amy Flowers, you're going to be doxxed, okay? The person who's supposed to have BBJ is Amy Flowers. She went way too far. And people think this is okay?
So I talked to a lawyer today. I have to call them back Monday. They're having a look into this whole situation. And I'm going to sue the shit out of FFG.
I take all of this seriously if Chantal didn't, not long after these streams, go live while high, reminiscing about how she misses her cats.
And especially right now, I'm really missing the cats extra hard, actually, right now. You know, like, just coming home and not hearing BB June's crying for me whenever I come home. I went to the bathroom when I go to the bathroom downstairs when I come in. Usually I hear Fat Sam running to the bathroom towards me, so I'm just missing the cat. It's a little weird, and I just can't wait to get the fuck out of here. Sorry for my language.
That was part of a live stream called Last Live. It didn't last long, but Chantal did put out a very short video. Yes, one filled with receipts. She deleted it off her channel because it had lots of screenshots of conversations between herself and Amy Flowers, which basically just proved the point that Chantal really is crap with animals.
And for those going to complain that I'm showing the DMs of this person and their poor privacy is out there, I don't think they cared about my privacy when they came into my home under the pretense of coming to take my cat and lied to me about it.
So with that L in the bag, in the sense that we all know she's not getting the cat back, not that it matters in the first place, as we all know the very first thing she'd do just to spite everyone would be put BBJ to sleep. Chantal is getting ready to give everything up, as I have something planned for Pete's this year, another end of year review but on him instead. Aspects of his side of this story will feature in his own video, but know that they do run semi-parallel for a time. Chantal is selling everything off, but she had a lucid thought at one moment that made me think perhaps she genuinely regrets all these bad decisions that got her to the point where she has to leave the country just so she doesn't have to be a grown-up. Not that she was a grown-up any other time in her life.
Stressed out. It's gonna be a new arc. And I don't know what kind of arc it's gonna be.
Something I didn't mention too much was that over the period of the month where Salah would watch her live streams, he would feature in her comments, her chat. And there were brief moments where he seemed more controlling, and there were other moments where she seemed like she was in control.
I'm not listening to it. I'll listen to it after. So, no. So where I can mute Sarah Jane. I'm not listening to it. Okay, so. Salah's busy with Murad on it. He's like worried he's not here to support me. Don't worry about it. Worry on this crappy panel right now, okay?
So whereas some have thought that he is the control freak micromanaging her life because oppressive regime, others think that it is likely she is actually in complete control and simply putting on an act as part of the pantomime. The final thing I want to reference is another deleted community post. Hi, I want to be a better person. I'm sorry to all I have hurt with my words. I didn't see myself,
really
see myself and how I acted. I know I have said hurtful things to others during my time on the internet, and it really makes me feel like crap. I will keep trying to become a better person. Thanks for being patient with me. I know I am not the easiest person to follow or even like, and while I don't want to live my life trying to please others, I also don't want to live my life hurting others. I just want to bees, really. I need to ignore the rest and always try to be kind. Comments are turned off. How apropos. Chantel, ever the better than everyone type, yes, puts out a lot of community posts. We cover the vast majority within the end of year reviews. So that's where we're going to start. With no context, although it won't take a rocket scientist to work out what's happened. LOL. All you proved was that you are indeed exploiting BBJ, and that she does indeed need to be euthanized. All those health problems at 21, I'm sure I can call my vet and they will advise the same is more humane, but no. You will keep her alive to milk it for views. You also did this to your dogs. Let them suffer unnecessarily and in the end euthanize them anyway. Anyway, you can all think I'm a cat abuser, and cancel me, I don't care. I said I wanted to bring BBJ to the vet the day her demented sister-in-law picked her up, but nah. She wouldn't be able to milk it then, right? Imagine poor BBJ seeing this face on the regular. I will no longer entertain this BS and drama outrage, bye. Included is a picture of, I think it's FFG. Someone had to tell me during a research stream. Now, much like in February, there are a number of different arcs going on at once. One is all the hater-related content. Her back and forths with those that she just doesn't like or those that are critical of her, leading to her to employ rather unsavory tactics as a way of trying to attempt to silence or shame them. The other is the fact that Chantel is backing Q8. Owing to the fact that much of this will cross over with one another and I don't want to end up repeating myself, we're going to go through the month day by day. It's going to be a long one, folks. When have they ever been short? On the 3rd of March 2023, many people were tweeting out that Chantel had landed back in Q8. A few videos did their rounds, one of Chantel and Salah holding hands.
Can you hold hands? Yeah. Yeah. Like this. Oh, rings.
Another of them in a car together. And the third, a video that Chantel had since deleted called I Lost My Wedding Ring, where she includes the audio that she sent to Salah because she had lost her rather impractical wedding ring.
I can't even talk. You're gonna freak out. I lost my wedding ring. I'm so sorry. I went everywhere in the airport looking for it. I asked security, and no one can find it. They think maybe it got stolen. I took it off.
Along with cracking jokes, by the way, at her expense because she is the size of a moon.
Can you see the moon?
No.
It's too cloudy.
The moon is here.
Oh.
The moon is here, guys. Just the moon.
On the Salah and Chantel YouTube channel, which does alright, to be honest. I'm sure much of it is totally not paid for. She actually vlogged her entire experience of moving back to Kuwait. Now, moving's a rather interesting choice of word. Many of us speculated at this point that Chantal was merely abusing the visa system as a way of getting out of paying her taxes. I'm sure as the year progresses we'll know for certain. I also want to add that at some point during this month, Chantal yet again changed her channel names several times. The main one that she uses, that is, to bees it up. I'm almost certain I saw Foodie Beauty, Chantal with a full stop, and something story. I don't know. It got confusing. On the Salah and Chantal YouTube channel, which does alright, to be honest. I'm sure much of it is totally not paid for. She actually vlogged her entire experience of moving back to Kuwait. Now, moving's a rather interesting choice of word. Many of us speculated at this point that Chantal was merely abusing the visa system as a way of getting out of paying her taxes. I'm sure as the year progresses we'll know for certain. I also want to add that at some point during this month, Chantal yet again changed her channel names several times. The main one that she uses, that is, to bees it up. I'm almost certain I saw Foodie Beauty, Chantal with a full stop, and something story. I don't know. It got confusing. During Chantal's flight from Canada to Kuwait, it was not the most comfortable of journeys for her. Something which she went into detail and explained to us because it turns out her size is an inhibitor. Oddly enough, around this time, I had made a number of videos covering people who believed they should be entitled to either a free seat or more space, because airlines aren't allowed to make money, everyone.
So I had a ticket, like I noticed my seat. So whenever I went to check in at the counter, well, I checked in, but when I went to drop my baggage at the counter, I asked the guy, I'm like, can you check my seat and see if I'm sitting beside anybody? So he checked, he's like, not right now, but I can't guarantee that somebody won't be booking that seat like soon. So I get on the plane and like, so there's 3 seats. There's 1, 2, 3, okay, you know, there's a middle seat. I had a window seat, or no, it wasn't a window seat. I don't know, like, I think I originally picked a window seat, so why did he give me... Anyway, it was confusing, this is part of the problem. I get on the plane, I have my luggage, or my carry-on, which was super heavy, and I'm like, where's my seat, like, K, whatever, J, whatever. So she's like, you're in the middle. And I'm like, in the middle? Like, look, guys, like, the seats are small.
Because Chantal needs the girl world as much as the girl world needs Chantal. Chantal has to fabricate a bit of drama, or be critical because she can't be asked to use other social media platforms, but at the same time she'll turn all comments off so that no one engages with her, but she gets so few likes, you know damn well no one's being positive about it. The first, okay, so how do you know if I read the Quran or not, and anyway, why is it anyone's business? Have all of you Christians read the whole Bible? I bet not. But yet you are also self-righteous. Just because I didn't read anything on ghosts doesn't mean I never started reading it. I'm a new revert, and the only person I have to answer to is Allah, ending with, I will pray for you. The next one, oh dear, more about FFG and BBJ. As you can see, there's a lot of block caps and I can't be asked with doing the demon voice for this. I can summarize it with the following. Chantal makes points and claims that FFG essentially just exploited taking BBJ for money. The third, yeah, still cute to the new heffalump with a Melba Toast personality. I have no idea who this is. Now this idiot will make a 4-hour livestream with her Christian friend fat-shaming me, crying that I am fat-shaming them, when she made a post
fat-shaming me first in this picture.
Lamau, I can't. Oh, and her Q8 content is so boring, so why do you spend 3 hours watching and reviewing it then? Serious question, and Q8 is not nearly as boring as sitting on your asses and smoking 2 packs of darts in your she shed, talking about my life. OMG, yes, I'm raging. How can I not when people are this stupid? Just the thing, if you go to the Chantal or Salah and Chantal YouTube channel, you do really long streams covering that content, which is innocuous, bland, it's just a vlogging channel for a couple, air quotes around that of course, chances are you really are a sad streamer, because there are other people you could talk about instead. This is not content to watch, and I know some people will just play it in the background and talk to their audience, I get that. But to be honest, it's a bit lazy. Chantal might have a point. Then again, she has tried subjecting Salah to her cooking. His response was quite apt.
Corporation.
Okay. Okay, guys. We're gonna go do grocery stand and maybe I'll come back later and cook something. Oh, do you want to try my spaghetti tonight for supper?
Oh, and we're going to save this clip that I'm about to play in our little spank bank, just in case things do change for Chantal.
But Salah as well, because No citizenship if we're not going to crappy Canada. Sorry, I don't like living there for a lot of reasons. There's so many different countries in the world, by the way, where you don't have to pay taxes, like, at all. At all. Dubai, there's a ton. Here, so for example, I know you're thinking, oh, you're just mad because you owe taxes. Yeah.
Now, Chantal isn't done trying to manufacture drama and has employed some rather crappy tactics. For example, perfectly imperfect. Full name drop with 90s brows as a high school teacher who bullies others online. More abuse underneath. The second one, Marge Simpson apparently. That's growth next to the eye is indicative of, well, being comparable to someone having herpes. Okay, alright. Third one, troll detective. The fourth one, just beezing. Accompanying that with also just beezing, the criminal record aspect in a video by Your Mama. This is how you know Chantal desperately needs world for all the attention. They need her, there's no denying it, because you are the biggest lolcow. You generate the most interest because your life is the most interesting. Although I will admit, that is starting to wane as well. That's not to say anyone's going back to Anne Boleyn, they're just acutely aware you are actually surprisingly predictably dumb. And that in turn makes you surprisingly predictably dull. So it should come as no surprise to you that we stan your hamster, because your hamster is goodest of hammy and did us all a civic service.
No, Harry. Ow! Ow! I know you all love it when animals bite me.
We salute the absolute hero that is Harry, the creatively named hamster. On the 7th of March 2023, Chantal uploaded a video called How a Chicken Gets Slaughtered and Cleaned graphic, all in caps. Comments turned off, and it was seen a fair few times. Many took issue with this because it is the halal version of how to deal with a chicken, something which many of us, myself especially, vehemently oppose. Chantal gets a lot of criticism from a lot of different sides. In this instance, it was universal because while she used other creators who have uploaded how chickens are culled or farmed, she failed to grasp what it was that many took such a great issue with. Also, according to Sinatra, Chantal admitted to searching for the chicken video just to re-upload herself. Additionally, while she preaches from a high horse about animal care, animal welfare and slaughtering of animals, and how you should be in the same room at least to experience it, the video she uploaded, she wasn't in the room for. No, Salah was because she chickened out.
Mimi, I should have put the chicken dance in the background. It's strange content for your channel. Well, yeah, but my channel's strange. I thought it would be a cool video. I don't know. It's different. It's something I never experienced before. I didn't go in. But still. I was like, babe, can you please film this for me? I want to see it.
Oh, and because I'm not entirely sure how much Chantal paid him to do this, Salah has started injecting himself into the criticisms of French fried chins.
FG. You are Satan.
Yes.
Shaitana in Arabic.
Can you imagine being sentenced to hell and having to see her mouth for forever going Ugh.
Disgusting how the way she talk and scream and the voice DBA is so loud and her laughing is shit.
Sounds like a witch.
Her face so ugly. Nothing. She's.
She sounds like she smokes 5 bags of red cigarettes every day.
She's garbage.
FFG the vile, she don't have a boyfriend. Everybody know that.
Smoky ass.
Smoky ass.
Whilst also bragging about getting other tenants evicted because they have children. Didn't they want to have kids? Air quotes around all of that.
You do that, oh, you will?
Exactly.
Sounds like the hallway kids are under the sand right now. The hallway kids haven't been making noise.
The kids, we kicked them out.
We kicked them out. They're now living in the desert with no water.
No, they go for a different apartment.
No way?
Yeah, different apartment. and they go by car. They come on, be careful.
Wait, they moved out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They complain because they make noisy.
She also pretty much confirmed that she does in fact manufacture all this drama because she knows the outrage in turn she can use for content. I know. Imagine my shock.
Against Beezer. No, that's why I hate this community, because it's like people complain and clutch their pearls. Well, actually, it's because we were grocery shopping. We didn't finish everything because I'll tell you in a minute. And I was like, I need meat. The grocery stores have frozen meat, but they don't have like fresh. So if you want like fresh chicken, you have to go to a butcher, which guess what? If you eat meat, something gets killed, okay? So if you can't see how your food gets sourced, maybe you shouldn't eat it. I mean, is Zach a vegetarian? If not, then he's the biggest hypocrite. Even vegetarians and vegans, like, I hate these sanctimonious people who like judge others for what they do in life. Like, yeah, I went through a whole phase of veganism and everything like that, but like everything is in my past, right? So I'm a different person now. This is my beliefs now.
Now, you may not know this, but Chantal, much like her hero Anne Boleyn, likes to exist within her very small confined space. Her apartment, her condo, totally not a basement one with one tiny little window on it. What you may also not know is she's kinda locked in there all day. Not even joking. And Chantal likes to justify that, but you know what, let's have a little chuckle at the fact she's locked in her apartment with nowhere to go and nothing to do.
I just wanted to come on for a quick hey while Salah is away. I'm lonely. I need attention every second of the day. Bye. Make sure your door's locked, yeah. Actually, I'm locked in here. Wait, am I locked in here? Yeah. The door the door locks. Like there's a keyhole and you have to have the key to open it. So I'm locked up. Watch everybody now.
That there is love, because he's making sure your beauty is not shared with the rest of the world. Now again, because of the symbiotic nature of FFG and Foodie beauty, or according to a picture from a recent community post, a beardless Ethan Ralph, for those comparing me, a human, having a cold or flu and getting treatment for it, to euthanizing a sick 21-year-old pet way past a blah 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 blah, I am ballsing this one up, aren't I? With severe arthritis and heart disease and more. I'll pray for you. You can only treat a cat living at that age with those conditions for so long until the inevitable, and most humane option will be the necessary, but FFG is the queen of prolonging suffering. Also, for the person who sent me this screenshot, I'll pray for myself after seeing this, thanks. Included is a picture of, as I said, a beardless Ethan Ralph. Another post, Chubby Boos update. I'm so happy he's being well taken care of by a non-psychotic, lovely person who won't scare him with a voice or hideous face. I'm very happy that this cat is doing well without you around, Chantal. Now, as alluded to in that first community post, Chantal wasn't well, and Mo Translates had to point something out on Twitter about this. Since Chantal used her own damn passport and the doctor may have noticed she has an untreated STI, this will only make it even more impossible for her to reside in Kuwait. STIs and STDs are still taboo in the Middle East, and you might get deported if you are not a resident. Also, I would like to make something clear because Chantal is an idiot. My entire time living in Egypt, I have never once seen a doctor's office or a waiting room have pillows in it. When I saw that in her video, I was really confused. That is unhygienic and not common across the Middle East. Here is a clip of Chantal discussing her illness.
So today I woke up and I was a lot worse. Like my voice, you should have heard it. Like my voice is almost normal now. It's surprising to me. And I was having hard time breathing. You know, after I made breakfast, I thought I'd see how it would go. I took my inhalers. I've been taking my inhalers, and I've been taking this herbal medicine called Travisil, and I pretty much almost finished the bottle in like 1 day or 2 days. So I decided to ask Salah if he would be able to take me to a clinic, so he did. I explained my symptoms to the doctor, and he then looked at my throat. I actually have a throat infection.
Hey, guess what, folks? We've got more community posts because Chantal just has to fabricate more drama. Hypocrites to the max. Edit. Also, those waiting for me to bite the dust are going to be hard-pressed to learn that I'm planning on living to be 96 exactly. I didn't realize you were Oliver Queen. Included is a comment from Capricorn Fairy. Shannon also left her cats behind the day she moved because she couldn't find them. Lack of planning on her part put the cats at risk. The next one, Hypocrites. Tracy TX.
Exactly. FFG got high and drove home high. Hypocrites.
What should I be worried about? Is the owl going to be possessed by the evil spirit of tea and dust and come to life and unalive me? Included an image for a thumbnail. Why is Salah giving Foodie Beauty an owl? This is a really good horror movie you guys should watch. Interesting choice of picture there. And finally, yes, Pee-wee's Big Adventure, another great flick. Tell 'em Large Marge sent ya. Okay, one last post before we move on. I don't know if you recognize this face. I believe it's Roman L. Roman. You still exist on this platform, clout-chasing drunk weirdo? If my car smelled like a dead rat, as you say, it's because you were in it. Vomiting emoji. I smelled bad and you were grossed out. But you couldn't keep your grimy, scammy hands off of me, and
I was the one
who turned you down, because your breath smelled like the 7th layer of hell. Hot garbage and strep. Maybe that's where your throat infection came from. In February we speculated the reason Chantal went to Kuwait, came home and then went back so fast was to avoid paying taxes. Something which has all but been confirmed in March anyway. Comment. Chantal, get some professional tax advice. I heard you say something about not having to pay tax once you are a Kuwait resident, so can concentrate on paying off the Canadian-backed taxes. That's not how it will work. Even as a Kuwait resident rather than a Canadian resident, you will still be required to pay taxes on any YouTube earnings coming through your Canadian bank accounts. Don't take my word for it. Like I said, get proper professional advice. Reply. Actually, you don't know that. I will have Canadian bank accounts and taxing is based on residency. You've Google searched this, haven't you?
Don't get upset when you hear that people are talking bad about you. They have to talk about you, because when they talk about themselves, nobody listens.
Now Chantal, while giving off the impression she was perhaps going to start streaming on Twitch again, actually started live streaming on TikTok, which is why I showed you that video. A video that lacked no level of irony to it. Via community post, she had indicated that her intention was to then start streaming exclusively on TikTok and keep videos on YouTube, along with doing a video debunking claims against her husband. Screenshots circulating about the business, and how reaction communities rely and thrive on fabrication and ridiculous theories. The final post for this related little subject being she would no longer do food videos showing her body, because people can't just go back and watch some of your golden hits on channels like Just Saying and Barbecue Chicken, right? Now while Chantal was busy getting caught out in a number of lies courtesy of Karina Kaboom, she put out a video with Salah eating some food. Now I found this interesting because she was eating with her hands. The tags were fascinating, yeah, but many criticized the fact she used her hands and a lot of the food fell to the floor. I found it fascinating because there's a fork on the plate. She could have just used that instead of using her rather odd plump hand that can't scoop anything as some kind of large spoon when the fork on the plate would have been sufficient. Now Chantal responded on a community post when it concerned the feeder content comment by saying, why is it considered this when fat people eat on camera but not when thin people do it? Newsflash, fat people eat. I know it's a strange concept for most, but there you have it. She also went on TikTok and made a 7-part video series. Yes, I have all 7. No, you're not suffering all of that. Going through the allegations of animal abuse. Part 2 of which, courtesy of a community post for a fact, was removed by false flagging and is under appeal. She followed it up by saying, TikTok has a stricter bullying policy, so good luck bringing your toxic crap over here reported instantly. And also here you got some loyal beezers giving her some positivity, but censored because they don't need to get hate, even though that comment will be public and undoubtedly found within a matter of seconds. While I said I wouldn't play all 7 parts, I'm still going to play a part. Part 2, in fact.
This person is a high school mean girl bully, miserable with themselves, and they project, her and her audience project on me every day. They steal my content and they make fun of me with it. So those same people here are coming on here and using animal abuse as a form of justifying their own vile actions towards me. So to make a long story short, I moved to the Middle East. A lot of people didn't think that that was the right choice for me. Again, you cannot dictate how somebody lives their life.
Oh, and while Chantal's busy totally not debunking any of the claims of animal abuse, she sticks Harry, her hamster, in an air fryer for a thumbnail and fobs it off as something cute.
No eating Howie. Oh yeah, the thumbnail. Yeah, we thought we'd make a joke of it. It was so cute. He's so cute. I'm like, I'm going to put Howie in the air fryer. I gave him lots of lettuce after for a treat, so he was happy. He's so cute.
Now, I'm not entirely sure whether we need to thank Salah or curse him out for this one, because Chantal got a brand new camera, courtesy of a new iPhone, and with this, no filters.
So, what do you think, babe?
Hello, guys.
Hi, there's no filters.
The quality is alright?
Let's try the quality on the other side.
Okay.
Go through Hardy's on foot. Deja vu, thank you. Thanks, guys. Look at the quality. There's no filters, so now you can see all my skin texture.
Additional to that is Chantel really has been digging her heels in via community posts, all since deleted, concerning contradictions, questions, queries, comments, not remotely debunking any of it to be honest, and making every excuse she could for why certain circumstances and situations, the cats more notably being the focus of this, were never truly resolved. In these lengthy posts, all she does is confirm the long-held belief that she really is the type to make every excuse and not provide one valid reason. Much of the criticism she receives, you can ignore a fair chunk of it, but because Chantel needs all of it for views, she latches on to even the stuff that isn't as important, and she will extend everything as far as she can to go as far as she can. Additionally, by the way, someone did on TikTok respond to her 7-part series debunking the allegations. It was a masterclass in sarcasm.
You know I'm gonna manipulate the out of you, and you're gonna eat it up and you're gonna watch me.
Well, now I'm just confused. Surely that whole 7-part series she posted on TikTok wasn't to try and manipulate her audience, was it? She wouldn't do something like that, would she? Chantel is just such a kind and loving creature, and I just want to see the good in her.
We all like to criticize the nature of the relationship Chantel is in with Salah. Chantel, while quite cross, has responded to that. So now our marriage is fake? Ha 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 ha. I knew it. Double face revealed. Anyway, I'm sure you are looking for clout, and I will not give you any more. How do you go from, you and Salah are family and Adam and I know you love each other and we would sponsor Salah blah blah, to now
messaging my husband
to accuse our marriage being fake? Only fake anything on this effing platform is
you.
Good riddance, weirdo. All of your supporters are gone. Nah. Fake ones, yeah. And again, good riddance. You also
lied
when we first asked you if it was you who sent the super chat. And no, I won't play messages because I'm not going to give you clout. Blah 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 blah. You remember earlier I showed you a video of Chantel eating with her hands? I believe that took place at a restaurant called Al Shofar Restaurant. They then received reviews, by the way. Do you want to hear some of those? I had pleasure of enjoyment, though with my fellow tourist during our 3-day trip. However, we seen one big obese woman with a bearded man filming us that we didn't like. Food was good, but some man was filming a mother and son and filmed other people without their permission. They were hiding from the camera and still were posted to the internet. Only gave 1 star because there's a very strange couple there who took pictures of us eating and prevented us from eating the food. And place is great, but I couldn't eat my meal in peace since a massively obese Western woman kept filming me without my consent even though I was covering my face. Chantel addressed this in a community post, obviously, by talking about Doug Bernard, who films a lot of travel vlog content and doesn't blur out the faces of the local oik and or plebeian. Now, I do tend to agree with some complaints about filming and then other people being in the shot. You should make a concerted effort, all creators should, to remove anyone that does not want to appear in your content, of course, and you need to have the permission of the establishment. That's just custom though for most creators. It's how we operate, says the guy with a cartoon avatar. I do also think it is nitpicking to hold people to, well, rather lofty standards. However, it is right to acknowledge this because the restaurant itself could get screwed over by being review bombed because of people who do not like Chantel. You have to play the game carefully and stop thinking yourself in a new environment and therefore untouchable.
BBJ, you're not going in the suitcase, you're going in a cardboard box. Cardboard box? It's probably a bag, Zeta. I think pets get buried in bags. Deal with it. Death is a thing.
Now, bad news for everyone that loves to watch her cook in such a confined space that is totally not a health and safety hazard. Chantel finds it way too hot to cook in her hijab, so until she is healthier, she'll have to forgo cooking live or on camera. But she'll do a regular hangout stream and maybe eat what she cooks with you guys. Yay! With Chantel's mental health taking a bit of a nosedive, she decided to take a break from YouTube to focus on herself, saying, "Also, I see vultures are already picking apart and turning what I say into their own fact, when they know nothing is usual. I made an error when I said he can't go to Syria. I meant we because we will always travel together. Duh. Syria is dangerous to travel to for anyone right now. I really think your community is majorly messed up if you feel it's okay to dive into personal lives when you don't know someone's story fully. Blah 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 blah, everyone is vultures. She also went on a bit of a delete spree because of community posts like the first one. Yeah, I've got the video here. I'm just going to let this one play out for a second, maybe just waffle for a bit. How are you all today? Are you enjoying this long video? Could you smash the like? It means the world to me, especially considering I'm making this on the 22nd of April. It's exhausting. By the way, Chantel's little hiatus didn't last long. She started raging less than a day later on her community tab. Moving on from that, she gave us a tour on the Salah and Chantel YouTube channel of their apartment. It's quite small. I know size isn't everything, but there are limitations to how much one person's willing to suffer.
Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Kareem. Come on in. Welcome home, Habibi.
Wa alaikum assalam. Actually, guys, I've been working on this apartment since Chantal was in Canada, you know. I did my best, and I hope you guys like it.
My husband is Syrian, in case those of you who don't know. Those of you who were wondering, we do have central air system here. Here we have this organization area, actually. It's really convenient. We can put our wedding rings here, wallet, keys, change, phone. And this is the whole gaming station.
With the shisha.
And, of course, the Beezer signature scent, Rose Vanilla. First, this partition here, this curtain was put up, and it's actually really convenient because it allows extra privacy. So if Salah wants to have his friends over, his male friends, they can socialize in here, and I can do my thing in the kitchen or in the room. Also, if we order things, then we can just go like this, so I don't have to full hijab.
For someone that edits videos, your audio imbalancing is remarkable. Oh, and by the way, these super chats should be mentioned. Twice you have admitted to contacting Perfectly Imperfect's jobs and getting them fired. Every one of your streams are about FFG, Miss Emu, and other reactors for months. Can you address if you're now a failed reaction channel hypocrite? Well, she certainly needs to pay the rent on that dingy little hellhole she calls a paradise. And using her remarkable privilege to get someone fired from their job. You saw the community post earlier in the form of video I used when I was chatting just some random BS. Yeah, this crap. You are no better than the very people you constantly say you're better than and will move on from.
And they call me a narcissist. Narcissists don't like the truth and they deflect. So what does that tell you about all these channels? Number one, that word gets thrown around like you don't even know. Who are you? Are you even qualified to call someone a narcissist? Like, are you a psychologist? No, you don't know anything about anyone.
5 minutes later.
She says she's not friends with Just Saying because she used a pic of her ex and she's a narcissist.
By the way, this donation's quite high. It's not sus. In a stream titled Goodbye Foodie Beauties, Chantal made a few points. More notably, she confirmed that she knew BBJ had kidney problems, arthritis, and really bad teeth and decided not to do anything about it.
Even the last time I brought her to the vet, she had starting of kidney problems, she had arthritis, she had really bad teeth. So, and am I supposed to torture her and bring her to the vet every week? I don't get it. Like, seriously.
Not long after that, she actually did a separate stream, feeding stray cats at the beach bees, and I'm not playing clips from that. During the month of March, it was also Chantal's birthday, which she celebrated in Kuwait during Ramadan. I'm not too familiar with Ramadan as a festive season, so I'm not going to pretend to understand what it is she's trying to accomplish within this festive month, while she was also promoting Salah's Ramadan perfumes in a disinfectant bottle. 3 more posts, though, for the month of March. One exceedingly long, even by Chantel's standards. Reaction channels. Let's all sit around and do nothing and wait for Foodie Beauty to work on her content and upload. Can someone tell me exactly how it is fair for me to make a simple video, a simple vlog, a simple stream talking to my own community, only to have at least 10 or more reactors go on a live with their community immediately or soon after I post? If they're stream snipers, I don't consider them creators, they are cretins. They should be excommunicated. This goes on for a while, and oddly enough, Chantal in this very post does make some valid points if you take the points away from the, well, rather substantial amount of wording here. It's just a shame that because it comes from Chantal, many won't listen to that. The second is also really long, and mostly in caps. Alright, I've had enough. If reaction channels are so interesting on their own, good luck vlogging because I'm out of here. She then talks about animal abuse, animal control, and then a huge amount of caps lock that even I can't read all that, and then finishing with a picture of her and BBJ, I believe. The final post just a small update. I do miss you guys, but I need some time away from my mental health. FYI, she's back on April the 1st. Because Chantal is renowned for being remarkably fickle, on the 2nd of April she put out a community post. Alright, I know you will all laugh at me for this, but I am done. Like done. Not just taking a break done, never coming back done. I am done with social media, period. I tried to give it another try for those who have reached out to me and love my content, but being back made me realize how badly I hate being a YouTuber anymore. It is not worth it for me anymore. My mental health is more important, and I will not be on a platform that allows people to profit from bullying and hatred and to steal from creators. I will leave you all to enjoy this crap toxic community on your own, but I'm out. Emojis. I've also deleted my TikTok. I cannot be reached for the time being. I need it this way. So you deleted TikTok, but not YouTube. Conviction. Interesting. Now, while that was going on, just before, after, can't remember which, this video did its rounds. Tweeted out by Stuff K Said, because during a stream, Salah said something. The word is wasta, aka vitamin W. It's tantamount to saying he's got that juice. He's got an in with the movers and the shakers. He's connected, and it only, applies to Q80s. It's a scam, by the way, folks. Although there was this article from 2017 talking about a Syrian expat who may have committed many violations in 2016 and 2017.
Where it's like also people you know can do what's that system called?
What?
If you know somebody, keep calm. What's that thing?
What?
If you know somebody, keep calm. What's that thing called where if you know somebody
24 hours after the initial community post, she was back. Lamau. Salah said something to me, and he is so right. Haters will always be haters and will never change or stop running their mouths about me. So I'm going to let them win and run me off? Hell no. I have 3 gym vlogs to post. The best thing I can do is let the Lord deal with these people and continue trying to better myself. From now on, I will not search for what people are saying online or give any of these parasites attention. Stay mad emoji. Since we rarely see Salah communicate as well on stream, either he has stage fright or this is BS. 4 more community posts, by the way, to go through. The first, I am now just Chantal, full stop. Her channel name had changed to accompany it. The second, a couple's vlog in, the gym. This one intrigued me. It intrigued me because I think we spent more time looking at food than we did the gym itself or any form workout related content. Here's a demonstration of that.
Hey guys, welcome back to our channel. So happy to see you here. And thank you for watching us. We have decided to embark on a health journey together. We have joined gyms and we wanted to share a bit of the experience with you. So what you'll see here in this vlog is just here we are at a Burger King. I wanted to share this with you so I'll do what I can.
The next post concerns some rather interesting deflection and explanations, as to why her video made sod all sense. Why she is claiming to be more healthy in the very video you saw a little clip of, whilst simultaneously making it a point to go to Burger King, but also Ramadan. The final post concerns BBJ, because she wants BBJ back, but doesn't at the same time. She is going all in on those that she feels has wronged her, deceived her, taken from her the love of her life for over 20 years. A cat that she ignored. A cat that was not treated properly, given the proper care by her. But she's in the right, as she believes, because she's an idiot. Now, Chantal's hate boner for French fried person, bleeds a bit, because while she suggested, and others did too, that FFG branch out and cover other people, to lead by example, FF somebody did. And one of those people, Chantal reached out to tell that person all about FF person, using a rather unflattering image that looked like an amalgamation of Nick Diorio fucking Ethan Ralph, with FFG, I worked out the name eventually, being the child of them two smushed together. On the screen is that video. Chantal shows DMs. She didn't get permission to show those. Bit of a dick move, not the smartest, but it further proved a point I keep making and have been making for years. While Chantal claims to not be a slave for views, to not be, a part of world. Not only is she a part of it, but the relationship is symbiotic.
I feel really bad about outing the DMs between Evie and I. Salah was right beside me. I said, you know what? This person, I was really just in a mood, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna warn this poor guy. He looks very nice. He looks, as a fellow Canadian, so many people, like this woman, okay, let's call her, I don't know, what can we call her? Let's just call her FFG. She has the nerve to say that it's not that serious. Meanwhile, your whole zombie cult is attacking this guy in his comments. Really bad at this. I posted the DMs, that's why he's getting harassed. So he's getting harassed. He doesn't have a right to think that these people are creepy. I'm sorry, but he's allowed to an opinion without them attacking it. No, that doesn't justify their behavior. They're responsible for their behavior and their reactions. Sorry.
Because you never got consent to post the DMs, Everest had to, on his Twitter, release the full version of the DMs which show you had cherry-picked, mined the feck out of him. You'd also used him to make a larger point and failed to do so. It was disingenuous, and he also pointed out he responds to every single DM he gets. No one is special in this. Chantal also posted on a community post more because she can't use Twitter and doesn't know how to blog properly. Wait a minute. Okay, last post about poor BBJ included our images talking about bald spots and issues that BBJ had or now currently has. The problem Chantal has here is she's hyper-focusing on the collar, or believes it is too tight like some do in the comments of the community post in question. I've had very fluffy cats for most of my life. In the UK, you must by law have a collar. Big fluffy cats look ridiculous with them on, because it looks like their head has been separated from the rest of their body. The second post is a plan for a candid Q&A. Now Chantal did actually answer some of these questions in a video. We'll get to that in a moment. The third post, I believe, addressing Charlie Gold, because Charlie had accused Chantal of being racist, which Chantal says is defamation, further explaining how the Charlie Cole comment she made that got her a fair amount of heat was not intended as racist, and how calling FFG a goblin is not anti-Semitic. I will say, for the sake of it, the universe is rarely so lazy to create a coincidence, but in this, goblins are not derived from Jewish people. If you are that stupid, get help. The problem Chantal has is the universe really is not that lazy when it comes to coincidence. Now Chantal and Salah kept up the charade that they were going to the gym and putting in the sessions and getting them gains to get swole, yo. Like Papa Swole, yo. Allow me to showcase some of their finest form. And by finest, I mean shittest. You don't have to be a gym rat to realize just how crap this is.
Hi guys, so I was able to capture a little bit more of the gym here. It depends on which classes, on which days, how many people are in the gym. Again, I don't want to show anyone else on camera. Sometimes after the gym, we have Subway. We share a 12-inch on whole wheat.
Now I have some sad news for all of you. It was during the month of April that Chantal put out a members-only post. Hi Beezers, I have some sad news. I think an end of an era has come in my life, and thus my channel. I have come to the hard decision to end live streaming on my channel. I will update my membership details soon. If you cancel, I completely understand, as I will not be streaming, thus not offering the perk you joined for. If you want to still keep a membership, I will create some cute badges that you can use in my comments, and this way you will be recognized as a member. I will keep my comments open, and we can communicate this way. For those who pay memberships will get priority responses, but please don't feel obligated to keep your memberships. I will upload recorded content on this channel from now on. I don't do this out of anger or anything negative. I just feel like live streaming served a purpose for me at one time in my life. All of you have been there for me, and many of you still are, but I feel like it's time to move on to different content. I may be uploading less frequently here, just temporarily, as I adjust to all of the transitions going on in my life. I want to close by saying how much I appreciate all of your support and always will. She also put out this community post, just a thing. It's a great distraction because it wasn't long after that Chantal got a little bit busted, courtesy of an ASMR channel. She really does have a finger in a few pies. And it's quite impressive when you really think about it. It's really impressive how she manages to get herself into a bit of hot bother no matter what she does. Using the Relax Area ASMR channel, Chantal would leave comments on the Salah and Chantal channel. Positive comments usually get somebody's attention and they will in turn go and look at that channel. It was while people were doing that they realized, hang on, this is Chantal's channel. Much like the gaming channel of old, which I took no real issue with, maybe she should do more of that. But in this instance, Chantal wasn't creating ASMR content as such. While falling within the rules itself of TOS, she was simply putting bits together to make content for the channel, using Creative Commons basically. She did eventually, because of the backlash, address it, and then started to make content exclusively for that channel, where she would speak before the video began.
Hi there. I bet you had a really tough day. A long day, perhaps. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy this video on us. Thanks for watching.
Subsequent videos were uploaded to that channel, and these seem to be legitimate videos recorded by Chantal, although I could be wrong. Chantal did put out a near 30-minute video talking about how FFG and Charlie Gold are pretty much the same person. There is some merit to it, oddly enough, but I'm not going to sit here and go through all of that video or make you suffer that instead of suffering something vastly more entertaining called the Awful Waffle Skit. Chantal did a few of these. They were certainly something.
Yeah. What can I get you? Yeah, I'd like your waffle of the day, please. Sir, read the sign. We're out of waffles. The only thing I have is a box of Eggos. Ma'am, if you don't mind, could you kindly not smoke a dart while serving me? I've got sleep apnea, alright?
Interestingly, the skits she did, as cringe as they are, did reasonably well. So here's another one.
They better have Nashies or I'm gonna go home and order pot pie and lakmas.
Hi, welcome to BK, where you can have it your way. My name is Art. How can I help you today?
Hi, Art. Can I get 4 Nashies, please, and a Diet Coke with extra ice?
Excuse me? What's a Nashi?
Oh, Nashville chicken sandwiches. Sorry about that.
Oh, we're all out of Nashville chicken sandwiches.
Wait, what? But the sign is still up. It says you have some. Is it April 1st or something, or...?
Via a community post, Chantal explained why she made those videos in the first place, saying, I know most are confused about my weird short videos. So back in high school I used to draw scenario pictures in class or in the cafeteria. It made people laugh, so I enjoyed doing it. It also entertained me as well. Some were not so nice about teachers, nonetheless, and so are these. Just some nonsensical fun, the best kind. Harmless content, to be honest. So I can be certain there are a few people within the world who took great umbrage with their existence. Now, it's not only the farms who keep up to date with the likes of Foodie Beauty. Reddit do as well. Somebody, an intrepid shopper, found the Beezer scent, I believe rose and vanilla, in a dollar store, accompanying it with a post talking about the fact that, this is where the tat is sold, contrary to what they claimed. Okay. Chantal went on to later explain with this that just boozing, I assume that's what she's referring to, is reducing the already low self to reading obvious childish lies from the internet about Salah's company, because he's a man of integrity, everyone. You can all stay mad. Chantal also posted, ha ha ha, I need Goral World to stay relevant. And what will you talk about? then why are you all desperately reaching and making up lies to stay relevant yourselves? Please make me irrelevant. I would love it. I don't need or want your hate views. This comment in and of itself is fascinating because I will maintain they need you, you need them. It's why you had to, even though you were not involved, reference other people that other creators that normally respond to you were talking to. Injecting yourselves into their lives and whatever it is they do in their personal life, their business, who they react to that isn't connected to you because you wanted to be center of attention. Everything is about the Beezer show. Everything's about big beautiful me's, triumphant something. I can't think of a sentence to finish that with. You need them to be relevant. If they all moved on, your views would tank and you would then start to react to them to get them to come back. And they will, because you're an easy target, Chantel. Not to make an end of year review on because so much happens. You're actually remarkably difficult to keep on top of, which can be taken a number of ways. Please don't take it the dirty way. I will never climb that mountain. Oh, and before I forget, around the middle of the month, Chantel changed her channel again from Foodie Beauty to Chantel to now The Chantel Show. On the 16th of April 2023, Chantel released on the Salah and Chantel YouTube channel Love and Peace, a documentary. It is 8 minutes and 56 seconds long. It has the most cringy words, visuals. Oh dear God, there are levels of pain I'm willing to inflict upon you. This is another one of those times. You're welcome.
Love is amazing. It makes us human. It softens the heart. And it makes us weak, but strong, all at the same time. To have someone to love you for who you are is a gift from God.
Oh, God, the shivers. Ugh.
I want more.
Seriously? No.
So I was like, seriously? I'm back on my anti-diet stuff. It's just too depressing, man.
The reason I played those two clips is because, as you may have noticed, mukbangs are back. Chantel has given up on the diet for the time being. Turns out she really can't stop being herself, and she's gone back to her tried and tested, truthful content format on the Chantel Show of anti-diet mukbangs. Yeah, she's on it, fam. She's getting them gains. Chantel and Salah have continued the charade that they're a married couple by producing more and more content. I thought I'd play a clip from another one of their videos that tickled me to no end.
Cute.
I love the beach cats here.
Wow. MashaAllah, so strong, baby, huh?
After a 2-week layoff of live streaming, Chantel made her triumphant return with the stream Back to Beezing. She had 754 watching, which is quite impressive. In her chat participants, well, not that many. People actively in her chat, they were very, very few in number. Here is a highlight of that triumphant return to live streaming.
What's important for each of you for vacation? Like seeing old buildings, nature, beauty? I don't know, religious pilgrimage? I don't know. You really want to kind of get out of the Middle East for a bit, I think, and enjoy something else, eh?
Yeah.
It's like a change of atmosphere. Stan must be Middle Eastern, huh?
Actually, the mom is like the candle of the home.
Yes, that's a good way of looking at it. Like the light.
Yeah, the light.
The warmth and the light.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you lose it, like you lost the light in the home.
Yeah. Aww.
That's what I felt when I was like too much young.
Yeah, you were
around 11 or 12 years old. I was.
Yeah.
When I lost my mom.
Yeah.
So, baby, how old were you about whenever your mother passed away?
My mom died 15 years ago. I was like 15 years old.
May she rest in peace, baby.
I mean,
Since someone else noticed that, which is a lie, whose grave were you visiting? Moving on from that, we're going to go to another one of Chantel's mukbangs called My New Diet Mukbang ASMR. Sorry, I'll say it properly.
My New Diet Mukbang ASMR.
No, that was not on the ASMR channel, and yes, she changed her channel name again, this time to Foodie Cutie. She's really on a roll this year, folks. Now, with Chantel in a part of the world that's a bit warmer than the rest of the world, one does have to wonder how she manages to adapt as well as she has. Here's a video of her adapting really well to 95 Fahrenheit. I don't know what that means. Okay, it's really freaking hot apparently. Alright, heat.
It's getting too hot for me, honestly. So, AC break is over. You have the keys to the AC of the car. I ain't locking you in. It's like 1,000 degrees out here. This is so hot, but you said that this is not even close to how hot it gets out here. Eh? It's soaking wet, it's so hot.
Around this time, Chantel went back to Foodie Beauty, but we also found out, via a community post for members only, that she had harassed and harangued the new owner for Sam to give Sam back, with some dickhead in her comments called Tracy saying this is the best news I've heard in a while, because he'll be so happy with his real mummy, and what will you do with Sam when you and Salah travel? We will rethink our travel for now. Tracy, you're a dickhead. Now, Chantel being called out for a sock account she uses called Not Another Halal Doll. She and her partner addressed this by saying the following.
Make more and address Not Another Halal Doll having 704 comment posts. Okay, that's not my sock account. I think I only ever had one in my whole YouTube career, maybe one or two. And no, that wasn't one of them. So anyone who supports me, you know.
They'd also addressed the situation concerning Sam.
When I've been depressed and just negligent of myself, yeah, their area could have been cleaner. I own that, you know. But I love Sam. There's no cat like him. He's in my heart, and I cannot forget him. And it's so weird because just today I was asking my mom for an update on Sam, and then she found out that the person that we rehomed him to is apparently had to pass him off to a cat foster home. And I didn't even know that. They didn't even tell us. So I was just
By the way, Chantel went and asked Pete's to take the cat instead. Now, you may have noticed during the month of April, Chantel has barely if at all mentioned Natty Daddy. About that
kind of thing. Honestly, being with Salah over time just made me completely forget about it. Completely. And then the more I saw, the more disgusting things he did and said, about Gary and all that stuff, and the videos from Sam's, that was really revealing. That's when I found out everything. So I was just wow, you know. Eventually, the rose-colored glasses just, they reveal a lot.
Let's see if Chantal can make it. Go ahead. 1, 2, 3. Wow.
4 is hard.
Take your time. 4, 5, and 6. Bravo.
To start off the month of May, we're going to start strong. Another field trip, mother and son, you know. Chantel and Salah? Yes, Salah. I almost said Nada, I'm really sorry. And not at the same time. They went to, you guessed it, Manky D. Now I want you to imagine, if you will, while Chantal is doing these steps, that the music you hear, because she's such a high energy, surprisingly agile individual, is less dum 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 and more inspirational. As we're getting closer and closer to the summer months, one of the greatest concerns I have is for Chantal's health. She is wearing full Muslim attire, black, in a very warm climate. This is going to become a mild irritation, I have no doubt of it, as the months wear on into the hottest months of the year. Not that it isn't already bleedingly hot over there anyway. Oh, and because I can, sly dig from Salah here.
You are glowing. In your all conditions, baby, I love you. You're always beautiful.
Thank you, honey.
To get a real insight into the character of Chantal, Mariam, Beezer, Big Beautiful Me, Foodie Beauty, whatever the name it is you want to use to describe this creature that even Papa Nurgle has blessed recently with a pestilence.
Is he a Serbian hamster? He's a... Oh, wait.
You first have to ask her simple questions. Ones that when she answers, the real her will answer. When the real her answers, you realize she's guaranteed to crumble. She's going to fall because she's never learnt her lesson.
Thank you. The excuses you make for bad decisions. Yeah, but good decisions all the time are boring.
Now there is another arc. There are a number of arcs happening in every month. One concerns Chantal's involvement in Nada's court case, one that at this point continually got pushed back with continuances. As Chantal is a key character witness but also a known liar, many were wondering if she would be involved as a witness, character, or to give factual statement. This is what Chantal said at this point in May, a very early part of May.
Okay. No, I'm not testifying for anybody. I have not even been contacted. Look, I'm in another country. I'm a resident of another country. Nobody can touch me, okay? So, I have not been subpoenaed. I'm not going to testify. If I did have to testify virtually or something like this, it would probably be... I'm not really a witness because I wasn't there. Like, I was there. Okay, I'm going to tell you exactly. I don't really remember all the details.
While Chantal has been adamant she has made herself a new life that she does not want to leave, she has also contradicted this, which is unsurprising. It is Chantal, with community posts indicating that she'll go back to Canada. The reason she wants to go back, though, is to get Sam and, if she can, BBJ, citing a gentleman's agreement of sorts as a reason to get the cat back. My belief at this point is that FFG has the cat and lied about everything to get the cat. And in before others say, yes, but Chantal doesn't have the cat, so it's totally okay. Don't be that person. Be better than that. There is a principle here. Try to stay on point. Chantal, anyway, has expressed interest in small claims court and such. The animal arc of this month we shall revisit a number of times. Harry, of course, will feature at least one more time. Next, though, I want to show you a clip shared on Twitter via Shannon. Is this the one that was her friend?
Yeah, thanks, guys. Anyway, so, the bottom line is that's not gonna happen now. I'm gonna be moving on here, staying with Salah. Abaya emoji arm shake arc incoming. Because Salah is honestly the best thing that's happened to me. And he's very supportive, you know, and he puts up with my impulsiveness. I don't know how. We've been through a lot. It's normal to be homesick and miss that life. I was watching some Jean Does Sharp Farts videos, and yeah, part of me, and then I pictured myself somewhere, you know, in Canada, like, no, how can I leave my husband? Like,
as we haven't given too much thought to Chantal's community posts, now we should go to one that is reasonably lengthy. Laugh out loud at the virtuous people upset about my last post about a crappy reactor who literally reads hate comments and admitted themselves it was to support their child. Those same people will then comment even worse things, infertility shaming me, even the reactor herself saying things like, you don't know what it is like to have kids and you will never know. So make it make sense. How are you gonna condemn my post when it is literally what the reactor does? She makes 70 videos a week about me, mostly laughing at my hate comments, collects a check and takes a kid for ice cream with it. How are you going to say my post is rude and then infertility shame me? Your comments don't bother my by the way, which is why I keep them up. They say more about you than me, but I can assure you that if I was a mother, I wouldn't attack others for living in desperation. This person also said they could go out and get a job anytime. I have many good jobs in my day making good money. YouTube is more fun. They also said they can go outside anytime they want. Our couple's channel has hours of me walking around. And funny how when you do step outside your door, you go to a shisha cafe and imitate me. Anyways, this is the last attention you get from me. Oh, that's not true. Basically, I thought this was about FFG. She then followed this up with a video on Gorlolik Bread. Gorlolik Bread is a equally ethically bankrupt idiot creator who solely makes content at this point on Chantel and gets reasonable views on it, pumping out videos every single day on everything she does. After what happened in 2022, videos of which I made on Gorlolik Bread, I'm somewhat surprised at, like a good little parasite, they couldn't help but continue the grift. Chantel mocked them for it with an impression I thought was quite uncanny.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Thank you for watching it here. You chose to watch this anywhere, but you chose my channel, so I thank you for that. Now I have some self-righteous BS that I'm going to spew right about now, but I thought it would be very interesting and low-key passive-aggressive. But anyways, I thought I would show you a superimposition you see here, because Gorlolik Bread is, we could superimpose an actual leprechaun on top of him, and he resembles, it's quite shocking, really. It's quite, Alright, so as you can see there, the side-by-side, it's quite striking, it's quite shocking.
People got really offended about the Irish thing, and it's remarkable how when she is parodying some of those reacting to her, how defensive people get about those favoured creators. It's impressive to me that some of those within those areas can't handle a bit of joking about when it comes from the very person you take the piss out of on a daily basis. One rule for me, but not for thee, you fecking snowflakes. I trolled one of you grifters with 4 words on Twitter, and you whined about it on Twitter for close to an entire day. Now we're going to insert something that when I was trying to do a research stream on this month, I struggled to find the flow to insert my guitar into it. I've inserted my bass already, a Hefner, but Chantel loves her music and her creativity knows no bounds. It's just a shame that when she thinks of verses and bars, she can't quite give the song a story and just goes with things that rhyme. I'm going to play a clip of that to prove the point.
The only gem I got is a Slim Jim. I really want a cat, but I got a rat. He's cute, I guess. I must confess. We eat cheesies. It's the best. Forget all the rest. I make sick beats. People make fun of my feet. They don't want to see me eat until I can see my feet. Get this on the charts before my diet starts. Your opinions are like farts.
I highly recommend you acquire a metronome app on your phone. You will find you can then set the tempo, and you can then find a way to make this make sense. Perhaps hire Rice Gum's lyricist as well. You might find some success in that department. You are, after all, known for wasting money. Now, while Chantel in that says people don't want to see her eat, she got 19,000 views for a pizza mukbang, so I'm not inclined to believe that that is the case.
Guys, welcome back to another video. I am super excited to try Pizza Hut here. We have half pan, half stuffed crust cheese, pepperoni, some green apple Mirinda, ranch sauce, ketchup, and the spicy peri-peri. Because real men, in my opinion, don't get involved. No, let me retract that. Don't have a whole channel dedicated to making fun of a single woman.
I wonder who that was aimed at. Now, because she needs them as much as they need her, proof of that is the obsession with all their content and her obsession with them in community posts, Chantel has to rage at this because she also believes that French Fried has the cat and solely did it to get back at Chantel. For example, citing French Fried, admitting to not liking cats and euthanizing her own dog for separation anxiety. Whether there's any truth to that, I couldn't care less. I don't like FFG. But Chantel needs FFG. She also needs Gorlolik Bread.
Hi, Anna! Whoa. Look at this pimple. Some moron on the internet's gonna go, it's a herpes.
Hi, Lauren. I didn't see your message. I don't know, like, why? Are you trolling? Stan. Hi, Gemini Jen. Hey, Golden Girl. Hallway kids. Poor unfortunate souls.
Can you tell she has a motherly spirit at heart, born from like the 1950s, where children should be seen and not heard? I'm not saying it's backward, but it's definitely that. Now, just before we get to something quite interesting, a relocation, we need to talk about Chantel's ambitions for her health while doing a mukbang video. Her ambitions include a mountain to climb no less.
Which I know I can do. I'd like to go down to a 3x or 2x. You have to be able to walk 8 hours a day. So right now, I started going back to the gym yesterday, but still. It's on the treadmill right now. 20 minutes on the treadmill right now. I'm going to hold myself accountable with weigh-ins. I'd like to be able to do Everest.
So Chantel and Salah moved. When I first saw this, my first thought was, the place looks bigger, that's cool, but it also looks like it could be an office building that has been repurposed as apartments. Chantel also, within the upload, had to blur some things out because they found out where she lived within like 5 seconds. And I say they, I mean literally anyone on the internet, because it didn't take long to work it out because she's an idiot. And what I thought I'd do is show you a few little clips of all the rooms of this wonderful new home for Chantel and Salah to live out there happily ever after.
Hi, baby.
Hello. Welcome to our new apartment.
Yalla.
Okay, babe, come on in.
Wow. Beach view.
Take a look, baby.
Wow. Ah.
Okay, so let's continue to the hallway, going for our master room.
Here's our master. Hi.
Ta-da!
A huge kitchen.
Next on the agenda is Chantel's claimed faith, Islam, where she feels she can now speak from an authoritative position about what is and is not Islamophobia.
Also, it's like really disgusting that the community thinks that it's okay to be Islamophobic, and then they're like, "We're not Islamophobic." Yeah, you are. If you make fun of an abaya, it's a religious garment. You're Islamophobic. Saying they look like bed sheets. If you say salad, you're Islamophobic, and I'll tell you why it's not the same as Natur versus Salah. Because Salah, number one, didn't do anything to anybody. Number two, his name is a religious name. It's an Islamic. It's a Muslim name. Natur is not a Muslim name. Okay, so you're Islamophobic and you look like a piece of crap.
Apparently, words have meaning, folks. Okay. Community post time, everyone. Hi guys, I'm excited to get to work in our kitchen, so for one day a week I would like to do a Beezer's Choice for one of my mukbangs and cooking videos. Let me know what you want me to cook, and one day a week I will pick your idea and shout you out. The most liked one, something healthy with a lot of vegetables, and I want to see you eat fresh fruit and have your meal with water or herbal teas. The next mukbang she posted was this one, TikTok trending cheesy spicy Samyang noodles mukbang, which is interesting because someone underneath here wrote microwaved cheese, so I guess to an extent they weren't far off. And here is an obligatory clip of this with Chantel swallowing vast amounts of noodles with minimal chewing.
I put foil so it wouldn't ruin my air fryer. Cheesy bread. Oh yeah. Beauty bite. This is a potato bun. Oh my gosh, these noodles are stuck together with the cheese. They're very solid. Let's just mix them up. Beauty bite. Ooh.
Chantel, as many of you know, is prone to deleting content, whether that be community posts or videos itself, or putting videos behind a membership-only paywall. Yeah, she does that. It is quite frustrating. It means that when it comes to archiving content of hers, we here struggle. Recently, in the month of May that is anyway, there was a stream called Taking Out the Trash. Just Saying and The Global Zone have it. I'm going to play you some clips related to that.
Yo, Beezers, I miss you all.
I noticed the harder I ignore people, the harder they try to get my attention. I really noticed that. Number one, I have the same DMs that Messy Poo has that she's flexing. But we don't do that. We're not going to... We didn't do it because it's like, there's no point. There's nothing really revealing there. And, you know... Kelly, you getting to that. Why is she saying that Salah contacted Mr. Moo? Number one, her claiming that there's recent DMs is BS, 100% in bed. That's all you do. Where's your chemistry? You just lay there like lumps of crap in your bed criticizing other people. You've become everything you criticized in those DMs. So don't make me release the DMs because you look worse than I do in those DMs. Charlie and I don't see eye to eye. That's obvious, whatever. But she dragged FFG so hard and so good that I never knew you were like this. I didn't know you were this good. Now, I don't like when you drag me hard, but when you drag her hard, I can laugh.
With that short clip alone, I think we all know why it was deleted. On one hand, don't give them attention. On the other, give them every ounce of attention I can give them, knowing they're going to respond. Controversy really does breed further controversy. Missy Moo did directly respond to this later by saying, this is what happens when you go up against Foodie Beauty. I get it, but seriously, I'm 42 and my mother has zero to do with YouTube. Included is an alleged email sent to Missy Moo's mother. Alleged. Chantal has denied this vehemently by saying, no, I didn't email anyone's mother. Someone is probably emailing themselves for clout and attention, or a troll wanting to keep drama going. But I can assure you I am not out here emailing people's families or making sock accounts or whatever. This is the last I will say this, but if you see me anywhere other than my official channels on social media, it is a troll. I have privated a lot of drama-related content, as many have noticed, because we are simply tired of it, and not into feeding the negative attention-seeking clout chasers any longer. There's a little irony in there since, you know, feeding negative attention, mukbangs. She also said in a follow-up post, and no, my husband does not leave lewd comments for a certain psychotic individual, nor has he messaged anyone. No screenshots or proof, but people believe anything and anyone just because those people are big mad that he and I are still together after 7 months. Lol. Stay mad and stay sad fabricating BS. She then posted, so here are my receipts. This is from an email I sent to my YouTube manager. The email from a certain clout-chasing liar has my full name in the email, and when I send emails from this account, it says Foodie Beauty, not Chantal Sarrault. Nice Photoshop work though. If only whomever did this could use the time to, you know, get a life instead of making defamatory content. Also, still waiting on DMs proving we have recently been in contact, just like I'm still waiting on being outed by Sam's Bar Lounge. Accompanying that is her proof. A number of people do believe that this is in fact true and that the drama was fabricated, but that could also be a very carefully cultivated comment section underneath. Not gonna lie, that actually doesn't look too bad. So yeah, Chantal continued with the mukbangs. She didn't do as well with this one. She didn't even finish it in the video.
Oh. Okay, guys. I think I'm full.
And thus a thumbnail was born from her own lies. Although I do appreciate she changed the angle of this one. The last one was a bit too high up. And for the sake of intellectual honesty, we should insert now an accusation levied at Chantal was that she started, and it's a bit sus to do this, changing the name on the email, which doesn't make her look like she's as innocent as she has been trying to tell everyone. The Missy Moo stuff continued for a little while longer, just to be clear here, with her hearting and having people post work info of Missy Moo and her family. The same thing that Chantal did with others, finishing with Foodie has no friends, none.
No personality whatsoever. Obviously a cuckold. He lets you go on stream with your big jugs out. Which I know I did in my past, but I don't, honestly, I have no idea how I ever did that. Really, I don't know. I don't know if I could ever go back to I could never go back to doing that, never. Even if all those things are true, how's it anyone's business? Well, that's true, yeah. She said you're paying Salah to train you to be a Muslim wife, so that turd will take you back. What? Oh yeah, because he's such a good Muslim, and it's a requirement for me to be Muslim to be with, like, what? None of it even makes sense. He's with a non-Muslim now.
She's been rejected by Beezer, so now she's just throwing out any stupid wild. She's parroting every dumb thing that the reactors and haters have reached for. I can't explain it. So the food is amazing from this place, but it could have more. Like, I'm gonna still be hungry after this. I have to try those. I could eat another one of these. Easily. Like Cajun sauce, delicious. Very satisfying meal, except that it could have been doubled. Anyway,
Chantal did put out an 8-minute video titled The Birthday Party, which is a revisionist retelling of a part of her life. I'm not going to make you endure all 8 minutes. All you need to know is it is a load of crap and her way of trying to portray herself as the hero of the story, when in reality, she just looks like an even bigger asshole. Something I want to talk about while you see a mukbang on the screen is that many people have been questioning how she's managing to afford the mukbangs themselves. While not too familiar with the cost of living in Kuwait, the question does remain, especially as her views aren't as great as they would be if she were beezing it up and doing all the poor decisions that made her lots of money in the first place. There is no way she is making anywhere near that level, and there's no way Salah's business is what's paying for anything because we rarely see him anymore. As we're only in May, the theory that he might not be a legit husband and she is literally sat in an apartment on her own all the time is given more credence.
start with this one here at the bottom. It's probably hotter. A little crunchy. Actually, I'm just gonna pull it apart. Just like, you know, American cheese slices. My favorite for this kind of meal. Let's try this. I haven't tried the soup yet. I'm nervous. Beauty bite.
Oh, and just before we continue, while this is actually quite amusing, please don't do this. You are harming a business just to get back at Chantal. I get not liking her, but the poisonous people that do this kind of crap need to learn where the boundary is. Okay? Please don't do it.
Oh. You're clumsy, baby.
I never
Learn.
I never do a mukbang free of mistakes or messiness.
The mustache.
The hot sauce mustache.
So some people took it upon themselves to leave reviews. These reviews were not good. Exhibit A. There's a couple living here, pretending to be married. The woman is on a visitor visa from Canada trying to evade her taxes. There's a very strong, nauseating scent of rotted fish coming from her unit. I often hear Salah whimpering like a child and Chantal moaning every 5 minutes, and at times commanding him to get more food. I'm concerned about what is going on in the unit. And apart from the sweaty stench of unwashed food bowls, the fat content and extreme gluttony inside this building are beautiful to behold. Gut bucket. And yes, I'm doing more of these. Rumor has it that this place is a home of a proud bisexual woman famous for her inspiring OnlyFans career, currently producing unapologetic feeder content. I'm so excited this is now possible in the Middle East. We stan liberal Kuwait. I will only buy your gasoline now on. Finally, great place. There's even room for special needs families. My only complaint is that you can sometimes smell farts, but the problem can be easily fixed with some dollar store fragrance. I recommend the Teeb Al Dar one. It's so cheap. As a thing, I feel this kind of behavior, while funny, and obviously I laughed at it, can be quite dangerous for Chantal. I get wanting to troll and take something to an extreme, but in this context, please don't. So Chantal's made a claim that she's lost 2 kilograms doing mukbangs. I doubt it's true, but let's entertain this novel idea for a moment. Community post. Ugh, I am so overwhelmed. Can anyone recommend some products for me, please? I'm trying to shop for the following products and there are too many to chose from. Lol. I'm in Kuwait and we do have a Sephora. Reply. You're probably better off asking someone from Sephora, and not binge eating and mukbanging fast foods can do wonders for skin. I hear vitamin D's quite handy as well. DAngry Scott on Twitter tweeted, I find the psychology behind this moment effing weird. Foodie Beauty, the woman who waded through 1+ year of endless nada humiliation, ate peeps in a bath for OnlyFans, defends not washing her hands after using the toilet, has changed her ketchup use because a TT made her self-conscious.
Now, funny story about the ketchup placement on my plate. I was browsing TikTok and I saw like normal people, and the guy like put ketchup like this here on the side of the fries, and then he's like psychopaths, and he drizzled the ketchup on top of the fries, and that's how I normally eat fries. I'm not gonna lie. But that TikTok made me a bit self-conscious.
As we crossed the line to 2/3 of the month completed, Chantal went through another scorched earth phase. This time though deleting so many live streams. Somebody had screen recorded what you see on the screen now, reducing her content from, I think, over 1,000 down to 360 odd, truly believing that by erasing the past, it's totally gone. That's a boomer mentality, and Chantal certainly qualifies. To continue on, we have another mukbang. She really is committing to these, by the way, and she's not doing that bad on them as a standalone video, averaging over 10,000 views per mukbang. But based on the cost, it's still not quite as profitable, so one does wonder where the money's coming from. I wonder if that disinfectant bottle perfume is doing well in sales.
Hi guys!
Hello guys!
Okay guys, so I'm going to show you what we got at this cafe here. Okay, so here's the treats. Whoa.
Shenanigans tweeted out, Chantal's DMs leaked, with Amy Flowers as a thread. It is quite extensive and virtually every message they exchange is within it. And no, this segment's nearly 30 minutes long already. I am not going through all of that. Needless to say, Chantal's an idiot. For two separate reasons. Engaging in this conversation, the second, I believe there's a phone number there that really shouldn't be there. Chantal has never been one for subtlety, and these messages are vital to understanding what has gone on that got BBJ into a new home. That conversation, by the way, is going to bleed into June, and it's going to be a pain in the arse to understand. The story concerning BBJ has continued. Chantal put out a video titled Closure and Truth re cat allegations on the 27th of May 2023, with the comments turned off. It's a 40-minute video where she discusses the whole situation and what she wants to happen. I'm going to play a short clip of that now because I cannot be asked to go through 40 minutes. Honestly, even in this setting, it's not worth it.
And he's going to be sedated. Anyway, it's for me to worry about, you know, and it's going to happen. People bring their pets all the time. So yeah, he's being well taken care of right now. So that's, you know, whatever. Basically, I moved to Kuwait to marry the love of my life. Someone who's very, very good for me after having been in an extremely abusive, toxic relationship for almost 2 years. So this person is really good for me. I love him. So I had to make a tough decision. I wasn't sure at the time, do I want to travel with the cats? Maybe it would be better to leave them behind. I had to make a fast decision because I was moving fast. I had 1 month back in Canada. I came to Kuwait, got married, came back home, and had about a month to pack up my entire life and leave everything behind in Canada to come here in hopes of having a better life with my husband. I don't know why I'm villainized for that, just because we didn't know each other for a very long time. Love doesn't really have a time. I mean, it's different for everybody, right? But this is a serious accusation, and like I said, there's different groups of people when it comes to the abuse allegations. There's my abusers who 100% believe everything. They've seen my relationship with the cats. They know I would not abuse my cats. So I'm just addressing these defamatory accusations.
Which is why Chantal and Foodie Beauty Animal Abuser have been trending on multiple occasions throughout the year of 2023. Chantal followed this up by engaging with the haters, even though she knows better than to do so, because she had to say, yes, my Hep B antibody test was positive, get it right. Shenanigans left a comment underneath, expecting to be blocked, saying Chantal herself has said she has Hep B while she was reading out the laundry list of STDs she contracted. This doesn't come out of nowhere. Foodie Beauty later on put out a community post saying, can you people please get a life? Now people are accusing me of having Hep B when I was vaccinated in school for this. I do not have any hepatitis diseases. I know you are bored and have no life, but please get one fast and stop making stuff up about mine. Ridiculous people, I swear. Well, I think we should go find the clip from the video, shouldn't we? See whether or not there's any truth to it.
By the way, I'm choosing to make a video because I realized that, I'm just cluing in, that every time I make a community post, I give these leeches free content. So I'm going to make my own content on my own situation. So here we have the first screenshot is the hepatitis B results from the one test I had. Now, when I was in elementary school, I was vaccinated against hepatitis A and B. So if you read correctly, which I'm sure some of you are not capable of doing, I'm sorry to sound bitchy, but I don't know how else to say this. Hepatitis B virus surface antibody. The key word here is antibody. Gonorrhea, that was 15th of February, negative. D-dimer, negative. Wow, you wanted to know about my thing. I'm just checking, I just want to check. Hepatitis C, antibody, negative. Hepatitis B immunity panel, I do have hepatitis B.
Oh, and I'm going to apologize one last time, because I have to show you another song from Chantel before we get to the final day of the month. Yes, we're almost there, folks. Hallelujah. This song, though, is about her handsome, handsome man.
Handsomest man, handsomest man. Oh my gosh, he's the handsomest man. I said no one can love me quite like you can. That's because you're the loveliest man. I'm so happy thanks to you.
Existence is pain, and we will do anything to alleviate that pain. Chantel finishes the month with one of her favourite meals as a mukbang where she discusses the following.
When I think about it though, people use antidepressants as prescribed as an alternative for sleep aids because I remember being prescribed trazodone. I start my meds, and when I first initially started taking them, I became so sleepy when they kicked in. Like, I couldn't even keep my eyes open. And now, too, like, I get to that level of sleepiness where when I get like that, I need to rest.
And afterwards then put on a post saying, this person comments on what I eat.
This.
Lol. I don't know if my eyes deceive me, but it doesn't look like you eat too many leafy greens yourself, Hanzira. If I looked like you, I would probably hate myself too. At some point, FFG and FB need to just get in a ring together and box. Or, and to give you a disturbing nightmare fuel image, just fuck, because this is getting silly now, isn't it? Chantel is going to do exactly what she does every month, claim she doesn't want anything to do with the haters, girl world, and the rogue French fried. I just call her Wobbly. By first of all talking about Wobbly in a manner that is typical of Chantel, because really she wants to have sex with Wobbly. She did edit the post, though the top part is the giveaway. No one cares, Uggo, your old tea and hate grifting will only go so far. No one cares about you as a person to watch anything other than hate towards me. Which is true. People hate me more than they like you, lol. The only legacy you have on YouTube is a ploy to steal a cat and believe you will get karma for everything. At the end of the day, you are still a frumpy, stinky, miserable ashtray trash bag with the most hideous face on YouTube. Literally show me one person uglier than this B. I assume Bish. Living alone in a rather bad motel, obsessing about
me.
Love that for you. I wouldn't want your face even if someone offered me $1 billion. Lol. Ew. Anyway, I will go back to ignoring this chinny beast because in the end, I am the one who travelled and got married to a handsome man and has a lot of future plans which we will vlog and which people will watch because my beezers watch anything I do. Your chinions only watch your vapid content when you talk about me, so I love living rent-free in your empty skull. Also, looks like my beezers don't give a poop that you keep milking the health problems of a nearly deceased cat, because you have nothing else for content and try so hard to ruin my reputation as an animal abuser. And besides, a few rejects,
no one
believes it or cares. My channel will eventually get to 100k, and yours will always be dependent on how much poop you talk about me, which will only last so long because I report every stream and am awaiting news from a YouTube manager. You are on borrowed time, bish. Love that for you. The edits at the top. I know these replies make me look like an ugly person. Maybe someday I will care. But right now it's hard to when this person has done the most vile and continues to do the most vile things to me. It's hard to have any care for someone so hateful and disgusting. I know it is desperate for my attention, so I will starve it from now on. Or try my hardest, and believe me, it is hard to do sometimes. Included is a picture. The thing with this is, Chantel will, over the course of the month, continue to talk about FFG, not talk about FFG, and then talk about FFG some more. And to demonstrate that, I'm going to play a video of Chantel doing what I believe to be as close to an impersonation that is actually quite accurate as you can do of French fried grifting fraud, aka Wobbles.
Crackhead, cokehead, crackhead, cokehead, crackhead, cokehead, crackhead, cokehead. All right, 3 days I have not reviewed this bitch. This dumb bitch got a cat. I'm not going to talk about that. I just won't do it. She got married to provoke us, and she moved to Kuwait to provoke us, and now the bitch got a cat to provoke us.
Well, wasn't that just fantastic? You're all welcome. Now, within that video, you may have heard, which by the way, I think for her is quite creative, a mention of a cat. Because yes, after unsuccessfully getting BBJ and Sam to Kuwait, Chantel and Salah, her pay-per-view husband, got a cat. Here is the cat and the introduction to the cat.
Oh, she's so loving. She's purring. Hi. She's very playful though.
Say hi, say hi.
Hi, sweetheart. She was purring. Yeah. So she's, Shirazi. I guess they call them Shirazi here, but it's like a Persian. I don't know if she's like purebred, but thank you guys, Andre.
This in turn led to Chantel trending on Twitter and many people starting a blackout of Foodie Beauty, wanting to no longer enable her, so ceasing from viewing her stellar content. And just to go back to the community post where she says she'll get to 100k, Chantel's been floating around 94,000 for years. Doesn't help, she deletes millions of views. She'll claim at the behest of her husband to protect the integrity of her channel, but she also loses subs because she impulsively gets things that might not be what she claims they are. For example, she thought her cat was originally Persian.
Because I didn't realize this, but Persian cats I'm like the most allergic to. So, well, that's not true, but apparently I'm allergic. I mean, I am allergic to some short hair breeds too. Like Timbit, I was so allergic to. Okay, so I have Burger King. Let me dig in. I'm so hungry. I have some jalapeno. I should have crisped these up in the air fryer.
And some beautiful pedigree cat. I can't be the only person that thought the cat looked like a stray, but the cat is beautiful. Seriously, the derp face is quite adorable. Not a fan of Chantel though, but that's because cats don't like anyone really, and Chantel does not know how to hold a cat properly.
Anyway. Oh my gosh.
If Chantel really wants 100,000 to get herself a silver play button, her best hope is that that cat keeps on interrupting her mukbangs. Because she's still doing them, folks, and none of them are healthy.
Always wanted to try it. Sorry. We just got home.
Now there are two things here that I have to point out. First, that look compared to the Burger King and the KFC ones she does, healthy. Portion size, not so much. The second is the henna. Now henna is rather fancy, beautiful, very artistic. I myself have had a sleeve put on my arm when I was in secondary school by a classmate. It's very cool. It looks very strange on Chantel because she has it done in spots all over her arm and wrist, as opposed to what I had, which was a sleeve, which is where, along with her having sausage fingers, it looks a bit out of place. But again, I actually don't think the henna itself looks bad on her. It's just she doesn't have the form, the shape, to make it look as good as it can be. Let's call it unrealized potential, right? Maybe a change in health will benefit her in the future if she chooses to get further henna added to her body. Because Chantal obsesses over literally anything her on any forum, anywhere, at any place, any time. Haters, black pill boomers, forums, which could be all of the above. So I happened to check out my spam folder where all my junk goes. All the junk, sorry. And someone took the time to notify me that our car, so they think, has been doxed. What exactly are you making fun of here? The 7100 Kuwaiti dinar price? You do know that equals 30k Canadian, right? So what are you making fun of us having an expensive car? Do people really spend their time and energy trying to dox people's cars? Or cars people buy? I'm sorry, but are these people driving Lambos or something? Oh no! You noticed we have a Santa Fe. Big bad power you have. Haha, anyway, stay mad and miserable. Included is a image from the farms. Get on down to Yala Motors and get yours today. Starting at 7100 Kuwaiti dinar. The new Gunt Mobile. Okay. That's pretty good actually, the Gunt Mobile. It sounds like a swole Batmobile. When I keep telling Chantal she really shouldn't engage with those that dislike her, this should extend all the way to any forum, subreddit, because if she engages with it, or shows that she's engaging with it, it will invariably lead to more traffic there to get more attention on her in the negative. But apparently, after all these years on social media, she still doesn't quite get this.
And just focus more on getting back to the gym and having a type of health journey, and also a kind of support system for other people who want to get healthy and do it seriously this time.
So yes, Chantal wants to do better by herself and her health. To do this, she catalogued what she ate in a day and made it seem healthier. You don't need to see that. I said made. Promise you, nothing really that healthy about it. Also, it's all recorded, so what she really ate, she didn't record. But this itself wasn't long before she did a separate mukbang, KFC Twister and jalapeno cheese fries, which on the face of it is a very strange thing to mukbang about when you're trying to say you're trying to be healthier.
Let's just leave it at this. If you see me, eating something that I said I wouldn't eat, just know that I've probably, obviously just caved. Because we just live a very average day-to-day life,
Considering how much you put into your mouth, I'm somewhat impressed you only chew about 6 times at most. Sometimes it was less than that and you have more in your mouth. Would it not be easier and a little less dangerous to eat, I don't know, barbed wire or soup? One of those is serrated, but I don't think you'd ever notice. Now we need to introduce the weight loss story arc. For the month of June 2023, Chantal started making content to chronicle her weight loss journey, with day 1 weighing herself and going to the gym. Now I have many critiques, many complaints, many queries. Some are picky, some are not. I'm going to go with the not because the picky ones would make me sound like wobbles, and I don't want to sound anywhere near as useless, feckless, dumb as wobbles.
Sorry, I'm kind of out of breath. I've been running around in the kitchen and organizing all this food. Health food shopping and a weigh-in. I've been on this journey type of thing many, many times.
Based on a simple conversion of kilos to pounds, 4.5 kilos for every 10 pounds, this would make her 367.3 pounds. According to those scales. I'm sure many people are looking at that and going, where's the other 100 pounds? Let's get to the workout part.
Going to the gym. Alright, so here I am at the gym in the change room. I'm feeling tired, not up to working out, but I pushed myself to at least do a good 45 minutes. I start with the arm exercise machines. Those ones are usually pretty empty, so I start doing that. Just some pull downs and some bicep curls here. Walking on the treadmill. I do about 15 minutes of interval speeds. Not too high yet. But I start, I do 2.4 and I alternate.
I take no issue with someone doing cardio and building up their tolerance, but her max is 2.4 for a couple minutes and then going back down to what treadmills typically start at, 1.6, which is so slow, I just don't see the point. They also, within this vlog, this health vlog, did some food shopping, and I found this quite interesting for a number of reasons. One, because it was a gigantic warehouse. The second, because they had to go when it was near closing time, because there were less people there. And the third, because the food looked yummy. Yeah, I'm not always going to take a crap on Chantel, okay? I'm not that person.
Oh my gosh. So it's basically like a wholesale fruits and vegetables place. But I wanted to check it out because we needed some produce and it's a lot of things. We are getting some herbs. This is what I've been craving. Watermelon. Oh my gosh.
It's a fresh produce market, very huge, with individual vendors all there to sell their individual things. Now, we came very late, pretty much close to closing, so a lot of vendors were closed, as you can see here. Usually these would be open and people, the sheets wouldn't be on them, and people would be selling their things here. Instead of carts, you have these individual people coming with like a trolley, and they follow you around and put your things on the trolley for you, and follow you around the store, put the things on, and then at the end you give them a nice tip.
Shortly before the release of day 2 of this weight loss journey, Chantel put out a community post. Hi, I'm going to do part 2 of Les Miserables world imitations soon. I will do a compilation this time to make it a longer video. I'm not even sure of all the people in world now. So who do you want me to imitate in the next video? Reply, this entire thing is getting more and more tragic. I think it's funny because if they're allowed to shit on her and lower that bar, she should be allowed to as well. She is not being held or shouldn't be held to a higher standard or should be above it while she is bullied. And by the way, I'm well aware there is criticism aimed at her on a daily. There is also bullying, and there is a line between the two. Some people know where that line is and decide, I'm just going to go past it because I've got some money I need to make. Now on to day 2 of this weight loss journey, where Chantel was memed to high heaven because she contradicted herself, with her past content being used as ammunition against her.
And also because I'm not very hungry in the morning. I don't know how people wake up and eat a huge meal because I would be sluggish all day. Like, I don't know. I would need a break.
Hey guys. Hello. Welcome back to another video. So, this is a 6 a.m. spaghetti. How are you? How are you? I have some. So I have McDonald's here. I have a lot of McDonald's food for breakfast, and my appetite's not affected. Hey guys, we're here at the biggest McDonald's in the Middle East in Kuwait City, right next to the Kuwait Tower. So we're gonna try the breakfast today. I haven't tried the breakfast here at McDonald's in the Middle East yet. So I'm having lunch and breakfast before I go have supper.
I'm gonna like pastrami eggs. So this is eggs scrambled in with some peppers.
Now, of course, when it comes to Chantel, much like Amber Lynn, after 1, maybe 2 at most days of doing something that could well lead you onto a path of benefiting health-wise, something terrible, tragic happens that puts a big fat brake on the whole situation. In this case, Chantel caused herself an injury, which means she is no longer mobile. She is floor-bound, mukbang-bound. She is at the mercy of gravity and her bulging muscles that have failed her so.
Why is your tongue out?
Alright, so this is day 2 of going to the gym. I really don't feel like it.
You can't see me.
So, today's workout was extremely hard for some reason. I had a dream a long time ago that I had a 6-pack, and ever since then I've kind of wanted that low-key, so.
Interesting.
So I had a mishap. I hurt my back at the gym.
I felt a pop when I was on the treadmill. The lower back pain was starting. So then I did the weight machines on my arms. And then I got in the car and I was like having trouble getting in the car. Just since then, I've just been so sleepy.
Can we all take a moment, please, to pay respects to poor Chantel's back that she put out on the treadmill with the setting she has it on, even at her size. I'm rolling my eyes here. Allow me to be mad educational and tell you how you can improve your chances in the gym. The 3 Ps: prepare, practice, perform. You prepare by stretching, warming up, limbering up. Very simple thing to do. You practice by doing a, let's call it, a dry run. You do everything lightly without weights, the motions, the movements. Then you perform with the weights. You practice, you prepare, and then you perform. And then afterwards, you do a cool down. This has been my TED Talk. You're all welcome. But it's okay, everyone. Chantel isn't giving up on her weight loss journey, everyone. She's going to use services to provide her with meals. With her lack of mobility, this will totally yield a positive outcome for her. So take, for example, the following mukbang.
Diet service. They portion out the meals and everything is, the macros are there, the calories. So I am actually excited to try it, but so yeah, let's get into it anyways. So this is definitely portioned out. Lemon chicken piccata with creamed Brussels sprouts, and I think it has beef bacon. This whole meal is 400 calories. I'm not that hungry when I wake up, you know. And then we'll have some like nuts or something, this main meal. And then at night is when I get more hungry, so maybe like a potato helps me keep satiated. Beans, boiled egg, was 402. The highest weight I've ever been.
I could have sworn in video form, if only I could find it, she at least had 422 as one of her highest. On record, that is, in video form. But I don't believe many people, even though she is incredibly short, believe she's any less than around 450. So when you see her come in at 166 kilos, many do call into question the veracity of those scales. Now, because Chantel's all about that abiding her new weight loss journey, naturally she has to do another mukbang. Yes, the arc is already over. With a beef lasagna and a strawberry cheesecake, cameo by Julia the cat, who is arguably the most important part of this, because Julia doesn't have to be paid to feature in videos, unlike Salah, her husband.
Hey guys, welcome back to another mukbang, eating video, whatever you want to call it, because today we're going to be trying another diet meal service, dinner, beef lasagna. And we have a strawberry cheesecake, which is 282 calories, suitable for diabetic. So yeah.
Now, with many people poking at the fact that that mukbang was a load of crap, she clearly didn't enjoy it yet continued to shovel it down her face, while claiming it's real food, many call into question the veracity of that. Chantel has decided she's really going to try, because she's got the backing of Salah.
And he's a really good supportive person, you know. Just because he's not, like, depriving me of things, like, he does, trust me, he does support me. And he does say, you know, well, let's get something healthy, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes I don't want to hear it. Sometimes I'm the one who says, you know what? Like, give me junk food or I'm going to kill you. No, I'm just joking.
But also, she's going to do a water fast. I can see this ending well. Odds on the number of days it takes for Chantel to quit, anyone?
I'm in my prayer gown. I'm going to be doing a water fast. And I'm not really enthusiastic about when I'm coming to you with this idea, because I have done it before. Now, I have successfully completed 5 days.
I can't wait to see how far you go this time, Chantel. Something though interesting in that video that was shared to Twitter, we learnt about your abayas. Because many did query about her dress sense, why she always wears the full garb, even though she doesn't have to.
Full size clothes. I don't have to worry about going to special abaya shops or getting custom made abayas, which was at the point I'm at right now. You know, so
I want, that's one of the major things I keep in the back of my mind. I want to buy normal size clothes. Like, I really, really want to. I want to, like, just wear normal clothes. Like, I want to be able to wear, you know, pants and a shirt. Like, I don't have to wear a bias, but I do because of my weight. You know, I have to cover my body, and the bias is the biggest thing.
Less than 24 hours later, Chantel was back doing another healthy mukbang.
After that, I sort of felt like a pain in my chest, and I started getting my heart, I felt my heart racing, and that weird feeling of like dissociation came back, and I had white dots in front of my eyes this time. That's where I thought I was gonna die. I'm like, am I having a heart attack? Did I put my body through shock? Like, what?
Now this is where things start to get interesting. It starts to get interesting because Chantel put out a video accusing FF of fabricating Amy flowers to get BBJ from her, so she could have Foodie Beauty's cat. This cat is quite old at this point, in the early 20s. By any standards of any cat, that is old. The cat deserved golden years, happy, peaceful, content. Chantel wanted to have the cat put to sleep because she neglected the cat. The person who is alleged to have received the cat, at this point of the year, it was believed is a fabrication. Somebody living in California that is nowhere near where Chantel is. It gets quite murky, so I'm going to insert a disclaimer now, because I think there's a point here that needs to be made. Chantel is a terrible person, truly. Never deserved BBJ or Sam. In fact, she only deserves misery because of what she has done in her life. She can only have happiness when she earns happiness, but she doesn't know what happiness is. If you used a deceptive tactic to get the cat from her, there is both good and bad in it. It is good because the cat is not with Chantel, of course. It is bad because a lie had to be used to do it. Hi, Future Meg here. I'm having to re-upload the video on the 3rd of December to insert this. Chantel was offered money. From FFG, Chantel was offered every opportunity to give the cat to somebody else. She did not accept it, out of pride, I would assume. Arrogance. She would rather cause a life to go than simply do the right thing, which speaks volumes about her character. And the fact that deception had to be used in the first place is shocking. It's additionally shocking when you have all the DMs between Chantel and Amy Flowers that Chantel is that gullible. The cost of that life is more important than that of the lie itself, of course. Proof of that came from people like Charlie Gold, proof of that comes from Chantel in video form with meowing in the background, and I know people like to weigh up the two and say, yes, but Chantel's worse.
Alright, so I'm going to react to this stupid video that French Fried Goblin put out, accusing me of being an animal abuser. Okay. So what is this report that you didn't show the whole thing of? This means previous medical condition, previous medical issues. So this is what the circle in red says. It says that the cat was saved, sauvé d'une situation de négligence, 1 to 2 weeks. So they're saying that the cat was saved from a negligent situation, which could have been FFG telling that. That to me sounds like FFG telling the vet that. That doesn't sound like the vet coming up with that conclusion themselves.
As the water fast appears to have gone nowhere, Chantel's decided to, eat junk food and talk crap, because that's her preset. But before we get to it, she has been putting out more community posts, calling out Shannon. She's done more, saying she's going to report people. And she also said, I love how when I make
one video
to point out someone's lies, I have no life, need a hobby or attention. Okay, so by that failed logic, what do you call people who make 10,000 plus pages about one person on a forum or Twitter? Lamau. False equivalence, but there's a valid point here. Chantel should be allowed to defend herself and fire back. Against anyone. She's fired back at me before, not much, because I am not obsessed with her.
Are going to do something with that information. Why post it then? Just to be curious? Like, seriously, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. You have to be an idiot to even say that. You think that, I guess that gets rid of the liability on their part? I don't know.
Now, FFG has of late been getting a lot of criticism from many within Girl World because she thinks she's above it, and they're looking at her going, no, you're a lying, grifting hack. You're getting a pasting. Chantel is seeing this and posting it to a community tab. Girl Universe made a number of videos at this point calling out FFG's lies, with Chantel sharing them. She also put out a community post addressing the claims she might have to go back to Canada to renew her visa by saying, "I am not. If that was the case, I would wait until it is due to expire. The tourist visa people think I am still on expires every 3 months. So the first time it was set to expire was end of May and I didn't travel then. Next 3 months will bring it to the end of August. But I will be traveling at a different time than that, so then soon after we will go on our planned trip. If I don't lose the weight I want to by then we just won't do certain activities, but no matter what we are doing. I also don't understand the obsession with my status as if I owe strangers any of this information. It's so bizarre. People are insanely obsessed with every minute and trivial detail of my life." I stammered on that, didn't I? "It screams boredom and unfulfilled life. I mean, some of them have 4 channels and a Twitch channel dedicated to you. You tell me." Actually, we recently attended a beautiful traditional wedding. There was so much food and dancing and friends and family. You can use commas, you know. Just because we don't film our private lives anymore doesn't mean we fill in the blanks. Heck, some of you take the word of some creator without showing them any of their lives, lol. It's incredibly bizarre, but it doesn't affect my life, so whatever.
Fat gives you a lot more fuel for your body.
If it weren't for the fact that you are so sedentary, I would agree with you. There are some good fats, and there are many bad ones. You are known for having a proclivity towards the negatives, because they taste so damn beezing good. Now, because Chantel can't afford to have Salah drive her around all the time because pay-per-view taxi drivers are a bit much, no doubt he has many Ubers to fulfill, to go play with his friends and family. Maybe even his second wife, will get to that in July. Chantel has put out a video towards the end of the month talking about driving in a foreign country for the first time. How exciting, wow!
Mint bees. It's called breeze, but bees, because we're beezers. You hate me right now, yes. And a tall iced Spanish latte, and the service was amazing here, I just want to say.
I'm loving the sound in the background, the ambience of the air conditioning working overtime. Because the timeline often gets quite murky with Chantel and it happens in sporadic bursts, she does spend some time when not doing her Sims crap. Yes, she does that, here it is, yes, it's quite something. To also talk about lying by deception and how that's a misdemeanor, and using evidence with text messages between her and, we'll air quote the word, Pete's. But since he was complicit in much of the negative, I'm not entirely convinced this is in fact Pete's. Yeah? She did make a rather lengthy video going through the receipts. No, I'm not playing that. It's quite long and it's far too much effort. We'll instead go to a community post, which included the theft by deception, right? Where she said, how is the BBJ situation not theft by deception? What that vile creature did in order to get BBJ away from me is exactly the definition of theft by deception. Quote, taking something that belongs to someone else by intentionally deceiving them. End quotes. She literally made up the Amy Flowers story because she knew I said no to giving her the cat, and then came to my
home and had a brother
literally enter my house. All of these lies can easily be proven, and already were. I don't need the zombies to believe it, only the law. I know people are sick of hearing about this, but imagine how you would feel if you had a pet you loved and cared for since 2004. To learn that your stalker and enemy had her, or that whom you thought you were rehoming her to was all a scam and a lie, or that you have no idea where she is or what situation she's in. This has to be illegal and I will not give up. I understand I rehomed her, but I was deceived into letting that psycho take her. If all else fails, at least a wellness check could be done. I'm asking for the help of my viewers. If you have any care for BBJ and can help in any way, please let me know. If any of you care for BBJ, demand to see her. Put your hate for me aside and think of the well-being of BBJ. Just because I had to rehome her doesn't mean I didn't love or care for her for all those years. If I didn't, I would have gotten rid of her long ago. I know you are all sick of hearing this, but I'm sick and worried about her. If you are tired of me talking about something, just unsubscribe. No one should get to tell me how and when to deal with this issue. I am saying this publicly because maybe someone knows something. Also, if I was guilty of animal abuse or neglect, animal welfare would have removed them, period. I hope the cops do something about this, and then I sincerely hope you burn in hell. She's so articulate when she's mad. Just the thing. The neglect is well documented over the years from your beezing streams that you've tried to delete from the internet, forgetting here that the internet is forever, right? Neglect is an abuse.
I had lunch, and then with that lunch I had my supper in the same time. So all of the food from the diet box, it's gone.
except one salad. I probably won't be healthy enough in a couple months to travel around and go hiking and do all these things in different countries that I want to do, and I can't rush this. You know, I was trying to rush it, and that's just not going to work, and I have to come to that realization. But I realize I'm sick, and I need to take responsibility for my health to get better, and I can't rush it. I need support, so that's what I'm going to be seeking. You could see I started out very optimistic about, I'm sorry, I didn't think I was going to like get emotional like that, but just thinking about like when I woke up and I had the diet food ready to go. And
there is a bar of expectations when it comes to Chantal, where we think she will usually sit, because most of us do not believe she has the conviction or the fortitude to see something through, unless it is inherently bad for her, impulsive, reckless, damaging, harmful, right? To her. So this is hardly a shocker now, is it? Can you believe we're 2 parts in now, folks? Part 3 is going to be something. I feel like we're suffering a bit too much. I feel like a me-seeks. To start the month of July off strong, Chantal sent an email to Shannon, her former friend, who then shared it to her YouTube channel as a short. Okay, in reply to your email, let me remind you how this all went down. I know it's hard for your brain to comprehend anything, but here it goes. 1. You outed my abuse publicly. I don't care how upset you were. You don't betray a BFF's trust when I told you not to tell. 2. You then sided with the biggest invasive bully and then made a reaction channel calling me a that word and a fat bitch. I never comment on your looks. 3. You constantly make videos about me. I have 0 about you. 4. You meet up with French fried goblin Gunt to try and defame my husband's business, which will never work since you are all just a bunch of uncultured F-tards from Cornwall. 5. You let your daughter in on the drama and talk poop about others. Nice parenting. 6. You post publicly talking about your daughter's issues yourself, and then cry when I talk about your parenting because you are a shit parent. You couldn't handle your own kid, so you gave her to foster care. While she was there, you continued to make videos bullying me and doing sherbet with Andre, who said on your videos even what medication she was on. So don't talk to me about your kids and then tell me you will sue me for doing what you do publicly. Your loser friends and family email all the time threatening me, so tell them all, including you, to kiss my fat ass, because I will never be afraid of Cornwall trash like you. Last time I saw you, I gave you $400 and bought pizza. You locked the poor dog away while he was whining and crying. It's, quite sad. Oh, and who are you calling a heifer? Have you seen your new BFF? Lamau. She literally has 12 chins and the face only her pathetic loser dad could love. F you. Blocked. Reply, seek help. Now, in the last month we spoke about Chantal's new living arrangements in what looks like a renovated office building. Not hating on it, I actually think it's a good idea rather than tearing those buildings down. She was immediately doxxed because she's an idiot. But with the view she has, and obviously not wanting to put her address on blast, she wants to make her show look as good as possible, but to do so, she's employed the use of a green screen. Now, I think in the context of the kind of creator she is, this is a bad idea. It's a bad idea because the end result is something that wouldn't look out of place at 480p. In 1080, it looks quite bad because of the grainy edges. But that distraction doesn't take away from this arc, this binge-eating, addressing, general practitioner helping me deal with eating disorder clinic stuff arc. A new health arc. Not like the one where she went to the gym for one day for 20 minutes and then quit the next citing injuries. No, because that's too much hard work. No, there's motivation for this one. Real important motivation. So the next few videos you're going to see are mukbang related. Because she's still doing those, but she's being healthy, everyone. Totally healthy. Where's Salah? Anyone know?
This is not a binge. So
She's eating quesadillas, vast amounts of sauce and potato, and saying it's not a binge because strict and structure, yo. Just an FYI, there is in fact underneath this mess some sushi.
Beauty pie. Mmm. That makes my mouth happy. I don't know how to use chopsticks.
Just because it burns doesn't mean you're gonna die. You gotta get up and try. Hello there. So today is actually day 4 where I'm not binging. I feel like I'm starving. It's one of the two extremes. So right now, because I'm eating normal foods, pretty much what I want, but just not as much of it, sometimes I do overeat.
She says she's day 4 into a binge, but the last 2 videos were within a day of each other, and those were binges. But what she considers a binge to be, but if I'd had one more quesadilla, if I'd had one more tray of whatever that was, but apparently sushi underneath it, with all the crystals and sauces, that would totally then be a binge. Okay. The next part involves a cat. Now this is a contentious one. She claims stray cat, gives cat food, then kicks cat out of car. Others believe cat belongs to shop owner and she's simply returning the cat to the owner. If it's the latter, you're a dick for playing with someone else's cat. If it's the former, you're a dick because you got the cat's hopes up. Here's the cat on her shoulder. I am not showing more than that little clip because it pissed me off so much. And then we're moving on.
Oh, this little creature is a very hungry, thirsty... I just want to cry thinking about it. We're definitely going to get this cat some food and some water. So... But I don't know. I feel so bad leaving him.
While it's always nice to be treated to the outdoors,
the gravy tastes like it was honestly made with like...
She has gone back in the next video and continued her totally not binging,
plastic knife.
but
I know
binging.
You're gonna cringe,
yes.
but...
Here's another mukbang.
This is a sirloin, and it's medium. Mmm. Mmm. Perfect. Actually very tender.
And here we have, in a semi-natural habitat, a Chantel actually chewing food.
But I'm cutting it with the most dull knives ever. That's good. The mashed potatoes don't taste boxy.
Well, if there's anyone out there that's going to know what a box tastes like, it's definitely going to be you. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee.
It's actually more rare than I prefer. Alright, so I did a couple of things. I put my steak in the air fryer. It looks a little more cooked, but still bloody.
I know that beef, lamb, chicken, fish, venison, game birds can all be halal, but, being bloody, that's interesting. Not a very good Muslim, are you? On to the next video.
So I'm gonna have Chinese food. General So. Alright, let me just open everything. Alright.
You know, this not binging malarkey looks very easy. All you have to do is binge and then convince yourself you're not binging after ordering almost everything off your local Chinese food takeaways menu. Oh, and some blasphemy that you call tea.
Do I have an addiction to fast food? Yeah. Takeout? Yeah. 2 things can be true at once. Binge eating and fast food addiction. Which actually makes this situation more messed up for me because...
She goes on to make excuses. The correct answer and the shorter one is... She's getting heavier while telling everyone she only weighs 377 pounds, which is less than what she weighed at her highest when she looked thinner. Interesting. Now, because of everything Chantel gave up when she went to Q8, Chantel has been trying to find more appropriate and modest clothing to wear while in Q8, especially as the summer is in full swing and it is far too hot for somebody of Chantel's size. No, I'm not fat-shaming, I'm stating the bleeding obvious that all that insulation is only beneficial in the winter and if you're on a sleigh delivering presents. So Chantel goes retro and tries out some shirts, one of which I actually really like. 10 points to your Hogwarts house if you can guess which one.
I would take anywhere between a 4 or 5X. Sometimes the 3X at Maurice's will fit me depending on how baggy fit the clothes are made. I carry a lot of my weight. I'm apple shaped in my abdomen. Hi guys, alright, so this is shirt number 1. It is a button up plaid in the back.
Ew.
I like the color. And yeah, you can wear it with any kind of pants, basically like the other shirt, very casual. I really like this shirt. I like the color. I love greens. And I like how it's like shiny.
If any of you in the premiere chat or in the comments down below are writing shirt number 3, I'm going to ban you. This heresy will not stand. That is a pajama shirt at best, or a porn star one from the 80s.
If you want to make your man very happy, you must bring him several wives. If you need help with that, please reach out to me. My husband is my king. If my husband tells me to sit down, I sit down. If my husband tells me not to go out, I don't go out.
As is often the case every month, Chantel does love herself some good old-fashioned top-notch quality community posting with comments turned off and ratioed to high hell. Would you look at that? A thin, healthy-looking young woman with a fatty, toxic liver disease. The thing is, people usually only accuse obese people with health issues such as this. People assume that because a person is a normal BMI that they are healthy. Edit, I'm not saying obesity is healthy, I am just saying that people only make assumptions about an obese person's health, but never look at a thin person and say, hey, I bet they have diabetes and fatty liver. The fun little fact here really is that some people will have lost the weight and will have issues with their liver and diabetes. Diabetes could be the very thing actually that made them change their health to do this in the first place. Chantel also shared the definition of what lying is. To make an untrue statement with intent to deceive. The amusing thing here is with the mental gymnastics that Chantel employs with this community post, she has convinced herself that her lies are truthful to her. Because unless she is drunk, high off her knockers, and crunk streaming, she will never admit she is knowingly, willfully, actually, factually wrong. Or will have knowingly lied, misled anyone, her beezers, and French fried fatty fraud, her editor, lover, future wife, or butt plug. I can't tell these days with those two. As all these mukbangs and contradictions aren't going down very well, Goral World have naturally managed to get her attention, because that's difficult, isn't it now? So Chantel addressed them by saying, Goral World is disgusting. A bunch of sad, also overweight hypocrites obsessed with my weight.
Who cares?
Let me tell you right now, whether I binge, whether I gain something pounds, IDGAF. One thing I will never do, unlike Goral World, is place my self-worth in my fucking weight. There are sad sacks of crap making whole-ass live streams obsessing about my weigh-ins.
Please.
Take your kids out and get a life, FFS. Enjoy your sad lives. Chantel later on put out a community post, quite a lengthy one, concerning Sam and Yaba, because Chantel had mentioned the children. Now I believe these children have been mentioned before by Sam, Yaba and others online, but because Chantel's mentioned them, that's haram. I will insert a disclaimer, irrespective of the context. The fact that many pounce on Chantel every time she defends herself, in the manner that many do, makes outsiders who know nothing of Chantel and you think of you as petty and vindictive. She is already that. You don't need to bite on everything or think that suddenly there is a line in the sand just cause. There are standards we as creators hold, and Chantel should know better than to raise the children question. Many throw back at her that she can't have kids. That's what people do. Now, I don't think she really wanted to be a mother, of course not, but I don't think it's right to say, you can't be one, so what do you know? Yeah, using her biological misfortune, and I'm going to call it that because that's what it is, the straw that broke the camel's back, as an excuse to absolutely hammer her for not being a complete woman as some often tout it. Chantel was well within her right though within this sphere of the internet because of the level of toxicity involved to use the very same tactics used against her. And this is on the daily. In any other community, this crap from all of you and I mean Chantel and everyone in world, would be abused to high hell because the tactics you guys are willing to use fall well outside the realm of acceptable. If you want to criticize her, you don't need to lower the bar in the process. When you lower the bar, it means the bar is lowered for her as well, which is why this is often considered acceptable for everyone but Chantel. This has been my TED Talk and I hope you enjoyed every last moment of it. Just to clarify though, Chantel is not in the right to mention someone else's children, of course not. Of course, if you've written a rather aggressive comment and didn't hear me say that, you can go fuck yourself. Now, if anyone's been wondering where Salah has been all month, he's been playing GTA 5 on his channel, but he did show 2 characters within it having sex as part of the AtaraxiA arc. This did get reported to YouTube, but the stream at time of recording in mid-August is still up. And while we're talking about this, Chantel made little admission about going through his phone apparently.
He showed me like one, he's like, what the fuck, and he like blocked her. One woman, like, I was checking his messages, I'm not gonna lie. And one woman's like bending over and like thinks she, just because she bends over, like, number one, like, I'm pretty sure like men love like women who respect themselves.
If you want to make your man very happy, you must bring him several wives. If you need help with that, please reach out to me. My husband is my king. If my husband tells me to sit down, I sit down. If my husband tells me not to go out, I don't go out.
Low life, stupid comment. Funko. Are you projecting? Because you sound inbred yourself, trust me. Gary, inbred. Yabba, inbred. Hillbilly, inbred. Deliverance, 101. Oh, I'm sorry, they're retarded.
You know, when she's not fighting these world people, all of whom need each other, as I've said many times, it's very symbiotic. Unless you're one of the clip channels that doesn't bite with her when she bites back. It does happen, and there are some that do, let's say, pass unnoticed or make their bread without having to get too involved. Not everyone has to be balls deep, like FFG. Chantel likes to do more mukbanging. Exhibit A.
Okay, so, good. I'm not going to touch my hijab. Ooh, look at this tandoori roti. If I get butter sauce on my shirt, I'm going to freak out. Bread and the butter chicken. Beauty bite. Here, new thumbnail.
Butter chicken, traditionally known as murg makhani, is an Indian dish originating in Delhi. From Wikipedia.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Well, today I have a meal from my kitchen. So I'll explain in a minute, but first to drink I have some Diet Pepsi. Okay. Yikes.
This is from a mukbang video titled Pasta, Homemade Soup and Croissant Sandwich. Thumbnail, YouTube policy on eating disorders, because many have raised questions about the super skinny and of course the super morbidly obese, that because of that are vertically challenged as they get shorter and shorter yet wider and wider. You may have noticed within this totally not binging arc, Chantel has not really relented with what she is and is not eating, but she does need to make content, and spare stuff is spare stuff, which means easy content.
A binge would be me eating the whole pizza and then more. But I had 3 slices and stopped when I was full. So actually, yes, that was...
The idea is to learn how to eat pizza normally, not avoiding it entirely.
It's actually very good progress.
This would explain why Chantel went ham earlier in the month, replying to virtually everyone that left a negative comment on that video. If you're not seeing them on the screen, look at the screen. Now, ever since Chantel and Salah got together, quotes around that, there have been many questions about their marriage, not helped by her TikTok page where there's a question mark next to the ring. Or recently, this individual started appearing in Salah's chats. Chantel got uber defensive about it. The funny thing is, Salah is a mod on this individual's channel. They do food content. I have no real opinion about it. Chantel, though, put out a community post and went super defensive, declaring that he loves me, get over it, stop trying to mess with our lives, you are just mad, I don't have to invent a man like French Fried Goblin does. You are mad that in all my mess I am still special enough to always, besides one loser, find loving good partners. Well, stay mad and stay out of my relationship. Following this up with, and by the way, that was deleted, and so's this one. Hey, Boozin, are you projecting and trying to find any hint that I'm being cheated on because you were by Gorlick loser? Isn't he still active as like a part of the world? He cheated on you with Jessica Massacre, and it's disgusting when you offered your kids as a bonus daughter to him. Oh no. I hate the internet sometimes.
There was this lady that people thought it was Salah's wife because she kept commenting on his live stream or whatever, and then people clicked on it, on her name, and went to her channel and discovered that he was commenting and he was a moderator of her channel. So people kept digging and digging, and it turns out that this lady went live saying that she was Salah's other wife. So let's watch that.
Are you Salah's wife? Yes. Yes.
A few moments later.
That one woman from that Marriage is Halal, yeah, I judged her because, not judging her, but just giving my opinion, how I find it annoying that she's like trying to encourage women to allow their man multiple wives, encouraging adultery.
While we have this second wife arc, we should probably go back to the binge part, just for a moment, because Chantal has some insightful words for this as well, taken from one of her more recent binges.
And I'll never glorify a binge. Like I said, you can think that you've seen a binge on my channel, you haven't. Not once.
That video was taken directly from the Stuff K Said Twitter account. Go follow them. Now I do want to insert some context. The context from the Marriage is Halal lady, because this is important. We need to understand what on earth is going on, and you deserve as much information as I can be asked to put on the screen.
Just because your father wasn't in your life doesn't mean all men are horrible. A lot of women have misdirected anger because they are upset with their fathers for not being there for them and providing and protecting them. They think all men are trash. Stop that. You're only continuing to hurt yourself. Heal from it. Close the chapter on your father, and best believe there are good men out there. When you heal, you'll be able to find them.
Yeah. Salah fell asleep. I bet you any money. Oh! You're awake, babe. Sorry, I had I'm not brushing my teeth with this, but I like to wipe them.
If you didn't notice, her viewership has been going down. Yeah, people really are getting fed up with Chantal. But it's okay. With revenue drying up, Chantal has a way of getting out of this. To milk the system to get some more bread in the form of paneer, butter chicken, from Delhi.
Hey there, Beezers! Want a personalized video from me to you that you can keep forever? Or maybe a special shout out? Or maybe you just have a pressing question for me you want answered. All you have to do is request a personalized video or direct message from me on Cameo. It's super easy. Cameos also make great birthday or special occasion gifts. Hope to hear from you. Bye!
I see we're being presented with more poor decisions. Nice to see you've changed it up a bit, going from Diet Pepsi to full fat. Because as is often the case in the context of the meal you're eating, the diet makes all the bleeding difference. Swag Wall famalam, you're hip. This is her Cameo page. You can see the price, about $25. She's even had a few orders apparently. Yay!
This message is for Chicken Pickle. I love your name. So I have a special message. I have a special message just for you, Chicken Pickle. Bestie, you are my bestie, and you are the best, and I just want to wish you well on your weight loss journey. And not that there's anything wrong with you needing a mobility scooter. If you need it, even if you are overweight, I just want you to know that I wish you luck on your weight loss journey, so that if that's your goal, to no longer need a mobility scooter, then I hope you achieve your goals, and I wish you well, and thank you so much for reaching out. Bye!
Chantel's size difference has been documented quite extensively on social media, Twitter especially, or X as it is now called. Part of me is starting to believe that perhaps Salah is getting in on the joke, because he doesn't use as many filters and he can be a bit of a troll at times.
Wow.
Queen Visa.
So nice.
Beside the beach, maybe.
Not down there, no, the hill, look at it. Up here.
Maybe you have to jump here.
No way.
Why not? Come on, babe. It's easy to jump here. Try. Guys, you think she can jump here? Hi guys.
Now, owing to some facial tics that have been noted by Alex as Shook, owing to the fact that she has been commenting on her own live streams with her other account as Harry the Hamster, Chantel put out a community post saying, "Hi Beezers, I'm okay, just been busy. And don't argue that they have lives because FFG is resorting to making fun of how my husband's foot moves. Anyway, I just want to say how gross the GW community is, not Games Workshop world. I knew when I posted my thumbnail of my whole body, people would go nuts. Y'all need to grow the F up, for real. People are fat, get over it. I'd rather be round and pretty than be a miserable loser who doesn't have any content of their own and has to be a petty ass loser just to survive. Imagine looking like the creatures pictured below and judging how fat people look. You can change fat, but you can't change ugly and stupid. FFG is probably, literally and objectively the ugliest woman on YouTube. It's pure hysterical irony that she accuses anyone of having a fake marriage when she literally invents a whole ass man. I don't know who is worse, her or her dumb squad of zombies who eat it up. Anyway, I'll be back soon. I wish Girl World would get some content and leave people alone. Pathetic ass pieces of crap. Again, body shame me all you want. I will never be ashamed of myself. Blah 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 blah. XO. Oh, she's also joined Weight Watchers after Amberlynn Reid just quit it. At this point anyway.
I joined Weight Watchers. I finally did it. I know you're gonna think, oh, Amberlynn joined Weight Watchers. So what? There's so many people on Weight Watchers.
Now, if you are at all interested in supporting Chantel, Cameo may not be the place for you. What you want is a fragrance. Something that really speaks Chantel, Mariam, Foodie Beauty, Big Beautiful Me, McJiggletits, Apple-bodied, plaid shirt wearing, Chicken Royale munching, Diet Pepsi slurping, son of a gun. You might want to consider a bottle of her finest Beezer disinfectant spray bottled scent.
Hi guys, Assalamu alaikum. Well, you asked for Beezer spray, and so we delivered.
The thing with this, as others pointed out, you might want to consider not actually purchasing it from the link she provided on her videos, because no, scammy. Basically, the payment page is not encrypted. Now, Chantel is trying to go on holiday. She wants to see the world. She also wants to go to Disney, so she wants to be shown the world. And the rest of the lyrics, that song that I don't know because I'm not really a Disney person, right? Salah is not going to be joining her, and she's already paid for it.
Celebs at Disney. I know. I have reservations already for Be Our Guest. The first thing I did when I don't know, I hope I can go. I'm not going to say for sure I'm going or not, but I went and booked all the reservations at the restaurants.
She also has announced, towards the end of the month, that she wants to do a skincare line, because that's what someone who never looks after their skin should do, launch something that takes care of themselves.
So, I think that And I'm trying to make my own. Amazon, you can buy all these little pots, cute pots for cheap in mass. You can buy them in mass quantities, and then you can make, I have a label maker. I have a label maker already. You need like a double boiler. Just whip up I'm gonna put vitamin E oil too. I'm not gonna share all my secrets.
Throughout the month of July, Chantel has maintained the facade that she is seeking help to improve herself. She is trying to expand her empire, her franchise, but the only thing expanding is her waistline. She is reducing herself down to the level that world willingly use on a daily basis against her, and by doing so, she lowers the bar as well, which means their fighting will never resolve itself. It is getting worse and worse because everyone keeps on finding a way to poke and prod Chantel's triggers, and they're all very obvious. So naturally, Chantel kept calm and carried on with mukbangs throughout the entire month.
Off the bat, let me see.
Before putting out a couple shorts to finish the month of July.
Hello, my favorite sub from Subway is a 12-inch Italian BMT on Italian herbs and cheese bread with white cheese, lettuce, tomato, extra olives, pickles, balsamic vinegar, mayonnaise. Did I say non-toasted? Non-toasted. That's all.
Who's my mommy and my daddy?
You might have noticed that I have left something out of this month concerning Music Biz Marty. I left it out because I have no idea how to address this. The Cliff's Notes is, Chantel was watching someone called Cyrax. Afterwards, live streamed about how sick it was to troll Cyrax. Marty was the troll. Cyrax is allegedly, because I have no proof of it myself, a PDF file. Yes. Marty didn't like that she was sticking up for Cyrax, and that is what started the ball rolling. Music Biz Marty gives zero fecs when it comes to Chantel, and Chantel, being an idiot, keeps on biting down, keeps on attacking and clapping back throughout the entire month. Marty continues to make threats. Members of Marty's audience involve members of family for Chantel. It gets bad. How one adequately covers that, I don't know. But I'm leaving it like this with a blank screen because I do not know how to address it properly. So perhaps in August, I may be able to do that or ask someone else to provide a suitable statement, and that will be read in August. Much like in all previous months for Chantel, there are multiple arcs going on at the same time. During this month, we have a weight loss journey, we have the haters, we have the fact that Chantel defended a PDF file, yes, and that caused a whirlwind of a storm that I have to address, but I'm going to reduce that down considerably. You also have the speculation Chantel was in Canada but not in Canada, and of course her marriage to Salah. All going on at once. It makes things quite complicated. We're going to go through each day as we have sources for them, and when those stories align, of course, we could embellish on them a little. So disclaimer, as with all previous months, this one is hardly going to be the tidiest.
I don't know, no matter what I try to do, I don't think a reserved lifestyle is good for me because it just comes out. I don't know, I'm really feeling like, what's gonna happen to me in public now? Am I gonna be in trouble? Can someone Google if it's illegal to pass gas here in public?
Owing to the fact Chantel is renowned for being lazy, I thought I'd take the liberty of looking up whether or not it is illegal to fart in public in Kuwait. The only thing I could find was that it is in Florida after 6 PM. That's not Kuwait. And that many people speculate on Reddit that those in Saudi Arabia only do it so they can collect it in pipes and have it sent to Bahrain. But the serious answer would be There is a possibility if you do it on purpose, loudly in a public place, you could be pinched for being a public nuisance. That is how it is perceived in some regions within the Middle East. This is hardly top of the list of problems for the Middle East. Climate change is the more notable. Chantel began the month of August off with community posts. Mistakes were made, all were deleted, but don't worry, we archived all of them. The first post that got everyone's attention: I'm coming back to Canada for a visit. I see we made a mistake and we started off strong. Later on, OMG, I can't tell you people anything. Get a life. I'm coming to Canada, and no, not when the Goblin Peter Griffin predicted. I am coming for a visit and for other business, and not in August but sometime in the future. After that, my husband and I will travel together to our planned destination. Now shade at FFG, which is totally justified aside, because FFG is a grifting hack, we're going to go to the next post, because there was a back and forth and I didn't get it in time, between her, Chantel, and Yaba of the YouTube Underground. Is that the channel name? Yes. Hey Yabba Dabba Ding Dong. Looks like you are for sure projecting when you call me a funkle baby. How incredibly educated and mature of you, since looks like statistically the state you are from, Indiana, has the most inbreeding in the US, Lamau. Also, if we're going to compare looks, Foxy8 did a great job showcasing your weird puffy cabbage patch genetic mutation looking face. No offense to any of my viewers from these states, I'm using these statistics to prove a point. Now there is a point here. The counter is, it's an obvious one, the Middle East, because of culture, is rife with inbreeding with marriages to first cousins. This has led to a number of documentaries in the United Kingdom where people have been born in the UK after marrying their cousins, have suffered from a number of conditions, genetic deformities, and mental health concerns. Let's call it that. I don't want to use the actual word, I'll get into trouble. It begins with R though. This is a consequence of people who try to normalize something that should not be normalized. Inbreeding is the obvious one. The final community post of this particular thread: for the people commenting, Arab countries have the highest inbreeding in the world, STFU. First off, Yaba the moron started this BS. Second, Arabs don't look inbred and puffy and weird like her, and don't act like they are missing brain cells like her. I'm simply giving right back to her what she dishes out. Third, I'm not Arab, and her insult is directed at me, so your point is irrelevant. Fourth, my point is she likes to make dumb insults about inbreeding when she herself is from a state with high inbreeding statistics. Comments turned off. Fun fact, going forward, the dislike is also turned off and so are comments. For a number of videos, it gets quite frustrating. Chantel though is right, because while someone is making the point that where she lives inbreeding is high, you are insulting the wrong part of Chantel to make a point at her, instead aiming around her to make it seem like that's worse than your situation. It's a deflection. I find this quite frustrating within this sphere of YouTube, that instead of focusing on the problem, many just bring it down to the base issue. And the base issue is just insulting and turd flinging, which is quite common and exhausting. No offense to those who do it, except for FFG, you're a hack. On to the first mukbang of the month.
Hello. Today's Taco Tuesday. Okay, baby girl. Okay, time to get down. Let me guess, talking to your cat in a stern voice is considered animal abuse, right? I can't with people on the internet. I can't.
Just before I show you some of her greatest hits when it concerns eating food, yes, that's what I just said. During her mukbangs going forward, she promotes her cameo, which is something Nick Ocado does. I assume she ripped it off him. No, I'm not playing the advert. No. Second, no, it is not animal abuse to use a sterner voice on your pet. Although the amount of times Foodie Beauty is an animal abuser has trended on Twitter is quite high.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, my weight. Why do people act brand new when it comes to weight loss and diets and all these other things? And everyone's an expert all of a sudden, blah, blah, blah. Do you see me eating without tracking? I'm obviously off track. So, you know that like a lot of the world is overweight, right? So if it was that easy and people were successful with the first even 50 attempts at weight loss, there would be no issues. So people need to stop acting brand new, and reaction channels who are also 300-400 pounds, even 250 pounds, need to stop judging people who are also overweight and struggling. Also, therapy isn't always the solution.
There are a number of bones of contention with what Chantel said, the obvious ones being, you are approaching this from the wrong angle. If you are treated it as a diet, you will fail because you don't look for a long-term solution, you're looking for a short-term solution to a long-term problem. Second, how ungrateful are you that you have new people come into your audience offering advice? You may have seen it thousands of times, like I have every single Cthulhu-based meme that I get sent every single bleeding holiday. But I don't get angry about it or call someone... What was it again you said?
So people need to stop acting brand new.
Yes, that. And finally, therapy is an aid, a guide. It is not a solution. Solutions involve multiple things working together, and that includes you. Moving on.
And I'm 5'2", he's 6'2". So he's literally an entire foot taller than me. Ooh.
So next I'm going to read some tweets from a number of people who commentate on yes, because this now concerns an individual called Marty. Okay, shenanigans. Let me make this abundantly clear for those who might assume otherwise. I do not endorse what Marty is doing. I am merely archiving it to keep everyone up to date, and my uh-ohs are me acknowledging the shit she stepped into with the wrong person. Later on tweeting, Chantel thought ignoring Marty would make him back down, but it only enraged him even more. Now he's apologizing for going easy on her last night, and plans to go harder. Brace yourself, Chantel. I don't know what's coming, but I'm sure it's bad. Reply. Can someone please explain this to me like I'm 5, or link me a video recapping it? Who is Marty? WTF happened, and why is there police? Thanks. Reply. Foodie Beauty opened her big mouth about a community she knew nothing about, calling the main troll in this community names and defending the main character, who is also a PDF file. So she's upset the wrong people, and they've set their sights on her. She was given an out to make out with Salah on YouTube, but of course we all knew Salah wouldn't allow that to happen, so the trolling has started. By the way, it's the Cyrax community. Take a look if you can stomach it. Barbecue chicken. I want to make it clear I won't cover anything Marty has streamed unless Chantel addresses it on a video or live stream. I'm not getting involved any further than that. John Pepper Jack Galt. Gore World talks a lot about karma. Look, he didn't pick this fight. The past 3 damn days, how many creators and watchers told Chantel to drop it and leave MBM alone? She's getting the karma y'all say you wanted, don't cry now. Included is a community post of interest, by all means pause to read it. Sinatra. I'm 99.9% against going IRL, but this is like the 5th PDF file she's defended while doing what she did on Omegle, while actively hating kids. Maybe don't defend PDF files, abuse animals, and celebrate school shootings constantly and people won't go after you. Back to shenanigans. If this is true, yikes. Bad seed. You should have stayed in Goral World. Post. Foodie Beauty, we have developed some very nasty plans for you. A secret society of vigilantes will create an anonymous group and will invade your membership. We will block your beezers secretly, especially Salah, because those secret anonymous members will become moderators, and we will never let you earn a single drop of penny from donations. However, you don't know who it'll be. It might be infesting in your membership pretending to care about your big ass, but maybe they are now lurking waiting for a big surprise of your life. Don't mind my ass, because you don't know me. And now let the games begin. Your channel is on the line. TikTok. PS, you are banned from my channel and your opinion don't matter. Tee-hee. With others being equally confused about how Chantel got involved, the explanation: Marty, troll, Cyrax, PDF file. Marty did not like that Chantel, stuck up for Cyrax. Chantel put out a community post addressing this by saying, I want to address a few things before I go on to just focus on beezing and light-hearted content from now on. I should never have spoken about Cyrax and the community surrounding him. I didn't know any of the deplorable actions he engaged in, otherwise I would never have said anything at all. I didn't do my research or homework. I am very impulsive and it usually doesn't work in my favour. Like I said, I just thought he was being trolled because of his looks and rages, etc. I will never speak about this subject again. What I also find deplorable is laughing and encouraging and supporting someone doxing and swatting and going real life to innocent family members because I had an opinion you didn't like on the internet. It's okay for you all to obsessively target me and my family on the regular, and it's really gross. I will not address anything online ever again though, and deal with harassment and other matters with the law as needed. Comments turned off. Bets on Chantel lasting 24 hours before deciding YOLO swag fam, they totally can't see me here. Time for me to clap back. If you called it, congratulations. Because she was doing it in a live stream chat. Wasn't this Salaz? Because he also had a few words to say as well.
Trolls, go to your motherfuckers who sent you here, who called Farty, that he is useless, and if he is think that he is a man, I'm here in Kuwait and you know my address, okay? And we show our face and our address, we're not afraid. He's the biggest coward on the internet, I swear.
Was when I was in Cuba, had a whole bottle of rum in me, and found out that I was being cheated on with Didi with basically the whole time and lied to. So I was very, 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 and being abused. So yeah, I was very out of my element, thank you. So, not saying it was right, but yeah. But yeah, like, I figured out like the price of things. Like, to do groceries for like a week, it would be more money to make like interesting meals every day. It would be more money to like, and more effort to cook and buy the food from the grocery store than it would to order every day by like a few KD. So what's the point, you know? No thanks.
Yes, sometimes to try and distract from the impending doom that is her channel, she has to drag up characters like Didi the Grey, and also proving the point that she's not really committed to changing her ways, because it has to be interesting food for her to justify making it into content. Her existence online is everything to her, but she doesn't care about money, but she does care about money. And also, she has a kitchen, which she showed off last month and the month before, but she doesn't want to use it. Because that's effort, everyone. The cost and effect and all of that, she's got to make money to get by, everyone. Support her on Patreon, it's patreon.com/Omegon. The mentality involved in how she thinks when it comes to looking after herself, where everything has to be interesting, when in reality the food to really get yourself on the right track is remarkably bland, is an unhealthy one to have, and is why she fails every time. Chantel, while trying not to allude to when she was going back to Canada, couldn't help herself in various live chats, and desperately wanted to go and check in on BBJ. While this was going on, Marty was very close to getting Chantel's mum's car towed, only to be thwarted by a neighbour and Chantel's mother. Shenanigans tweeted, "If I knew my family was being targeted because of me, I would do anything I have to do to ensure they are safe, starting with shutting the F up. I can't imagine sitting back and letting it all happen while I double down and dig my heels in. She genuinely doesn't give a fudge about anyone at all." Kristen, Chantel keeps calling Marty an incel despite being in the middle of a conversation with his actual girlfriend. I think it's a coping mechanism since she at the moment is a volcel with a paid-for husband. Barbecue Chicken did put out a video, as she often does, with a condensed version of this, the whole doxing problem thing, and Chantel's cope for it.
She make it clap, clap, clap.
So anyway, as for doxing FFG, it was an accident once where I showed her number accidentally, and I even messaged her, offered to change her number and pay for it. So no, it's not the same as deliberately doxing people, sending them to your family's house. And even then, how does that, it should be me that's being doxed then in retaliation, not my family, dumbass. So keep doing, oh, he's coming for you. No, he's coming for my family because he can't do here, and he's just going to keep digging yourself a legal hole. I'm not Cyrax, I'm not going to sit there and take your shit. You are going to be buried in the legal system, just watch.
Chantel's community posts, all of which have since been deleted. I think I will take a long break from streaming, guys. I will upload a couple of videos instead. If you still support my channel with membership, it is very much appreciated. But also, I can communicate privately with members on TikTok or Instagram for now, and I may make a private Discord with only trusted and known beezers allowed in. I will see. I am thinking of the safety of my members because a huge coward thinks it's okay to threaten people. It's not. And I will follow up with YouTube, but until then I will not stream. And using past events that are taken out of context as justification for criminally harassing innocent people is weak as F, such as using Cuba Rage. No one harassed Didi's mom as a result, and they doxed her first. Actually, no one was harassed in any way in real life because of my actions, so again, weak justification, but that's probably what helps you all sleep at night. All sheep mentality. Also for Imperfect Hamster, she doxed my private information first and made derogatory videos about us every day. So no, we are not even close. Even so, two wrongs don't make a right. Just an FYI for any beezers targeted by this criminally insane giant douche, you can use the screenshot of his list of doxing to contact the police. This is also illegal and easy to prove. I have his name and address if you need it. Go spend time with your girlfriend instead of harassing others online. You always accuse Salah and I of being in a loveless relationship, but nothing says romance like hanging in your parents' basement, doxing and swatting, am I right? Dox people all you want. You are only digging yourself a bigger legal hole. The cops might laugh at Cyrax, but you are not above the law. For the record, I don't care if everyone unsubs from me. I would rather have no followers than fake people afraid of a big fat bully. So those getting entertainment out of my sub count dropping, enjoy your pathetic form of entertainment. Hey Islamophobe, we will kiss when you kiss Salah's shoes. Deal? Oh, and that no streaming thing lasted a day. Not even that. Yeah, that face says it all.
Sorry, Daisy Saturn, we're too busy beezing. Right, guys?
Foodie Beauty community post. Edit. Also, my parents are not responsible for my actions at 39 years of age. You're 39? How'd you get this far? At least I don't have a daughter or son who doxes and swats and threatens innocent people every night for lols. You doxed many times. Are you sure about that? By the way, threatening to dox members of a channel can cost you yours. He doesn't care. Also, anyone supporting this behaviour of swatting, doxing and threatening members who have children, etc. is beyond sick, and I don't want to see your faces near my chat ever again. People acting like this cowardly criminal is some celebrity. Real brave targeting innocent people from your parents' basement just because they are associated with me. What about you being accountable for the swatting and doxing? You support this. And all the people who are afraid to say anything because you are just as big of cowards as it is. By the way, swatting is a criminal offence. Good luck. Comments turned off.
Library, let's go walking.
Okay.
I'm doing this while fasting, intermittent fasting. Nothing but the Americano, so yeah. Thanks for the support, man.
Anything for the health of my love.
There is nothing quite so romantic as watching your husband help you waddle across a short space of sand, to then profess your love for one another while not even looking at each other and instead focusing on the camera lens to declare your love for one another. I'm starting to think that the reason you had to have Salah help you walk there was because in an earlier clip I showed, I heard a clicking sound that sounded like a walking aid, like a stick or a Zimmer frame. I'll play the clip and hopefully you get it.
And I'm 5'2", he's 6'2". So he's literally an entire foot taller than me. Ooh.
As we approach the middle of the month, we finally get something from Chantel that really calls into question a few things. Firstly, how much Chantel weighs, what the scales say, and what everyone believes. Because we got a weigh-in, she believes it's really bad, it is really bad, but most of us are certain it's much worse than what she says because no one believes those scales to be accurate. And also the capacity limit of those scales means that chances are she'd have to buy another set of scales just to give us the correct weight. Chantal is a type to give every excuse for why she can't do something and not provide one solid, valid reason for why she can accomplish anything. She is a quitter unless it involves doing nothing and eating and eating and eating and eating and then blaming everything on why she's just eating. Exhibit A will be the following video.
So I want to share a weigh-in with you.
Today is August 13th, 2023. Let's do this weigh-in. Oh my gosh. 171.3 kg.
So my weight is just creeping and creeping. So it's no surprise that I've been struggling with my weight and keeping my eating under control and just letting everything, collapse. I'm gonna try again. I'm a little machine too.
It's okay, still walking.
So.
A part of this story we haven't spoken about much in the month of August is that Chantal was believed to be back in Canada at a point, and some of the mukbangs that she put out were old, like this one for example, where it is quite clearly photoshopped and really badly so. I would love to know what the face was behind that. No doubt, unflattering, maybe a chin fell out. And I know most people only have one chin, Chantal does not. Something though that led to the speculation of her being in Canada getting kinda nixed was the stream I Missed You, because that is clearly not Canada. That sofa behind her is a giveaway.
Ew, there was like a weird thing in my beef, so I can't eat it. Luckily for me, I have a backup sandwich. You always have to have a backup sandwich.
Well, of course, when one is a mukbanger, they must always be prepared for a mishap, like being 2/3 of the way through a sandwich to find something a little bit funky, then pull up the backup sandwich. Alright.
I know you're thinking, what about your diet? I'm just trying to find my way, man. Like, the type of weight loss plan I'm seeking is one that is also one that I can maintain.
Just in case anyone there was wondering how her diet was going. As the Marty story is ongoing throughout this month, I can't avoid it. Chantal had recommended her audience go underground, go anon, do whatever they could to protect themselves. So at one point giving off an air of consideration for her audience. Okay, let's challenge that one, shall we?
Town didn't obey. This is his content. Like, he thinks it's going to affect me somehow. Like I'm responsible for his actions, so people are going to blame me. Of course, a lot of people are scared, because, like, people who are pussies are scared of this loser, but whatever.
Chantal, being an idiot, decided that while it's not okay for anyone to dox, to partake in activities that can be considered doxing by sharing Marty's personal information, to later delete it, quickly I might add, by saying deleted previous post because, as a sane Beezer pointed out, I am not crap like people who support someone who swats, doxes and harasses innocent people. The nerve of you brainless people to accuse anyone from my community or myself of being vile, or dare ask how anyone can support me. But you all support these disgusting juvenile actions. Idiocy at its finest. Now back to ignoring you vile people. If you do get harassed, I would suggest calling the authorities and reporting it as malicious doxing and harassment. No one should be harassed or bothered just for watching an entertainer on YouTube. Is that what you are? Interesting.
Those are like over the counter, kinda. It was like $60 every other day or so. Like, I would get like a wheelchair and they would last me like 2 days max. Yeah, mashallah, enjoy. They do have medicines here, but like a lot of them require a prescription from the doctor, and like, well, my antidepressants are for my anxiety, but those are like over the counter.
This is a lie. The antidepressants she references are actually black market, which is quite common in the area of the world she is in.
Shukran. Wow. Right here?
Whatever you like, babe.
How about here? Oh, cool.
Oh, and because this tickled me to no end, I can't play the cringy music included, in a couple's vlog that was not on the couple's channel, Salah spoke to Chantal and said something quite, well, interesting. One, because Chantal was looking across at what I think was meant to be him, but his audio was coming from a different place, which made me think he wasn't sat opposite her, but nearer the camera.
I'll start with our rice.
Is it good, honey?
Yeah, so much.
So I'm gonna try this hummus. It has sumac and olive oil.
Afterwards, they went on a romantic walk. This is probably the most walking she's done in quite some time.
Hey, let's go home.
Yeah, enough, because just now we ate, guys. So, yeah. Enough exercises today and walking. Alright guys, it's time to go home.
Yalla, let's go. Can't wait to miss Julia.
Julia. Alright guys, so catch you in another video.
I've never seen someone look so fed up of being vertical in my life. What fascinates me is that I've been sat at my desk making August for 4.5 hours and my hips hurt from being sat down for too long. She's the opposite.
And a bunch of pickles.
Yes. Look at these pickles, guys. Bismillah.
It was only a week ago when that video came out that Chantal was talking about how it wasn't worth dying over pickles for high blood pressure. Oh, and since Chantal totally doesn't obsess over everything everyone says about her, this is what she says about the Twitter folk.
And I seriously don't know how people can accuse someone of not having a life when you do that all day, like nitpicking the dumbest things, spending all day on Twitter trying to tear someone down. I've said this a million times. I don't even have Twitter. So whenever people are talking about me, are they talking to themselves? Like, they literally are. I also realized something else that's very empowering. Yeah, a lot of people don't like me. I don't need you to. I don't care. Like, who are you? I don't like you either. There, now we're unfriends. I have enough people in my life who love me. I don't care.
I don't watch her, Rebecca. I'm not putting any more of my time into watching anything negative. I made that pact to myself and to Salah, and we just decided to just ignore everything and just live our lives.
Salah was being very supportive. And people have to make it a negative thing. It's some people's literal jobs online to try to twist something and making it into a negative. Just because we're not making out or doing really haram things on camera, and because Salah's first language is not English, any interaction, even though he's being completely loving, has to be awkward or a sign that he doesn't love me.
He doesn't love you, the marriage is fake, and quite frankly, the delivery is beyond parody.
Hey, babe.
Hi, baby. Actually, I want to say something.
Sure, baby, go ahead.
This food is quite expensive, but actually it's worth it.
You think so?
Yeah.
I was telling them it's pretty pricey just for the small. How much? $25? For both things. A lot of people were recommending it to me. I'm glad I did. Maybe next time we could just share a large. Yeah.
Okay guys, see you later.
Yes, well, that totally changed my mind. So to finish the month of August 2023, we actually have a bit of a surprise here. Chantal, well, as many would have noticed on Twitter, didn't go to Canada. She didn't travel there. No, she travelled somewhere else entirely, which led to much speculation, of course, and of course clapping back at for speculating and guessing and not getting any of it right, because Chantal went in the other direction. Queries about Salah cropped up, for example, if he's Syrian, does it make him a citizen because Syrians must obtain a visa before entering into Thailand? Yes, Chantal got 2 seats, for example, on her flight. She claims they were lucky. Okay, but the fact remains, Chantal and Salah went to Bangkok, and they vlogged this on their couple's channel. So I'm going to play a couple clips of that now.
We are in Thailand! Sawadee ka! Inshallah, I'm so excited.
Me too. I'm a little hot and sweaty from walking around. I'm not in the best shape, but
You'll be okay, inshallah.
Yeah.
We're on the smallest plane of life right now.
Random copyright, yes, I have to do this little bit of vocal fair use, palaver nonsense malarkey thing. Duda, what's it? You're welcome. Continuing.
A coffee.
So we have 4 hours or so left. I'm on my second movie.
So while we did book our seats together, mashallah, the extra seat in the row, nobody was sitting there, so we used it for extra room. It's just, more spacious and more comfortable for us, and we could put the blankets and pillows in the middle. And as you can see, I can use the center tray, which, of course, because mine doesn't come all the way down.
I swear, I'm so sweaty and gross.
What's fascinating to me about the month of August is, financially, she can't have done that well from views. Yes, she has visas, but those numbers took a bit of a knock, courtesy of the incident with Marty. Whether that persists into September, I'm not entirely sure. But for now, Chantal is doing the very thing nobody thought she would do, and actually go somewhere other than Kuwait, to experience other cultures and fail miserably, like trying to use chopsticks.
I'm not good with chopsticks, as you can tell. Alright. Let's try it. Wow, the fish sauce is so delicious.
As impressive as this is though, her going and doing other things, it should be noted. She has yet again partaken in doxing. She's employed bad tactics, made excuses for not doing what is better for her, and over the course of September you're going to understand just how dangerous things have gotten for her now. As far as her health goes, she is doing everything she can to downplay the severity of the danger she's in. At 39 years old, she does not get many years left to correct this. Not without a shortcut, and that will cost money. Something which she's too busy spending on her bride, groom, whatever he is. Compared to other months, this one is going to be shorter. Not because less happened, but because myself and my lovely mod, Leona, took a bit of time away because honestly, the ball ache that this has become. But we'll start strong and see how far we get. Chantel for the month of September 2023 was beezing it up in Bangkok, Thailand. So most of the content we're going to look at is actually the couple's content that was produced by Chantel and Salah, her pay-per-view husband. What's amusing is this is not a cheap holiday, although it's not really a holiday at the same time. It's a way of getting around certain visa problems. If it's not tax problems back in Canada, it's visa problems in Kuwait. So what Chantel needs is money, really, but that's not what she's getting. In fact, she streamed quite a few times and made absolutely sod all. She is losing because she is trying desperately to live a delusional version of a life to make it seem like she is something that she will never be. And the persistence in this is only going to hurt her more as she loses more. In a stream titled Bangkok Bees, Chantel wore quite a lovely, lovely hat. Not even lying, I thought it was kind of cool. This hat, by the way. A few weeks later, because I'm going to have to for this particular story, Eerie Pepperoni has that hat, and I appeared in her chat.
Omegon, what's up? Is this the real Omegon? I'm like honored if it is. Like, dude, is this you? You want my hats? Holy fucking shit, Omegon's in our chat, y'all. Okay, so here's what I'll do. How about we do this? We can play this game. I like this game. I have a game in plan. I will receive the hat. Okay? I will take my little photos with it. And then I will pass the hat on to you, Omegon. Only if you promise to pass it on to another reactor. Does that sound like a deal? Sweet. Okay. When I receive that hat, I'll take my pictures, I'll hit you up, and I'll send it to you.
And she sent it to me. Yes, at time of recording, the hat is in transit. But let's play a few clips from that Bangkok Bees stream, just to see how entertaining Chantel is. Generally, if you're a live streamer, I found having some kind of intro would do you some good. To get your audience there first, they don't just see you swirling a drink, looking disinterested, like you don't actually want to be there. Like your entire existence online is to be a live streamer to make money through donations, because there's no way with new YouTube terms of service you're getting monetized afterwards.
So I have some breakfast. Whoa. The best grilled cheese ever, I swear. Whoops. Burger King is not halal here, so I was craving it.
It's been a long time. Long day.
Oh my gosh. We did a lot yesterday. Dinner last night, I don't know what it was, but we ate it. It was weird. Like, the food situation is kind of weird.
If you are one of the people that watched the entire hour and 3-minute long stream, you'll realize it was just her eating and talking about what she's already recorded for the Chantel and Salah, or Salah and Chantel, I can't remember which way, YouTube channel. A channel we are going to focus our energies on because there are a number of points I'd like to raise. The obvious being, yes, they're clearly not a couple, stop forcing it. I've never seen two people look so uncomfortable in my entire life. The first video though is a Madame Tussauds vlog, so that's where we're going to go now.
Hi guys, we are here at the Siam Discovery Center. We are going to Madame Tussauds Wax Museum.
So before going to the museum, we decided to have a quick little snack as we were going to have a bigger dinner later on in the evening, so we didn't want to fill up too much. I also feel like a balloon walking around on a full stomach, so no thanks. Free bread and butter for the win. I at first thought this was Bret Michaels.
Hey beautiful lady, do you want to ride?
Sure, let's go, yalla.
Yeah, let's go. Oh, sorry, there's no wheel.
Oh, okay. Well, forget that idea.
There is nothing remotely forced with that interaction. The relationship is 100% real. There is not a Nerf gun to my head forcing me to say these things. Yalla. To the next vlog, we're going to go to an animal sanctuary. Tiger Park, in fact. This brings up many bones of contention, and I don't like this particular animal park for a number of reasons that we'll get to, but go figure, someone that likes halal meat, which is animal cruelty, is known to have harmed her own animals and mistreated them for years, neglected them for years, would be okay with going to an animal park where they are heavily drugged. Here's some relevant clips now.
When you enter, you need to purchase the ticket that you want. There's also a souvenir shop. We're taking a picture with the smaller tigers.
Something I'd noticed in the quality of these vlogs was that Chantal was trying to make it seem like a travel brochure vlog, an influencer style of, you can do this, this and this, you should go and check it out. I don't know if that was her feeble attempt at trying to perhaps get sponsorships from places she would visit in the future, but based on the views she gets for these videos, I don't believe for any place that she would visit, it would be worth it for that place because Chantal has a rather unique community. They are only interested in her poor decisions, and then summarily review bombing the place she visits. In this instance, there's criticisms anyway, and I've already mentioned them. Additionally, even if Chantal managed to create a new community, they would eventually leave because of the other community she has already created. They're a lot stronger. Let's go with that. The clip I'm playing without the audio now is to highlight a point. Chantal says she's 360-ish, right? She has to take 2 steps back to lean forward far enough for her short arms to get into the sink to wash her hands. While she is vertically challenged, I do not believe for a second she's anywhere near 360. That would be a lofty goal for someone like Amber when she started on YouTube. And Amber at 360 was slimmer than you, and you're not far apart in height.
Hello guys, I'm so excited to pet the little baby tigers. Those are the big ones. Oh my gosh, no way.
I'm not scared like 1% at all.
Nice. Pretty tiger.
That's amazing.
Oh.
The eye of the tiger.
Oh my gosh. So cute. Beautiful. This one's nice.
You know, when you take out all the BS, you can make a YouTube short instead. Consider that a potential career change for you, Chantal, when you're not trying to be some kind of presenter hostess. Although I won't deny, the photo in the frame, that's kinda cool. But as I'm not a big fan of animals in captivity, I have to firmly take a stance against these kind of shows. And Salah, trying to look tough, is adorable. Your pay-per-view husband has all the muscle mass of a receipt.
I'm waiting my turn to buy some jumping shrimp. Basically eating shrimp alive. I'm brave.
A jumping shrimp?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me.
No. You can stun them with the sauce. They're still moving.
Yeah.
I can't.
What's this like?
Actually, it's a good flavor.
Earlier I mentioned review bombing. Well, here's one. My stay was the worst experience of my life. They put my family next to a woman who smelled like a blend of sulfur and blue cheese. I asked for a different room, but none available. The noise every night of adult activities was not fun, explaining to my children, Julia and Harry. She had the audacity to tell me I should have boarded my children instead of bringing them with us. Front desk was also out of toothbrushes. Rooms 1 out of 5, service 1 out of 5, location 1 out of 5. Can anyone say they are honestly surprised that this happened? Can anyone also be honest and say they're surprised when Chantal is, as she put it herself,
fat-shamed in public in Thailand?
It's quite impressive to me that she made a big deal out of this to an extent, because the obesity rate in Thailand is close to 50%.
She's so sweet. Baby. No. You eat food, just food, yeah. You eat too much. Too much, yeah. But the food in Thailand is yummy. Yeah, Thailand really good. Hi, sweetheart. Aww. There you go. Thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw this, my first thought was, wait, you paid them to tell you you're fat? People on the internet have been doing it for free for years.
Oh, yeah. Whoa.
No way, Leon. Wait.
No way, wait! No way, Leon! Babe, my whole chin just fell out.
Which one?
You and Salah like super mean, Sadie. I can't have kids. If you mean adoption, I don't really know what the future holds. Honestly, it's something we don't really talk about public, but we do talk about it behind the scenes, especially like before getting married. Please go to London.
Within the month of September 2023, my favourite part of it was this part. It was tweeted out by many people. Perfectly imperfect, seen across New York City, yikes, images. Shame on YouTube for allowing this Chantal Serault, aka #FoodieBeauty, to stay on their site. Quite an impressive thing. I didn't at first believe that this was real. I didn't believe somebody would make a concerted effort to put this anywhere. Well, it turns out it is, and we have video proof of it. In the grand scheme of things, if you really want to get YouTube's attention, perhaps plaster that all over their head offices. If you can be asked to go from the East Coast to the West Coast. Perhaps now will be a good time to go to another Chantal and Salah vlog. This time to a monastery, or a sanctuary anyway. The Sanctuary of Truth is what it's called, where we get pictures like this, with Chantal taking a seat on what she thought was a bench, but was in fact an offering table.
Breathtaking, isn't it? This, guys, is the Sanctuary of Truth in Pattaya, Thailand. This impressive structure is many things. A symbol of Hindu and Buddhist beliefs, a culture-preserving museum, and a haven of peace and magnificent views.
They either read the brochure for that, or ripped it straight off of Wikipedia.
Oh, there's fish over here. A rooster, a peacock. Wow, amazing.
Before anyone thinks it, yes, I'm pretty sure in this particular vlog, Chantal was a bit light on payment for his acting classes.
You can do it, babe.
Okay, slowly. So I just got this hat. It's like reading in Mortal Kombat.
While these vlogs are quite ordinary and the comments are heavily regulated, my favourite part comes with no level of irony when it concerns Chantal's newfound, well, for this year anyway, modesty. And that is that Salah is not modest enough, even with his Raiden hat on.
So there is a modest dress code for the Sanctuary of Truth. So Salah had to wear some below the knee, traditional looking type of shorts. Now, when we arrived, I think the staff assumed I would want to use the lift. I did appreciate it as the staff was so friendly and came with me, but Salah was told to use the stairs. LOL. Hi, baby.
When your pay-per-view husband is forced to dress proper and then forced to take the stairs, I think it would have only been funnier had you been made to take the stairs and he be allowed the elevator. Earlier you saw an image of Chantal being a little bit on the disrespectful side. That's the part I now want to play before we move on to another one of their cute little, they call them vlogs, but let's face it, they're not. Something that baffles me about Chantal going to these kind of places is their belief systems, while she'll concede similar in some respects, don't line up with her claimed belief system, so she won't in the vlog talk about that, because that would be wrong. And not at all because she knows sod all and won't know how to articulate a good point. I doubt Salah could either, to be honest.
As I mentioned previously, Salah and I are devout Muslims in our belief in God, so we will not be discussing a lot of the philosophy and theistic beliefs or going into detail regarding that.
It seems that no matter what religion or spiritual belief you follow, they all have very similar values when it comes to human comportment and ethics and things like that. Very interesting.
That's the look of somebody trying to be smarter than they are, and yes, I'm playing it on loop so you can really take the condescension in. Uneducated condescension, but condescension nonetheless. On to the next vlog. This one, Muslim couple visit Arab street in Bangkok. Yay.
We are on our way to Arab Street here in Bangkok. Yes, that's right, Arab Street. Bangkok has a district that is full of halal and Arab restaurants, Arab-owned markets and shisha cafes.
Most of the shisha cafes here have mixed menu, but they have halal. I was so excited to see halal. So since we were starving, we ordered food before the food. Alright, I know, after all that talk about Arabic food, we ended up getting some Indian food. I cannot resist a good palak paneer.
I'm not going to judge cuisine too much, but I won't deny the very first thing I said when I was doing a research stream was, because I've misheard her, was that one of those dishes looked edible, the other looked like something passed by a cow. Now, as you can see, the fake intimacy. This is where we get to have some fun, folks. They share a shisha, the arm is over her shoulders, which we've seen in the Tiger vlog as well, to feign this relationship, make it look as legit as it can, to take away the attention from the fact that Chantel is trying to get back to Kuwait because of the visa issues she couldn't. Expect more vlogs like this in the future in different countries when Chantel has to reapply for those visas. The lengths she will go to maintain the facade is astonishing, but also a damning indictment for just how sad she is.
I'm sweating buckets. Soaking wet.
For the month of September 2023, this was the last couples vlog they had done in Thailand. It is the weakest of the lot because most of it is in the tuk-tuk with an obscene amount of engine noise, and for Chantel then to counter that with ambience while trying to look remotely affectionate with Salah, Exhibit A.
Sorta.
Yes, that was cringe. So let's move on.
I always have a special place. I don't know what to say about visitors who left because, you know, Holy Trinity, for example, and this is not drama, not knocking them because they'll always have a special place in my heart, but they were around during my most pathetic time when I was with someone who they hated, They knew what he was like and they were still here for me, but they seemed to disappear after I got with Salah. You know, because like I think they didn't think that like, you know, what I was doing at the time was like good. But it's like, to me, real friends stick around no matter what. And like they were around for all that crap, but now they're not.
Just in case you are unaware, Chantel's audience is dwindling. Her regular beezers are no longer regular beezers. She is losing members, hemorrhaging views, viewers, donations. And it's because she is trying desperately to maintain this facade. If she quit this, went back to Canada, and just carried on doing her crunk streams, I think she'd get all her beezers back in no time. If she went for a drive to go get herself some nashies in whatever part of Canada she was in, I think they'd come back. If she looked after herself and actually lived a proper life, as opposed to one where it is entirely bought and paid for by beezers who are leaving, which means the ability to do this will only go on for so much longer, then she will continue to lose. But she doesn't seem to want to believe that. She seems to still want to believe that this is her life and is the very bestest life she could ever have.
Sometimes it's just nice doing things, you know, just going out for like getting your space from, you know, like we don't have to be together 24/7, which we are mostly, I'd say 26/7, so we're not sick of each other or anything. It's just
If I want to go for coffee and he wants to stay in the room, there's no problem with that.
Now, it wouldn't be a month without a mukbang of some kind, and Chantel, ever the careful, has taken it upon herself to share some of the lip-smackingly horrid sounds of ASMR and her doing her usual and not noticing that she's spilling everything on herself and then continues as if nothing happened at all. The mantra of keep calm and carry on would be applicable had she even realised what she'd done.
Samosa. Nice hiss.
It's expensive as heck. I mean, I'm sorry, but this size, this is not big enough. This is like, I'm gonna be hungry still. I know what you're thinking, gross, whatever, who cares, fat shame me, I'm over it. But I want more food, like, for the price. Like a medium at least.
Many of us agree that is at least a medium, in our countries anyway. And Chantel, just before we get closer to the end of this, in fact, was being recorded while she recorded. She felt like a celebrity for that.
It's not stemmed from being self-conscious.
Eating in public, and the thing I don't like about public is just too many people. I don't know, the excitement, the noise. But I'm okay right now. It's okay, I actually realized that. Someone took a picture of me? Oh.
But that's not the part I want to latch onto. It's the border hopping. Chantel has said a few things, and this is where I want to end it. I know I could have included Salah with his snarky little clips here and there, trying to act big tough, but to be honest, it just further proved he's a paid actor, and a really bad actor. So instead, let's finish with the border hopping accusation.
Why is that a big deal? Why is that a conspiracy? I had someone send me an email like, we know you're just border hopping, you dumb cunt. Like, what the heck? Why are you so angry? Like, who cares? How does this affect your life? Okay, this is my new favorite.
We are so close. The pain, folks. Well, I took this month off and it's 10 minutes shorter in September. It's still hell, okay? Smash the like. If you don't, you're committing, quite frankly, a The beginning of the month of October 2023 was a challenging one for Chantel because she was stuck in Thailand, leading to many to speculate, I believe accurately, the reason why is because of visa issues. Also, because she was stuck there, she didn't bring enough of her own medication she required, including antidepressants. But it equally could be that she simply didn't have enough money anymore, much like when she crunked it up in Cuba. One of the first posts I saw concerning Chantel still in Thailand was a video of her explaining what it felt like for her, a Muslim, to be in Muslim countries, shortly after which, community posts. I'll show you the clip first.
You know, I've gone through a lot more there, a lot more pain, a lot of happiness, but a lot more pain than Kuwait. So, and I just like, as a Muslim, I just like being in an Islamic country. It's so much easier.
Community post number 1. Of course, this sad creature has to leech her pathetic self and make an immediate live stream as soon as she can about this. I comment on your smoking because you used to rage in your live streams about me smoking near my pets when you have 2 in your home and you chain smoke around them, so shut it. Also, yes, I smoke, but the reason, you daft idiot, I make fun of you doing it is because it has fried your vocal cords, making you sound like a literal witch who eats children and steals pets. Oh wait, so your new name around here is French fried vocal cords. Has nothing to do with the fact that you actually smoke. It's the fact that when you laugh you sound like a decaying bathwoman from room 237 The Shining. And you are the joke cause you invented having a man, came online to insult me and my family while supposedly grieving your dead mum. Make every minute of your pathetic online existence about me, yet bitch and moan about how disgusting we are and our content is lazy, blah blah. Excuse me, moron. We all have seen your pathetic vlog attempts to quit project. You are also a joke because you don't realise how ridiculously hypocritical you look sitting on your flat ass, wit out, camming up at £300 or so yourself, and not showing yourself, thank goodness, and calling me fat. Complete stunted idiots with no life and weight issues criticising someone doing better than them. You lie to your audience every day about our lives because you are always wrong with your stupid BS conspiracies. You are all mouth. You would have never had the courage to do any of what I've done, and in reality you are just a sad sack of what crap who has to observe with hate and vitriol someone else living their life. You are like a huge sticky booger that won't leave. Anyway, enjoy your time here because what goes around comes around and your time is coming. It always does for everyone. P.S. boozy. I'm sure you're excited to call this a rage and make this video. Go for a scooter ride and fall off again and get a life plea. This time, I hope your hideous wig falls off though. Don't get too excited, this is not a raid. The caps are for emphasis. Included an image of a thumbnail for a stream with her smoking, and FFG, Nick Diorio and Ethan Ralph all merged together. Another post of interest. And before you zombies say it's a low blow to bring up her mum, but sit there and watch her regularly call my mum a whore, yeah, you can all shut it too. I have no sympathy for someone like this, sorry not sorry. I am going to state quite clearly, I am not going to agree or disagree with some of the things that Chantal has said concerning what lines should or should not be crossed when others do it. I won't cross the lines myself, simple as that. But when it comes to the community that is a part of Gorl world, but not because apparently everyone involved is removed from it, you often find that the well is just being further poisoned by everyone involved because they're not really interested in discourse, they're only interested in complaining because that's all they've got. A pathetic leech-life existence of either throwing money at your favourite hack or watching as Chantal gets nothing. Quite simple really, isn't it? Maybe I should do it more often. Then I can brag I bought a house.
I didn't plan very well for this trip, meaning that I didn't bring enough antidepressant medication. So, and that's the one that keeps me from people. I'm just joking. So anyway, we went to look for, why am I lying? Salah went and looked for like just a surrounding area. Yes, he helps me, okay? What's the shame in that?
Now, October is the building up month to the days of spoop. Yes, I said that. Chantal, as a Muslim revert, has tried to justify and explain Halloween as a Muslim revert, and during one of her rather crappy, trashy mukbangs, does that.
I think even though I'm a Muslim revert, I'm still learning. I'm still reading the Quran, the Hadiths. I'm still really having struggles with changing things in me that maybe are macro or looked down upon in Islam. I'm still having trouble, eradicating or getting used to this new life. Celebrating Halloween, I think, is fine as long as you're not using it to like worship the devil. So I think I have to find a balance, like from culturally my old way of life, when I was in Canada, and it's part of my identity, and the new culture I'm living in now. I have to say, I'm gonna find a way to celebrate Halloween. We'll see. Maybe there is a store.
In the month of October, YouTube introduced changes to terms of service for what is hate, cyberbullying, and all the other nonsense words that are buzzy buzzness. Yes, Chantal loves her community tab and posted, "Looks like YouTube is cleaning out the non-tent creators. I am willing to bet that some other hate channels are on borrowed time. You nasty people of Gorl world really think that all that negative energy and stealing of content is not going to come back and bite you in the ass? Lamau, I told you. Maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow, but it will, and yes, I'm being smug, I think I deserve it." Following it up with, "If you look like this, would you have the nerve to call another person a pig? Honest question. Only one pig mad is you, since you rage about me every night instead of spending the time with your imaginary lumberjack boyfriend. Can't wait for your channel to be yeeted next, just like Just Boozing over here. There. You aren't transformative, you're a hate channel, it's only a matter of time. Maybe ask if the Motel 6 needs a plumber since you look like one anyway." I swear these two need to have sex and get it over and done with. They can both deny it as much as they want, but let's face it, you two need the release. Comments, "She is obsessed, what a sad life she must lead. And that voice sounds like Linda from Bob's Burgers." I like Bob's Burgers. Chantal was also trending a couple times over this month, and each time it was the same crap. But I want to next go to a clip from Just Breezing, or Breezy in this instance. Tweeted by Bay's Pinky Finger, lol, quote, "I don't want to repeat like false information, but let me repeat some like false information concerning Whiplash and Chantal. One look at their Twitter shows they drag TF out of her daily with the rest of us."
Gina said, "I found some Foodie Beauty supporters who are also active AF on reaction channels. It's so weird and confusing." There's one Foodie Beauty supporter that is like a reaction channel too, or was trying to be. I don't know. I saw Raimi talking about them, and I guess they I don't want to repeat like false information, but if you go on Twitter, they said that it's a channel called like the Whiplash, and they're a supporter of Foodie Beauties, and I don't know.
Breezy is becoming a bit of a gift apparently on the internet. This is not a good look. Bay also tweeted an image from Just Breezing on her Twitter, who had added Team YouTube because Chantal is being accused of bullying and harassment. Just to be clear here, if Chantal is bullying and harassing FFG, FFG is definitely bullying and harassing Chantal. It is not one rule for me, but not for the French fried Goral Queen. No. Just Breezing also accused YouTube of promoting eating disorders in the context of Chantal's mukbangs. which is where many do believe Chantel's going to get screwed in the future. October is also a good month, a happy month for Salah. It was his birthday, so Chantel obviously posted a lovely community post sucking him off, because it's the nearest she'll actually get to doing the real thing. Because Chantel's not remotely spiteful in the slightest, she has decided to create a form of reactionception of sorts. Community post. Okay guys, please support my new channel. I will be doing content on their reacting to things. Not lazy reacting either and just doing lives and stealing content. These are going to be actual reactions to various topics and people and creators. Once I reach 500 subs on this new channel, I will put out of the first video shortly after. Okay, here is the link. The channel, Foodies Reacts Back. How exciting. Now obviously this went down like a lump of lead in her stomach. So Chantel, in her community post, imagine stealing content and making a few brainless fat jokes and crying when you are demonetized? Lol. You know why you channels like this crapola below are being demonetized? Because of stupid crap like this. You are grown adults, some with children, and you spend all day refreshing Twitter for dumb tweets like this? Go on vacation and enjoy your sad lives. If that's even possible at this point. Speculating and discussing how many burgers I eat when the camera is off sounds more boring than stamp collecting. Stamp collecting's cool. Anyway, psychos. Don't pride yourselves in thinking I pay attention to these weird areas of the internet. No one has to pride themselves because they know you do anyway, Chantel. These community posts that you summarily delete on a regular basis are proof of it, which are mostly archived by Leona anyway. You continue on with, I have always said people with eating disorders need to eat. Just because we eat on camera doesn't mean we are displaying eating disorder behavior at that time. All my binge eating happens offline and I don't need ignorant zombies to believe it anyway. YouTube would have to do away with the entire mukbang community if that were the case. They'd also have to get rid of the competitive eaters. I do believe in this instance the person she's referring to is Negs, because the image on the third part of this has a Cash App on it and it has his name on it. So I do believe that is who this is being referred to, whilst also taking a dump on God, the crap. Chantel later decided to go back on the Foodie Reacts Back channel and instead change it to Everyday Mariam, where she will discuss her life as a Canadian Muslim revert. I put out a community post saying, sorry again about the reaction channel. I have this problem where I start things without thinking them through. I decided to use the new channel, though, for something I enjoy more, vlogs and such. I want to have separate channels for different types of content I want to make. But you don't make different content. You pay your husband to appear on the Chantel and Salah channel, or Salah and Chantel channel, which costs you money and it's not doing very well. Your main channel is just mukbangs, so what could you possibly do that's different? I think you could do other things, but you won't, because that involves effort and you lose the energy. Without the thrill of poor decisions and the toxicity, which you thrive on, you're kind of, well, easy to deflate.
Onion rings are good, but they need a sauce. I actually had breakfast today, so...
On the 8th of October 2023, Chantel put out a community post. Shocker, I know. Hey guys, so I have an announcement. I will be taking a break from YouTube to try and find some new platforms. I am no longer interested in putting an effort into making content anymore when it is just stolen by several imbeciles and leeches who are too lazy or boring to make their own content. Wish you all well. It didn't last long, obviously. Also, Chantel's right. There are several creators who just react to her content the moment it goes up. One has 4 channels devoted to her. But she's not a grifter, everyone. Not long after, Chantel did put out another post saying, hey guys, so I have more time to think, and I just want to say how appreciative I am to those who do appreciate and watch the content we make. We are very grateful. I didn't mean to sound ungrateful. My last post was more about how crazy it is that YouTube allows others to just make an entire channel about someone and use all of their content. If this has happened to you as a creator, I'm sure you'd understand. Anyway, I have some videos already made I will upload. I didn't mean to sound ungrateful because I'm very happy with all of you and appreciate you all so much. I'll just be patient because YouTube has already demonetized a few reaction channels, so we will see. I will leave it at that and quit complaining, but just know that if you're one of these channels, you majorly suck for stealing the content of others. To the rest, have a nice day. If you heard me crack my knuckles, I'm not sorry. Now, this might be in the wrong place, this post, because Chantel did put out another one, quite an aggressive one concerning BBJ, but it was edited, just to be clear. So I'm going to read one of those versions for you now. OMFG. Of course I care about BBJ nitwits just because I had to rehome her, which I decided to do, and not euthanize her, otherwise how did the goblin steal her, which she will pay for either with the law or karma. Doesn't mean I didn't care about a cat I had for 20 years. FFG had her for a few months, and she looks like she's on death's door more now than ever. Blind people. Also, how are you morons going to condemn me for wanting a vet's opinion on putting down my pet when the monster you worship for saving BBJ euthanized 2 of her pets? Anyway, I'm done giving you brain-dead morons any more attention and content with these posts. Stay blind, whatever. The left picture, BBJ in FFG's care. The right picture in my care. Quote, BBJ's being taken care of now, sorry. You zombies are real dense. First off, you were all lied to about who has the cat. Second, BBJ's wasting away, which is animal abuse. She is emaciated. I will be calling animal control, and I encourage you all to actually gave a crap about BBJ to do the same. Truth is, none of you cared about BBJ, you only cared about making me mad and for drama entertainment. What amazing people you are. And don't say I didn't care about her because I choose to rehome her because the person I was talking to lied to me. Sometimes what is best for the animal, if sick and you can clearly see she is here, is to do the humane thing. FFG, you know a lot about that with your dogs you put down. So sick you support an actual animal, that word, because BBJ does not look good at all. Stop holding the cat hostage over your beef, you psycho. How is someone who doesn't like cats going to take care of one? Sick people. And I don't watch that evil witch who looks like Pee-wee's enemy. Someone sent this to me concerned and suggested I call Montreal Animal Control. They will find you, as I know your former address was someplace. I can't wait for your karma to come, and don't say she was shaved for having mats. I never had to shave her, and FFG's had her since February, so any mats are from her neglect.
911, what is your emergency? Hello? 911, what is your emergency?
I think my husband's going to die. He's bleeding profusely. There's so much blood everywhere. Help me.
Sorry, love. Can you repeat that?
The anger, the aggression, the lashing out, the back and forth between Chantel and members of continue through the month of October. Chantel's community posts, all since deleted, are a great example of this. First, of course, the dumbass with no life will go live now and talk about this for hours. #loser. Wonder who that's about. Following it up with, the real Chantel. Oh, you mean when I defend myself against someone coming for me first? Someone we thought was a friend but called me all kinds of names and threw us under the bus for clout and views? This is why these channels are crap. What you are showing is a provoked reaction by me, and you are leaving out the whole picture as usual. Following that up with, hey, French fried grifter.
Here's a pic of her being taken to get groomed as soon as we got home. Stop the lies.
We regularly take her. Only one here who looks like an animal neglector, and that word is you. Why did you kill, your second dog again? Because its grief was bugging you, and you had to go on drives to cry instead of taking the dog with you? Show the vet records for that, you hypocritical creature. Her fur is long and thick and always looks like this no matter how much we brush and get her groomed. We don't owe you any explanation.
Hanzira.
Until you explain why BBJ looks emaciated in your care, and why you put down your second dog.
Hypocrite.
Loser. Get bent. Oh. And I included a picture of you so everyone can see who you had the nerve to call beaters on anyone when you hide your 12 chins yourself, idiot. Your fried ponytail is on too tight. If BBJ looks like that because of when she was in my care, compared the other two pictures, moron. Right one is in FFG's care, left one is in mine. I never put down my pets and she did. She followed this up with, her cat hates her as a quote. You reaction channels are real crap. Stop lying and twisting things for content. You are all liars. It's insane she's been glued to me since I came home. Insane how anyone thinks that crap is content. Why don't you talk about something relevant instead of how much rice someone eats or what their visa status is? Boring lives much? And when you have no better content to put out, then comment on how much rice someone's eating. #winning. Because Chantel's not done, of course, she in video form has a few words to say about world, and I thought I'd play those clips now. This also does end the speculation that she isn't back in Q8 yet. The chair behind her was the giveaway.
They talk about it, I don't know. That's right, Peachy. I'm prettier than 99% of Gore World, that's for sure. Sorry, not sorry. And yeah, Little Red Riding Hood, I still look 100 times better than that fat goblin. Disgusting, ugly goblin. Ugliest person on the internet, so whatever. Don't even entertain them. That's what they want. They need it. They need it for content. They have no life. They have no life. They provoke you, and then when you act ugly back, they're like, oh, well, too bad. I'll say what I want. Like, if I want to defend myself once in a while, I will. Whatever. Whatever, Toys R Us. Here come the Islam police. I don't care. Is she a good Jewish person? Does she do Shabbos? No, she doesn't. So kiss my ass.
They're all seething with jealousy. They're so pathetic because every single thing they predicted in their dumb conspiracies is wrong. I'm in Kuwait, bitches. What are you gonna do? Trust me, if I was unhappy with how I am, person, you would see some semblance of it.
That is 4 separate clips put together from 4 separate tweets, all from Barbecue Chicken. The 4th one is foreshadowing for November, I promise you that. Now, we haven't really looked in on the Chantal and Salah YouTube channel. I thought I'd do that before we continue with the vitriol and toxicity between FFG and Foodie Beauty, with a vlog called Tourist Couple Gets Stranded in a Flood on some road in Bangkok. So this is before they get back to Kuwait.
Hello guys, welcome back to another Bangkok vlog. We finally decided to check out Khao Road. From where we started in this video, it was only about a 15 minutes walk there.
We were reluctant to check out the famous street because it has a reputation of being Bangkok's red light district and party area, and we are just not into that.
The couple's vlog channel, for all intents and purposes, can be considered a dead channel. It only grows when it appears to have subs bought for it. The views are gradually going down. I will concede a lot of effort is made to make these videos. That cannot be denied, because unlike many others, she is actually recording herself in another country doing other things. But the expenses required to fund her non-existent husband as well as produce the content itself seems a bit much when the views don't really justify the extra effort being made. So back to her back and forth with FFG. French fried girl, karma, useless funkle-brained betch. Look how happy he is with the kids he chose to raise. P.S. and then some words I don't know. Shenanigans had put this out there with Chantal has always described her father as obese. I've seen pictures of him around the time of Chantal's birth, and he wasn't obese even then. Chantal just doesn't want to admit that the fat genes come from her mum's side of the family. And there's a point to that. Chantal is often quite dismissive of her father. She's been quite rude about him in the past. But the reality is quite clearly the mother's side. Many of us are very open about there being clearly one side that is larger than the other. On my family's side, it's my mother's side. My father's side are quite lean. You've seen pictures of Cthulhu, right? Look at them. 100% beach body ready. Just like me, of course. Look at me, I'm gorgeous. Unlike literally everyone in this video.
First, let me begin by being absolutely clear. Canada, unequivocally and in the strongest possible terms, condemns these terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas. We stand with Israel.
Yeah, speak for yourself, Trudeau, okay? I can't believe I ever supported you. This Canadian, born and raised, supports a free Palestine. I do not support genocide. And as a Canadian, I'm disgusted that you support Israel. Free Palestine.
Yes, Chantal has been, as you may have noticed over the course of this month, injecting herself more and more into Middle Eastern politics, and is taking a very firm stance in favour of Palestine. We shall not, for the sake of this video, be drawing ourselves into that discussion too much, only showing what Chantal has said.
He's like, actually, first, is she vaccinated? And I said, well, the family we adopted her from said that she was vaccinated. And he's like, well, a lot of people will just tell you that. But if you don't have a vaccination card for her, I can't operate on her until she's fully vaccinated because maybe there will be an infection or something like this. Which I didn't know that the vaccines they get would have an impact on like infection prevention. I don't know. Her vet won't do it until she's vaccinated. And to vaccinate her, she can't be in her heat cycle because of the stress and her raised body temperature. So
since getting back from Thailand, Chantal has not been very well. She's been taking antibiotics, paracetamol, as well as cough suppressants to try and help her feel better, so she wouldn't be doing as many cooking videos going forward for a little while. Some had speculated perhaps COVID. I don't really care what she had, just thought I'd show you. But eventually, Chantal did regain her taste buds and started cooking like a pro yet again.
Medium high. Now not all the fat will evaporate because I fried it in butter for extra flavor. Dressing. What's your guys' favorite salad dressing? This one, and there used to be one, I think they still make it, but creamy cucumber. Alright. I can finally taste again though, at least. Mmm. Good dressing.
In a mukbang titled Eating Chinese Takeout for a Family, Chantal made a number of admissions. For example, she spoke about how Salah contributes more than she does in the relationship.
I was making like maybe 20 grand or so a month. But the catch was my life was full of toxic drama, my personal life. Now, I make less than that, obviously, but I have a partner in life helping me, not taking advantage of me financially, and is contributing, you know, even more than me.
She spoke about the mansion that never was. I do vaguely recall this as the place where I think Salah was going to move in with her, but that didn't happen.
Remember when I was going to rent that house? That house was $3,000 or more. I think it was even more. And I just told everybody like $3,000. And it was huge. Imagine the undertaking. And I would have had all that commitment to that house. And I would be leaving Canada anyway.
She admits that she only wanted the mansion to show off.
I mean, at the time, you know, I was like kind of devastated because I really wanted a change from the villa. And I wanted to have like a place that like made me look super like rich and posh. And if I'm being completely honest, I think in the back of my mind I had that. And I've learned since then that like it's so phony, you know?
She is testing YouTube's terms of service.
Oh my gosh. I was craving Chinese takeaway, I was. So here it is. Never had from this place before, but yeah, bismillah. And am I gonna eat this whole big meal for 85 people? Yes, I am. Every freaking last crumb. I'm not even gonna leave a crumb big enough for a mouse.
And she finally kept a promise on YouTube.
This was so good. These noodles, Chinese garlic sauce. I told you I wouldn't leave a crumb, and I'm not going to.
All these clips were obtained by Shenanigans, by the way. Thank you for getting these clips. You're a legend. In solidarity with Palestine, Chantal has boycotted a number of brands that have backed Israel. One of the biggest brands that she's boycotted, certainly within her own sphere of existence, is McDonald's. But she does claim that the reason she's boycotting is not just because of Israel, but also because their food is subpar and that she can make them better.
So I just made something really quick, like honestly, just like air fryer, hold on, onion rings, and knockoff McDonald's. I'm not eating at McDonald's anymore, so McDonald's snack wraps, which I can probably make better myself because I can put a boatload of ranch and more cheese. Like when you order snack wraps from McDonald's, they put a little sprinkle of cheese, even though McDonald's is rich and they can afford people to have more cheese.
It's called portion control, you uncultured swine. Portion control. The reason they don't put as much cheese in or sauces in is how they make so much money in the first place. Portion control. Additionally, yeah, you could make them better. In fact, you could save money as well to an extent, because you'd have to buy a certain number of them to sate your hunger. Your hunger is quite well known at this point.
When you have food in your house, you could just make it, you know? So I'm trying little things like this to be more responsible and not wasteful of the groceries I buy, especially with people who have no food in the world. Like,
she followed this mukbang up with a Taco Bell mukbang, and as someone pointed out in the comments, Taco Bell's parent company also own Pizza Hut, KFC, and they support Israel, as does Google and YouTube. Reply, oh well, we are at least boycotting what we can. And here I was thinking you were not the compromising type. Do I need a sarcasm sign for that part? Now, because Chantal is a boomer, in her video descriptions it was pointed out the Salah and Chantal YouTube channel link that she puts there doesn't actually take you to the couple's channel. In fact, it takes you to a channel called Syrian and Canadian, bracket Billy. This reminds me of Anne Boleyn's Must Be Pear Twitter, which became a parody account of her and is still going. Hello, parody person. Now after mukbang, after mukbang, after mukbang, after mukbang, she does another one, but with a surprising twist at the end of it.
I'm tapping out. I was super hungry and craving this, and then there's just too much food. I'm gonna go back to bed now. I don't know how I'm gonna feel day to day, so I don't know. Maybe I'll just see you guys when...
Quitter? How dare you? That's an L. You should be ashamed of yourself. How dare you waste food? I thought you were going to cook your own things to be more useful and less wasteful. Less wasteful? Less wasteful. Or shame on you, Chantal, for not sticking to your guns and having no conviction. I am totally surprised by this fresh revelation that you're a quitter.
Anyway, this guy was funny. He always used to bug Pete to go buy him chocolate bars in the... Because I was just as lazy as email. I wasn't going. And he would just sit there. He would, like... Poor guy. He was maybe, like,
I should take this as a warning. He was 40 and he was maybe literally 600 pounds and he was chain smoked. Okay guys, well, I'm gonna get off of here for now. I might go just sub up to my TikTok. Make a TikTok if you don't have one, if you want to. It's free and it's fun.
Now we should probably address the TikTok thing because Chantal's gotten in on it. As you've seen bits earlier with the Palestine commentary, all of which got yeeted by TikTok. She won't boycott the place though, which surprised me a little. By that I mean it didn't remotely. On a community tab, she said she was going to start going live on TikTok. Many people have pointed out to her that the links that she provided are being hacked, fake account stuff, but she believes it's all fake news. Her TikTok that she was going to stream was AI NPC reactions. Oh yes, Chantal is getting in on this. What a great day. And by that I mean suffering for all of us, because now you have to see it as well.
Dahlia! Thanks for the ice cream. Thanks for the rose, babe. Smells nice.
During a separate stream, Chantal showed us this, and it led to a comment of point that is not very good, the signs that we see on that. But she deleted the criticism before it could go any further. Now, as we haven't been at a community tab in a hot minute, let's go back there. Physical traits. You mean like talking about my appearance in every stream? Or having an entire channel targeting one individual or bullying over and over? Just saw this terms of service update. Very interesting. Time to email YouTube support again with all the timestamps. YouTube has allowed hate channels that target one individual to go on for too long. Quote, we consider harassment when it targets an individual with prolonged or malicious insults, end quotes. Yeah, sounds like having a hate channel might start fitting into that category as well as having solely one person, me, as the content. Anyway, just thought I would share this news. Included is a screenshot of the policies on hate and harassment. And in the context of all of this, she's not wrong, but also she falls foul of this far too often. Therefore she would likely be hit by it as well. Again, it is not one rule for me, but not for Queen Bees, the court jester.
Alright. So now, with that, we're going to add some cream. Just the rest of it.
I wanted to show you this from another one of her cooking videos, because in it, you can hear Chantal breathing a lot heavier, but also you notice that pink shirt she wore earlier in the year. She's put on weight. She's put on a lot more weight, sounding like she's run up a flight of steps. Multiple times, that is, to be that out of breath. But in this, she's just standing and stirring. The pressure being placed on her body because she is not controlling anything, while simultaneously trying to give off the impression that she is better, is the biggest fail of her entire Q80 arc. Because everything that she is doing is 100% a lie, but in turn she is harming herself through this. I don't know if this meal's any good, but you can see it on the screen being served in a dish that is exceedingly large, apparently for her husband. I don't believe that for a second, but alright. Moving on.
You can use any kind of onion you have, but the red onions have a bit more flavor, I find.
For a brief moment in October, right at the end, Chantal had attempted to embrace a level of modesty whilst posting these crappy little thirst traps to Arabian music. To do this, she went on her Instagram and she used a censor on her pictures. In one post, I'm editing and re-uploading pictures and not removing all my YouTube videos that show my face. The reason is mainly I have almost 500 YouTube videos showing my face. YouTube is also my profession while Instagram is not, therefore it makes more sense for me to change my Instagram. The thing is, Chantal, and I'm sure you know this, the majority of those that dislike you have seen every single crevice in your body. The only thing they haven't seen is inside your body, which I think they're grateful for at this point. No doubt the devastation wrought on your lower body on a regular, courtesy of that food you eat, would not be something they would want to see. Or maybe they do. I've often surmised that I can think of at least one of your haters who would go so far as to suck the peen of nada just to get a taste of what's been inside you. Chantal finished the month by not only messing around with filters on TikTok to try and use the animal ones akin to a VTuber, right? She also published lists of all the companies she's intending on boycotting. She doesn't hold true to that, I promise you that. She also posts 2 videos not far apart, $200 grocery hauls in Q8 Part 1 and Part 2. She spent a fair amount buying stuff. I wonder how much of that ends up in the bin.
Hi guys, welcome back to my kitchen. So today I have for you guys a grocery haul that's done completely online. I'll put the prices here in conversion, US and Canada. So I had a nap in between both groceries hauls. This one is, how much was this one?
When your videos are so boring, they don't have a most replayed moment, you know your content might be a bit crap. Spoken with no level of irony, of course, thank you for being that person to point it out. This concludes October. Now I know there are other parts of this I have left out. Some of it was too close to violating YouTube's terms of service, and I refuse to do that even while documenting what has been going on. So we're going to head into November now. We are heading down the final stretch of 2023 for Chantel, aka Mariam, aka Foodie Beauty, aka Beezer Productions, aka The Life of Blah Blah Blah, aka Big Beautiful Me. We're going to start with a mukbang, but first a tweet relevant to it. The amount of money Foodie Beauty has been spending on food must be astronomical. She just spent $200 on cheese and juice boxes for her grocery haul, and not even a day later is ordering $40 meals from DoorDash daily for her mukbangs. The mukbang in question is what we're going to be covering first. Perfectly Imperfect retweeted this with, "We all called it. Salah let her order her takeout and now she's all good." Chantel does know how to throw a strop. She is, as I've said many times over the years, an avatar for poor decisions. But also, if she doesn't get her own way, she has a tantrum. You can kind of see it in the thumbnail. The self-righteous, like, look at me, I got what I wanted. Now it's time for you to all experience it. She's right, we're all going to watch that together now. We're peak excitement.
Hi guys, hi. Assalamu alaikum. How is everybody? So, I have a lot to talk about. I don't feel like it because I just don't. I'm tired. I'm just sleepy, that's all. I have chicken burgers and all they had to drink was like Coke or Sprite, so not much choice there. I have fries, but there's like a random waffle fry in my fries, so bismillah. This meal deal came with 2 of their original chicken sandwiches. Cheese, mayo, lettuce, and pickles.
As you can tell, she's very happy at the moment, and with this happiness, she's very energetic.
Sorry.
Let's slip something that we're going to talk about in a moment.
But people don't seem to remember how people think I'm more unhealthy and eat more here. That's not true. My highest weight was in Canada. I was 402 pounds at the hospital. My blood sugar was 17. It's now like 6.
And also alludes to the fact that she and Salah, while still a total relationship, are still in fact together.
So we didn't break up. We're not getting a divorce. I was just thinking of going back to Canada temporarily for a visit to get rid of that homesickness feeling, but I really think I would be more homesick for here if I went there.
The temptation to play the why the fuck you lying meme is quite overwhelming, I will admit. Lying to yourself is quite a common practice with Chantel. She does it in all walks of life. When she mentioned her weight, for example, and blood sugar, don't worry, we'll get to that this month as well because there's a consequence for that too. Now let's quickly talk about the fact that she says she doesn't eat more, because I feel like there's a lie in there somewhere, a very obvious one. It's the fact that, as is well documented, you've done some clothes hauls. Over the months that you have worn these clothing items, they have stretched, the buttons on them getting tighter, and your body has filled it out more. You are barely able to walk as far, and in fact during the month of November, you try to do something to tackle it, which we'll get to later. This is you lying to yourself and your audience. The thing is, your audience vote typically 4-to-1 dislikes to likes. They really don't believe you. Oh, and I should point this out. Firstly, you mentioned at the start one of those random waffle fries and random onion ring made its way into your order. That's because you also ordered waffle fries and onion rings. Second, you mentioned your blood sugar level is 6. If you follow Chantel, you will know that comes from blood work from well over a year ago. She's gained about 100 pounds. There is no way it is still 6. Additionally, she mentioned wanting to go back to Canada because she wanted to visit and homesick and blah blah blah. We all know she will at some point in the future go back to Canada either to visit family briefly so she can sort out her visa to go back to Kuwait, or to go pay the taxman a visit and perhaps agree to a payment schedule. Maybe even go link up with Naddy Daddy because she knows that'll get her some views.
Do you know what that tastes like? Like a company that doesn't support genocide.
Part of the reason I felt that Chantel was posting a lot of mukbangs is because she knew it would get her some views. Those views, the stability from those views, could well then let her then explore her vlogging passion, where she buys the views, on a channel where she basically pays for the subs, allegedly. So with all those mukbangs where she's totally under 400 pounds, where I firmly believe she weighs still even under 400 more than 2 of me, she then goes and does a vlog like this, which I guess is quite exciting to an extent because it means Chantel's doing something different. The video tags are the following: Camel Whisperer, Amazing Animals, Animal Love, that's a no, Expat Life, Canadian in Kuwait, Arabian Camels. Her tag game is on point, everyone. Yes, Queen.
So because Chantel loves the camels, I decided to take her out to the desert today.
Quick thing, Chantel. With the camera being further back, we see more of you. You are making many claims about your weight being under 400 pounds, but in that you look bigger than when you did at the start of the year. All people have to do is go back to part 1 of this entire end of year series, and they'll see that yes, quite clearly, you are not what you claim to be. You are trying to catfish your audience? Sure.
Right?
Yes.
It's a warm hug.
Hey, what are you doing?
Maybe sick or something?
So thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed as much as I enjoyed making this video.
I put that bit in at the end because there's a point to this. Chantel makes a concerted effort making these videos for her channel. They're meant to be on the couple's channel, but I do believe during the month of November it was demonetized briefly. Something about changing the bank account associated with the AdSense account, I think. But the views on the main channel for this were trash. So all the effort with all the crappy transitions she was using, which you get in like Vegas Pro, not even a joke, didn't really make it worthwhile. And she's not making any money from these videos. So I don't quite understand why she made the effort all year to try and produce this kind of content with a fake marriage. Because on Chantel's channel the mukbangs have to come back because she needs the views, the next one is quite important. Firstly, she makes concessions about Salah, his driving situation, and of course does allude to her liver and her blood sugar, because it turns out you can't keep lying to your audience and expect them not to point out the obvious. The beatus is coming.
Look at my cheesesteak. I'm in a super good mood. Now I'm about to eat some super good food. Let's not beat around the bush. You get like a free burger if you order a certain meal deal. Beauty bite, cheesesteak. We bought a new car. The new car's not here right now yet. Because when you buy a brand new car, like, and you add custom things to it, like color, custom color and stuff. I wanted to clarify something because I know in one of my previous videos I said that I had my sugar was like 6. What I meant by that was recent. Not too long ago, like within the past month, I've had my blood tested.
The thing here, Chantal, is you can have your blood tested for many different things. Your blood sugar level doesn't have to be one of them. You could have had it tested for rabies. You could have had it tested to see if you're clapped. You could have had it tested to see if it's majority marshmallow. It means absolutely nothing. Now, in the next mukbang, she makes a rather interesting admission when it comes to family and what Salah's family think of her. Of course, I'm pretty sure most of this is a lie.
And we have friends and family here who love us. And yes, me too. They're aware of my past. But as long as I continue to try to do better, a past is just a past. Nobody can fault you for that. Hi. No one cares. We become so accustomed to filters and, you know, makeup to high heavens that we don't even really know what our natural beauty, like appreciate our natural beauty anymore.
Oscar Wilde once said, "A man's face is his autobiography. A woman's face is her work of fiction." Even without makeup, this seems oddly apt when it comes to you, don't you think?
We have questions. I don't know if you have any answers. So, Foodie Beauty went live the other day, and she was crying, and she said she's going to come back to Canada, and she said she's not really happy with Salah anymore, that their relationship has no intimacy, and she's lonely, and she wants to go home. What do you think about that?
He's her husband. Why she's lonely? Where is the husband?
Why
he don't stay with her?
Where is
she have deal. If she show her contract marriage, she will get ticket free.
Now that admission from Allah, who I'd completely forgotten existed, was caught by Piggy. I didn't know this. That was a really good catch, by the way. To notice that a 1-year contract might be in effect, which would mean that at some point, either at the end of this year or early next year, that contract might require a renewal. Will Chantal have the money for that? The next clip I want to show you comes from a mukbang titled Burger Fries and Pepperoni Pizza, where in it, Chantal starts by telling us that she has put a link in the description so you can then purity test many different companies that do or do not support Israel. If they don't, you should use them, according to Chantal. If they do support, then of course you should consider boycotting them. This to me feels a bit strange, because on the face of it, it feels like you are possibly getting close to what is or is not allowed within YouTube's terms of service.
Hello guys, assalamu alaikum, welcome back to another video. Before I start this video, I just want to say that I put a link in the description for a website that if you're choosing to boycott brands, restaurants and things like that, because of the occupation of Palestine, you can type in a company name if you're in doubt in there. It's like a search engine. It will pop up and tell you if it's on the if it supports Israel or not. I know sometimes there's products that may be on that list, and we're doing our best that we can. If you're interested and you want to know, definitely check it out. I definitely think you should, and we're trying to do that as much as we can.
Because many wanted to poke and prod and point out that she's a hypocrite with this statement, she did have to put out a community post, not like she needed an excuse to. Hey guys, so I wanted to clarify something about us boycotting products. We are not perfect. A lot of items we purchased, we did so before we started boycotting. Some we will use since we already bought it, and then may not repurchase. It may not be possible to boycott every single product on the list, but the major ones we are focusing on are McDonald's and Starbucks, and it is making an impact. Any bit helps, and for people to act self-righteous and virtue signal over nuance is just petty, especially when they themselves are not even trying to do anything to help as usual. So no, we are not perfect with the boycott, but new companies are always being updated, so sometimes we don't know. Anyways, bye! Oh, and hashtag Free Palestine, heart emoji.
Our anniversary is coming up, 1 year.
Now, beyond November being the month of spoop, yes, I said spoop, it is also coming up to the 1-year anniversary of Chantal and Salah. On the 2nd of November 2022, Chantal put out a video titled My Travel Journey from Canada to Kuwait. The interesting thing about this is, on November the 6th, Apathetic Facts put out a video in which she reports that Foodie Beauty said she's married. The day that Chantal had said the anniversary was coming up was November the 9th, so surely your anniversary has been and gone. Not that this in any way will stop Chantal and Salah from putting on a show for all of you to see how truly loved up they are. After a year of marriage, I'm sure he gets his ultimate reward, butt stuff. Now, as if this month couldn't get more complicated, there's actually another thing we need to add around this time. Chantal, she wasn't monetized. The Salah and Chantal YouTube channel more notably was not, and there was a theory for this. Chantel had moved her AdSense account out of Canada to Kuwait. For this, I'm going to play a video tweeted by Miss Anthrope, because it is quite important to understand the taxes aspect, and we all know Chantel's been trying to avoid paying her Canadian back taxes for quite some time.
I still don't believe she has the right to a bank account. You need a visa to get a civil ID, you need a civil ID to get a bank account, it's a process. But if she did have a bank account, in order to get her YouTube paid there, she would need to shut her Canadian AdSense altogether, because you can only have one AdSense account, and then open up a completely new AdSense account in Kuwait. That would mean demonetizing her Foodie Beauty channel, which she can't afford to do, and then hoping her subscribers follow her to a new account, which, based on the numbers of the other accounts she's tried to open, is a really big risk. And even if that risk worked out, which looks doubtful, she wouldn't benefit from it. Because if she stopped incurring Canadian taxes from her earnings, then she would have to pay American ones. Because there isn't a tax treaty between Kuwait and America if you don't pay taxes in your local country. Like, I pay taxes in the UK because the UK taxes happen to be a little bit smaller than the American ones. So I fill out a form from YouTube every year saying, no, the UK government taxes me for these. Kuwait and the US do not have that agreement. She would have to pay the US government. And it would also mean, in terms of taxes, that money wouldn't be going into her Canadian account, and her Canadian account is where her payment plan for her current back taxes will be coming out, which would leave her nothing to pay it with. Now, if she's not paying her Canadian taxes, she's certainly not going to pay her American ones, so changing her account would lead to probably a loss in subscribers.
Yeah, what are you guys having for dinner? Let's try it. I'm so hungry.
So now I want to play the 1-year anniversary video from Salah and Chantel. This stuff is cringe. It's interesting to me because the levels of cringe are based on what they're willing to show us, which is all 100% staged as opposed to the real them. Although I'll give them some credit. As an aspiring actor, Salah has committed to his method acting for a year.
So do you like your surprise so far, baby?
Yeah, thank you, baby. It's so nice. We're here on the ocean, and we're gonna have shisha and food, and I'm enjoying my anniversary with you so far.
I'm glad to hear that, baby.
I often wonder if in their ears, or his ear more notably, he has a quota from Vince McMahon to say baby X number of times in one segment, along with a list of words that Chantel consider haram.
Baby?
Baby.
I now want to demonstrate some of the awkwardness with their interactions. You're all welcome. Because even after a year of being married, yes, totally that, this delivery is, well, yeah, no.
Hello guys, just enjoying my time with my love here in this romantic place.
He loves to fill my drink, so...
So after we finish the food, now it's shisha time. Right, babe?
Right, babe. Mixed fruits.
So, baby, what you rate the restaurant?
I don't have any complaints, so I'm gonna give it a 10 out of 10.
Whoa, I'm so glad that you like it.
If you thought I was going to lay off the cringe for the final month of this year, you were wrong, kiddo. It's time for you to suffer more. This time, some authentic reaction content from Chantel, as the romantics get taken up a notch.
What is this stuff?
Surprise.
Oh my gosh. It's beautiful. You lit all these candles?
Yeah. All for you, honey.
I
I love you too. Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Your flowers, Habibti.
Oh my gosh, let me see these. Happy anniversary. What a cute little cake. It's so perfect for both of us.
Just a quick thing, it was pointed out by Unicorn Pondu. If you look at the handwriting on two separate notes, well, the similarity is quite... yeah. So, when are you going to start admitting, Chantal, you wrote that yourself, huh? Now, owing to the dangerously high levels of cringe, I think it right we lower it, reduce it, try and find a way to smother it, and move on.
I think it's gotten out of hand with like 20% of your bill. Or... I mean... I don't know, it's just like... You're getting tipped extra money to do your job, you know, like... You're bringing me a Coke to the table, you're bringing my food from the kitchen to the table. You know, like you're expected to do those things and you're expected to be nice. So don't be super nice and I'll just keep my 20%.
So good news everyone, just letting you all know that our couple's channel is finally remonetized. It was never demonetized. We just paused temporarily so I could switch some things over. We will be doing content on there soon. So much more to do here and the surrounding areas. Because everything has to be different, and once in Q8 you must explore everything and vlog the crap out of it. Even on a channel where you bought your subs and buy your views. And I think your commenters too, allegedly. The thing here is, it was never demonetized. Technically, you're incorrect, because it had to be demonetized so you could switch the AdSense account. That's how this works. You know the game, you're just not very good at it. Now because, as we all know, Chantal and FFG desperately want to go wrist to elbow inside each other. Let's not beat around the bush here, although I'm sure they both will. This is clearly what they want and they need. I wouldn't put it past one to suck the dick of one of their exes just to get a taste of what the other person's been inside, or see what they're made of. Chantal put out a video titled Bitter and Obsessed. Now, this relates to FFG, so I'm just going to play a clip of it.
Bow, 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 bow. Well. I'm so excited for this video, guys. I'm literally salivating. Super chat from FFG's man is a lie. But FFG, you are gonna make fun of a couple when your man is a poster? Shut up, you idiot!
Sometimes people can't see a joke because the cringe is a bit high. The cringe in this is quite high, I will concede, but it doesn't mean she's wrong. I'm going to play a little more of this before we continue with the rest of her month.
Blocked, stupid. Thanks for the super chat. Anyways, where was I before I was interrupted by this idiot? Alright. Before I begin though, I was thinking, get this you guys, you're gonna freak. I was thinking of getting a Hermes bag for BBJ. Wouldn't that piss Foodie Beauty off? I think we can crowdfund this. It will be worth it to set her off. Maybe finally this time she will cave and go back to Cokie and do meth.
The rather amusing thing is, Chantal is highly disliked and disrespected by many within the world, but FFG is not far behind her, whether that be because she is a grifter, which she is, so there will be many people who will go to Chantal's video and leave positive comments. You could counter that now by saying that some of those are fake accounts. You're right, but that won't stop others who actually do agree the video is funny to give her the positive comments because they don't like FFG, who has become her own lolcow in her own right. Near the start of the month, Chantal had indicated she was getting a new car. This is very exciting stuff, and they finally have the new car. Even more exciting stuff, right? Chantal on her community tab though had to talk about this because people had claimed it was a cheap Temu car. The car cost 33,000 Canadian dollars. And yes, you can finance, but the reality is you have no idea of our situation, but you can keep being wrong. It's funny at this point how bitter people are sounding. If you really have no other content than to obsessively try to contrive dumb theories about who is paying, how we are paying for it, you really need a life. It's called world. Your life is their life. I don't personally care about the car. I don't think it's as much of an issue, but I do think the finance aspect of it is intriguing because I don't know how Chantal is affording this. She rarely mentions the visa sent, nor is there much in the mention of what Salah does to bring in the bacon. As we're in the community tabs, we should probably address this. Hey Corey, trash human, you have some nerve making dumb accusations about my man being a loser for using me. How about let's look at your love life history. First off, your ex was an addict and OD'd, leaving 2 children behind and had a criminal record. Second, your new lover repeatedly used to call your kids ugly and other names. Now you move her in? Who would do that? You are all bigger degenerates because at least with your case there is proof of all this. With us, you just have your pathetic conspiracies contrived from your and Scam's 5 brain cells combined. Your love interests are and have always been way bigger losers just like yourself. I suggest finding a better career than making fun of a fat woman online for the sake of being a better example for your poor kids who have to live with a woman who verbally that-worded them at one time. And no, I don't watch your non-tent, I saw it through your mama. Edited. Oh, talking about someone who is deceased is low? You mean how Corey and gang spoke about Lil Mama's husband after her passing? Please save it. Cry bullies for someone who cares. I have zero sympathy for someone who has been attacking me for money for years. I only mentioned her deceased ex to compare how her chosen partners are way worse and how she has the audacity to make crap up about Salah and I, talking vile things about our bodies and speculating on our sex life, and saying he is a user and a bum every day.
No sympathy.
You know, it took a while, but we finally got to a part of the month where she was clapping back at the haters. So right at the start of the month, Chantel had said that she had a sugar blood sugar count that, yes, of 6. Okay, well, nearer the end of this month, Chantel has put out a video, and it's basically, it should be titled anyway, a consequence. Because she got the beatus, everyone. Is anyone surprised?
This is going to be like 2 videos. So this first video, I'm going to talk about a bit about my health. I'm not going to do a weigh-in right now. Probably do that tomorrow. I am going to take my blood sugar because I do have that monitor now. And I want to show you guys what my blood sugar is. 316. You know, I was in denial so long about that, like, because I thought, I'm pre-diabetic, I'm not going to become diabetic. I don't know why I was in such denial that I would ever get diabetes, like, you know?
No, I don't know, because I've been watching when I see bits of your content for years. Every decision you have solely made as an impulsive, but I want this now moment situation type of deal. You have never done something that can in the long term benefit you because you don't care enough about the long term. You are very much a crash test dummy, and it's unlikely to change anytime soon. Now, in an attempt to address the beatus, and not because she knows she can get extra views from now having the beatus, Chantel put out a video titled Honest Full Day of Eating at Almost 400 Pounds. The title was already misleading for 2 separate reasons. One, the word honest, the second, almost. You mean over.
Oh, hello! I noticed some habits of myself that by watching this video. Alright, so here it is, my food diary of a whole day of eating.
Alright, so here's meal number 1. Some leftover mac and cheese. That's the last of it. Had some yesterday.
I made this berry crumble. Has like mixed berries.
Alright, so next thing I'm eating is a can of tuna, mayonnaise, yellow mustard, salt, pepper, and some fresh dill. Corn on the cob, which was frozen, I boiled. I'm not gonna eat the whole stick of butter, but...
Before she got to the meals itself, the majority of the video was actually taken up with Chantel making excuses for why she got to the way she is, and her logic for it, which all came from her basically gaslighting herself and lying. The meals themselves I actually don't care about. I've often found many people who operate the way she does don't quite understand that the best way for her to lose weight is to reduce the caloric intake, but the urges are far too high. The best way for her to lose weight would be to have a decent sleep cycle, be mobile enough during a day. It's never easy to get to that simple 10k steps a day for those who are as big as you, but once you're there, you can smash it, but you don't have the conviction to, and now you're in the wrong area of the world to be able to do it unless you're on a treadmill. But as we all know, you kind of put your back out, lifting a pen up.
The last time I weighed myself not long ago, I was 350 or 360. So I'm gonna weigh myself tomorrow morning, film that.
Chantel did do a weigh-in and claimed she weighed 362.2 pounds. The problem with these scales is there is a weight limit of up to 180 kilograms on it, which means the maximum weight this could show us would be 396.8 pounds. She says she's almost 400 pounds, but apparently she's nowhere near it. Yet, as everyone knows, no, that's not true either. Also, her blood sugar level now sits at 12.8. I'm a chocoholic and mine's nowhere near that, although you do actually weigh, according to your own scales, more than double my weight. I still reckon I could out-eat you though if it involves chocolate. You don't stand a chance, because you're just a casual, and I'm Meg. Meg is cringe, but a chocoholic nonetheless. One of the many criticisms Chantel has had of a number of people within world is that they're not authentic, they're not on camera, they don't show their faces. Hi, I'm one of those people because Avatar, screw yourselves. Yet when she makes her triumphant return to TikTok, she uses the most filtered expression face I've ever seen. The hypocrisy is quite obvious. And quick honourable mention, Eerie Pepperoni sent this to me in the post. I will in January be sending it to somebody who inhabits the world community. If you are somebody who is a part of it and would like this hat to be sent to you as part of this globetrotting hat trend, let me know, DM me on Twitter. Thank you. Less than 2 days after announcing she was going to fast, to try and help get her beatus under control. She put out a mukbang titled Roast Chicken and Mashed Potatoes with Gravy Mukbang. Top comment, never saw this coming. Chantel replied to them, by the way, because she never said how long she would, fast for. Not that fasting would actually help her anyway. She could have easily reduced the time and effectiveness of the fast she was doing and simply taken a laxative.
Anyway, my fasting, I couldn't sleep. I could not sleep. I had the worst pain in my stomach and the worst headache. And I know that's the detox symptoms, but I'm like, I have to eat something. So last night I was craving oranges. So I had an orange sliced up and a piece of soft cheese, the squares. And this is bad though. I had a package of noodles. Just one.
While I know there are many things that have been going on over the month and I've skipped over quite a bit of it, the last thing I want to talk about before I get to a conclusion is a video titled I Have Some Important Things to Say, ... This is the last video I have to show because I have a cutoff point because I have to upload this to YouTube. This is November the 26th when I'm recording this and editing it. So I've got to get through YouTube's system, don't I? This video has liked, dislike, disabled by the owner. It has over 100 comments with a lot of people pointing out that Salah is holding you back. People preferred you when you were free because regardless of your lack of self-control, you were just being you. Along with others wishing you would seek help, professional help, to turn your health around. I want to show you a couple clips from this video because it's lengthy and intriguing.
People go through different phases of life. They go through growth. A human being is supposed to grow as a person, and the past, we're supposed to learn from it and take what we need and leave the rest behind,
No, I don't in the slightest understand that. I think you can learn from your mistakes. You don't leave it there though, you keep it with you. That way you run less of a risk of repeating it, but that's not how you operate. You're not sentimental after all, and that includes your own memories. I like that this can be charitably considered a rehashing of the 11th Doctor's regeneration. We're all different people all throughout our lives. That's pretty much it.
For me, a lot of my past in the past couple of years is completely dead to me. And I've realized this, I've had to grieve it. I've gone through a lot of grief. I've gone through a lot of processing. And for me, I think I've gone through a lot of self-growth. And maybe I don't discuss that enough online. So I don't mind talking more about certain subjects.
Is this the part where we do a little bet to see how long this lasts before she starts raging at others for pointing out that this is something she will inevitably go back on? What's the betting when this video goes live? She's already done that.
Everyone has an intimate, private side, and it's not just about how you look, about how thin you are. It's about the chemistry and the relationship that you have with somebody. It's about that intimacy between two people. And that you could be with the most gorgeous person and not have that with someone, So I think that that's also very important for me, having learned those values.
I'd agree you learnt these values if it weren't for the fact you had to beg Salah to go and get you some takeaway. And by beg I mean get aggressive with, because he's just your live-in actor husband. Well, when he's not with his wife, which might not be you.
So I really want to just keep that up, keep my life as drama-free as possible, because I really think that that contributes to a lot of mental illness, to a lot of illness in general. It brings down your aura. It just makes you feel like crap, makes you angry, makes you in a bad mood, and it's not productive to just sit there and talk about other people or to worry about what other people are thinking about you,
For the sake of this video, I actually tend to agree with what she's just said as a generalized statement. And it's interesting how this seems to imply she won't go and clart back at everyone else who criticizes everything she does. I do not believe she'll be able to hold on to this. On the 4th of December 2023, Chantel on her Foodie Beauty YouTube channel put out a video titled
I'm going to Canada.
The liked, dislike, disabled by the owner, and the comments are, at time of recording on the 5th of December, turned off. This video, coupled with the new Beatus arc, is quite fascinating to me because I didn't think it would be so soon. But we knew she was going to have to go back eventually. Not just because of the back taxes, although I'm certain that's going to have to be dealt with when she arrives in Canada, but also because as the year has progressed, and I'm sure many of you have seen my end of year reviews, her health has deteriorated. While she has dunked on the West for political views, for cultural norms, she hasn't really shown any improvement. In fact, her weight has increased massively, mostly on the torso, which means she carries it really badly. And she, while seeking to address it, failed every single time by quitting within a day. One time, with the treadmill on its lowest possible setting for barely a minute, she put her back out. She then went on to do 2 months of solid mukbangs, while claiming to do something about her weight. Multiple times she had to leave and go to various places to sort out her visa issues. It had been speculated she had a 1-year contract with Salah. I'll be honest, if that is the case, good luck to him in his future endeavours. This video that we're now going to respond to is Chantal explaining why she has to go back to Canada. And this sounds very different. I'm going to try and resist the urge to punch down, but this is not a surprising development. It is only a surprising development it didn't happen sooner.
Hi, this is editing Foodie Beauty here. So, I'm editing, and since I made this video, since I filmed it, I talked to Salah and I made the decision that it's sadly probably better for me to go back to Canada for a while to seek some much needed medical care. And part of that is I want to talk to a doctor about possible weight loss surgery.
So there are a couple of points here. Firstly, I'm sure everyone made the joke, surely their contract was up for renewal and it was best they go their separate ways, which would explain why he is featured less and less within Chantal's content. But the fake acting, and I say fake acting as opposed to actual acting because there's something even more fake about this, was quite impressive for as long as it lasted. The second point is Chantal going back to Canada for her health. For those who don't know, because it won't feature on my end of year reviews, which end in November, Chantal has what is called the beatus, or diabetes. Her blood sugar level is astronomically high. It has gotten worse over this year, worse than any other year, because she is just, well, I don't know how she's afforded it, but she has committed herself to general jackassery in the form of excessive consumption. When she was beezing, her excessive consumption at least got her out of the place she lived in. Not least because on a regular she'd start off in her car to go and get stuff, but then go and see Naddy Daddy, who I'm certain along with Dee the Grey is looking forward to seeing her back in wherever it is she ends up in Canada. It's quite a big area. I'm sure she'll stay with family for a time. The weight loss surgery part though is fascinating because that involves a level of commitment one we have not seen from Chantal ever. I remember when she started her channel, in the video description she wanted to lose weight, which was the point of her channel, so she and BB could have children. As we all know, her story took a massive swerve from that.
And psychiatric help. You know, proper diagnosis.
Surely these services are available in Kuwait. You were bragging about the services, in fact, when you first arrived and how cheap it was. So I'm a tad curious why back in Canada. Is it because it's all free? Well, free-ish. You have to pay taxes still. Well, some people do.
All that proper medication to get my diabetes under control as well. Certain medications for diabetes, and also the surgery, of course, is covered in Canada, so...
You're trying to get it all for free because to get it paid for in Kuwait, you have to pay for it and you don't have as much disposable income as you used to have. This makes more sense. I assume, and this is quite the assumption I know, that you're going to try and get back on welfare for a bit to aid in this. Because your views are tanking, you don't care about your beezers. You made it a point to dunk on them and say you can always get more. Problem you've got is all your beezers sodded off. You don't have many left, and you certainly don't have many that donate to you.
Also, I just feel like I need family when I'm going through some of these hard times. You know, when you're sick, you always want your mom. So, other than that, nothing, you know, I'm gonna miss my family here greatly. I'm gonna miss my husband, whom I love very much.
Do forgive this remark, but no one believes the last part. I firmly believe Salah's family are going to hold an intervention to stop him from committing to these shenanigans. I can fully, by the way, understand, respect and appreciate one wanting to be close to their mother or their father when they themselves are feeling down. I fully understand that. The issue that Chantal has and has had for a long time is that she does not possess an iota of sincerity. It doesn't translate even when she drops her voice to this. So many will dunk on her and not believe a word she said because they know how the story goes. And of course your health is getting quite dire now. You need to turn back. You 100% do. But the best way to start would be to stop the lies. The ones you broadcast in every video. These lies are a foundation of what you are really. If you cannot stop the lies, the psychiatrist won't be able to help you, nor will any doctor. Weight loss surgery is a shortcut. The hard work is hard. The word is there for a reason, because anything easy generally isn't worth doing, especially when it comes to your health.
But it's just a lot, and I need to be in Canada to deal with these things, as I realize. So I'm not sure when, but someday I will just be in Canada and you'll see me there.
Out of curiosity, after the debacle concerning Sam and BBJ, what's happening to Julia and Harry? I mean, I can understand if Harry is no longer with us because they live less, but what about the cat? Don't try and con us into believing the cat will be fine. We both know you don't really care about animals in the first place, and we also know that to be a lie. I fully understand your health is your priority, 100%. I personally think it's because you can't be asked to do the paperwork to get a proper permit to stay and reside permanently in Kuwait, knowing that your shambolic marriage would not for a moment last another year, and you'll be back to beezing by January.
Alright, until I can get my health under control. I can't escape it anymore, so bye. Enjoy the video.
Out of curiosity, after the debacle concerning Sam and BBJ, what's happening to Julia and Harry? I mean, I can understand if Harry is no longer with us because they live less, but what about the cat? Don't try and con us into believing the cat will be fine. We both know you don't really care about animals in the first place, and we also know that to be a lie. I fully understand your health is your priority, 100%. I personally think it's because you can't be asked to do the paperwork to get a proper permit to stay and reside permanently in Kuwait, knowing that your shambolic marriage would not for a moment last another year, and you'll be back to beezing by January.
Alright, here it is. Cottage cheese, low fat, with mustard and carrots. Baby carrots. Mix it around. Cottage cheese is very expensive here. And I never used to like it, but now I love it.
I'm not really one for cottage cheese personally, but I do understand that it's quite low in calories, typically higher in protein, selenium, and some B vitamins. I know this. I've seen Amblin Reed eat it often enough, and I personally think the way it's done is kind of disgusting. But this show and tell of look at me, I'm doing something for myself, good for you, yeah? Good for you. Whether you can commit to this, I'm not so certain. Oh, and Cat's cool. Cat has dirt face.
It doesn't hurt my stomach. It's not salty like the other cheeses. It's like $8 for a 16-ounce container of cottage cheese here. But I think it's an imported product, so what can you do? So I'm gonna eat this with some water, and then I'm gonna go to the doctor, so I'll see you soon. Bye.
I do wonder how many people saw that and thought, so the ready brek you're serving was basically for us, and I'm sure off camera there was another meal. That might seem a bit callous, but that is an assumption many will undoubtedly make, because that is very much a look at me, I'm doing something moment, situation type deal. Let's go to the doctor's part. This gets interesting.
Hello, beautiful girl. What you waiting for?
The dog.
Oh, hope you feel well, baby.
Two things of note to point out. The first, Salah has featured. Yay! The bad actor is back. The second, if you notice, Chantal was sat back on that chair, but not at the same time. That is how dangerous her size is now. It's been like that for a few months, I know, but in the past she could comfortably sit in a game chair. Quite an expensive one because it had to be, but now she has to perch on them. At this point she may as well either sit on a floor or be bedbound, and she's not far away from that. Of course, I do not wish that on her, just a statement of what will happen if she does not fix this.
166.
Yeah.
Just before we go back to the video, I want to show you a community post from Chantal. Lamau imagined demanding proof of weigh-in from a doctor, getting that proof, and then saying the scale is not for obese people. Nah, the scales go up to 600 pounds. What's even more disturbing is that grown adults who are also obese and have children to raise spend their time obsessing over the weight of someone else all day. Truly odd and unprecedented. Congrats on being the stupidest channels on YouTube, gold star emoji, or medal. Looks like at least your mama did some research, so your turn. Cam up and weigh in or shut up. Stay mad, stay obsessed, stay ignorant. I will make this point. There are many who do not have much in the way of a leg to stand on when it comes to you, Chantal, but it is a deflection to demand they also do a weigh-in when that is not the point. You are the piñata they wish to thwack for all the goodies that they can get from you. It's why I do my end of year reviews in December. It's the best month for it. At least I'm honest though. And I will admit, it does take some bravery to get on a scale and willingly put it out there. But many, and even I don't believe, you weigh that little. I do forget often that you are quite short. Muscle density comparative to fat density, of course, means that muscle typically for the same space occupied as fat weighs more. You carry more fat than muscle, although you do have muscle underneath to hold your frame up. It's just being used to stop your spine compressing too much. It is a deflection to say that those that criticize you need to also do the same. They are not the lolcow. You are. And yet again, no matter how many times you tell us you're going to not engage with them anymore, you keep doing it because of how fickle you are. Now, of course, you've been taking criticism from a lot of people for a lot of years. I cannot possibly begin to fathom that. Some of those that do criticize you, who aren't so different from you, will undoubtedly feel this way in a few years' time once enough people start to realize what they really are supporting. But it does not mean they have to do the same as you.
Hey guys. So, I'm gonna try not to cry, but I'm in a really weird mood. I'm so depressed.
This video feels very strange to me. It feels very strange because it comes across as someone attempting to be honest. The main issue with that is Chantal, Foodie Beauty, Big Beautiful Me has spent the entire year pretending her world was some kind of dream life, which means many are not going to believe this is real. I personally think what is real should have been taken immediately off the internet and she should just get on with it, crack on, go home. But she still edited this video to make this for everyone to show the vulnerability or the claimed vulnerability, which is fascinating.
Coming back from the doctor, first of all, being out in the day like this in the sunlight makes me worse depressed. I hate it. I like the night.
What Chantal really means to say is she prefers Canada's colder weather because she is not built, nor are many people built, for the Kuwaiti heat.
And everything is busy. It's overwhelming. I feel overstimulated. If I look off to the sides because I'm trying to think of what I need to say.
The reason for that comment is because if you look to certain sides, it is usually an indicator of deception or lying. Since Chantal has been caught out lying so many times over the many years of being on YouTube, this is a comment to cover oneself.
I just feel so apathetic. I don't care about anything right now. I don't care about anything. It's like the only thing in my life that I feel that makes me happy is food.
Well, it's been that way for quite some time then because you spent months doing mukbangs every single day. That was your life. You knew it would get you views, you knew it would get you heat, which meant more views. Controversy does breed generally a level of productivity, not just from yourself benefiting from it monetarily, but also incentivizes you to continue doing it. The issue you now have, Chantal, is that because of the kind of content you make, you are unlikely to be able to make other types of content and retain the viewership. I genuinely believe the only way you're going to make any definitive change to your life is to change everything. But as you're quite close to 100k, I wouldn't be surprised if you pushed for the self-destruction thing, which I wouldn't recommend, just to get the silver play button to then change if you can. but you won't change. That's what many will say, and it's because your track record, your history is against you.
And I know that to get better and live a longer life, I have to change drastically. And dealing with the emotions that I have because of that is so uncomfortable that I just don't feel like I can. Sometimes I don't feel like I can do it or that I want to do it. When I feel like this, I feel like I just want to be passive in life and not fight and just lay down and just not fight.
Well, that, Chantal, is kind of the point of life. To knock you down and keep you there. The strength of your character is what defines you. If you're willing to stand up and fight that, keep fighting no matter how many times it hits you, there's a Rocky Balboa quote in here somewhere, then that is your strength as an individual shining through. You can seek to blame instead of solve, but if you don't solve, all you've got left is blame. Ultimately, the onus is on you, and I'm not surprised you're considering going back to Canada, where you will at least be able to receive all the healthcare for free. The only issue you've got is your taxes.
So the doctor wants to put me on another pill. I told him, you know, like my blood sugars have been still in the 200s. My blood pressure is good. It's like, if that person beeps one more time, I swear, like when I'm in this mood, everything is overstimulating. Like somebody beeping their horn is driving me crazy.
If I were a psychiatrist, I'd be telling you the reason why is because you desperately want something else to complain about to distract you from the reality of what you are going through. But as I'm not a professional, it is merely an assertion based on observation.
You know, I know that I have to bring those numbers down. But like I said, right now, I just don't really care. I just don't care.
Which could well be a damning statement for your mentality, your mental health, but also a damning statement of those around you that you claim love you yet have done nothing to help you all year. Yes, I cracked my knuckles, you're welcome. The basis of love isn't always as simple as telling someone in front of a camera, I love you, babe. Many times it involves a push, a back and forth. Only in death do we know who the winner is. Because that is also the point of a marriage. It is a competition to see who can outlive the other.
About anything. I just feel really tired of everything, fed up. And it's like gonna be so much hard work.
I will, just in case you didn't hear it before, restate a point I made earlier. Anything worth doing is difficult. If it's easy, it is not worth doing. When it comes to our health, it is always hard. It is a constant battle and a commitment. Arnold Schwarzenegger pointed out in an interview that sometimes you have to not only work out, but change how you work out on a regular because your body adapts to it, which is why many on weight loss journeys plateau multiple times. They've committed to a routine and the body is used to it, so you have to switch it up. You have to make it hard for yourself because you know you're doing it right. That's the point. Injuries are common at all sizes. Sometimes you just have to push through it. When it comes to working out, I speak from experience. I once picked up a pen off a counter and pulled my lat on my left side. I couldn't rest it, so I worked through it. It was agony, but sometimes you have to do that because otherwise you fall and the world will find a way to keep you there. But as you've never been able to commit to these kind of journeys, the real problem starts at square one, simply doing it when you don't care. You have always been self-destructive, and now you've realized you can't go any further unless you change for a while.
Anyway, that's how I'm feeling, you know. I don't want to come on here all the time and smile and just be fake about it because I'm not very happy right now. I think getting mental health help is just overwhelming. Like, I don't even know where to even start. I don't know. I feel like I'm moving in the thickest quicksand ever.
So where to start will be a psychiatrist. Sit with them, talk to them. That is an expensive process, but it is vitally important. If you know you also need to lose weight, you need to start looking at your caloric intake and your external output, as in what you are doing on a daily basis to look after your body. Minimum step requirements are key, but you live in an area of the world where that is not going to help you in the slightest. We live in an age of convenience. Therefore, you should seek to go to a gym on a regular basis, even if it is something you hate. You sometimes again have to push through that part to get somewhere else. You need to make sure, and you need to control every aspect of your life. If it's binge eating disorder, whatever it is you call it, food addiction, you need to see a psychiatrist first, which would explain why you're coming home. More chance you can pay for it, I guess.
I have a lot of thinking to do. I was watching Life by Jen documentary, like Mr. Snowflake. He did videos on me too, and I like bawled through the whole documentary on her because I know people think she wasn't a nice person, whatever. We all have moments. We all are sometimes not nice people.
Jen had made concerted efforts towards the end of her life to change. While she was on YouTube, I do recall seeing videos accusing her of being a flagger, but she had made changes to her health, and it was truly sad that she lost in the way that she did, because she was doing things right for herself.
She went through a lot of suffering, like she went through a lot of suffering, and unless you have the type of issues with food, eating disorder, food addiction that we have, you can't know the type of hardships. It's like...
The problem you have, Chantal, it's not just that. You also suffer from certain personality traits that feed off the energy from the online space. Without it, you wouldn't be this. You really wouldn't. You have addictive personalities. Oh sure, of course you do. Couldn't agree more on that. You are addicted to anything, like Amber is when she develops any hobby or interest. It becomes a moment, she collects all of them like wax melts. But when it comes to food, you fed off the fact that people gave you the energy and the criticism. For as long as that exists, you exist on YouTube, because you've never been anything else. You grew because of it, in fact. Your beezing got you the most amount of subs.
Food is literally, it can be. It's so addictive. Like drugs, but unlike drugs, we need food to survive. And it's just so hard. And it's scary because I'm on that path. And people on the internet are just so, in life in general, they're so disgusting towards people with issues like this.
It's because a lot of it comes down to what is perceived as a personal choice. And because we know a lot of it comes from an entitlement. For as long as you have the attention of the internet, or many on the internet who are your very important beezers, you have your justification to continue. Many of us look down on that because we believe you've made the wrong choice for yourself. I personally criticize you because I know you could be better, and know that this version of your life is the worst possible version. You call food the most addictive because it's good and you need it. Right off the bat, you told us everything we need to know.
You don't get it, you know. You just don't get it. We don't even get it. Anyway, I'm sorry that this video took like a bit of a turn for the worse. That's just how I'm feeling today. So now you know I'm not lying about the scale. Anyway, I don't care what these irrelevant people think, but I'm just, there you go. Okay, that was easy to show you. All right, I'm just going to end the video here.
It's fascinating that right at the end of your video you perk up when it comes to speaking on the very people you criticize, many of whom I will concede do not have a leg to stand on when it comes to their own weight struggles. Of course, that is a deflection on the focus, which is your health. As a piece of advice to you, Chantal, I really recommend you ignore them. All of us, myself included in fact. I merely documented your year and tried to offer minimal opinion on it. This though, I have to offer an opinion on it. You need to ignore them if you are to truly focus on you. By focusing on where the negativity resides, you do nothing to elevate yourself. If you really want to be more, live longer, be better, you have to stop lying to everyone, but most importantly to yourself. You make it seem like you're finally starting to see sense. People have been trying to tell you this for years. Granted, a lot of it came through much toxicity, snorting, coughing and hacking and swearing, but it was still there. You go on the attack rather than do the one thing that would benefit you, and that is go on the attack for yourself, not to vindicate yourself against them, but to help you. If you really want to do that, you're only ever going to achieve it the moment you simply stop lying. You can get better, you can be better, you can be more, but the only way it'll happen is if you do that first. A psychiatrist will tell you that, by the way. I've just told it to you for free, which you will happily disregard, I have no doubt of that. Best of luck when you get to Canada, by the way. You're going to need all of it, and a GoFund to pay your taxes. There were rumours all year in fact, that Chantal would have to go back to Canada, but we all know that she had been trying to avoid going back because of her taxes, but also because she really wanted to prove her fictitious life was real, her love was real, that she could be loved, she could have her prince, and be better without the almighty Naddy Daddy, that the haters can hate, but it won't change she's happy. And over the course of the past 12 months, ever since she first decided to go to Kuwait, along with bouncing to other places while she sorted out her visa problems, she has proved that she cannot be in love, she does not know how to love, and she does not understand how to love. But she also, while going through this for the past 12 months, has persisted with this idea that she is better and above the very people that criticize her on a daily, but she's not. Many of those detractors actually do better than her by simply covering her mistakes. The very audience she has poisoned over the years of being on YouTube now watch her through the lens of others, which means her views do not at all climb or benefit her really monetarily. During the month of December, you want to be as active as possible. You really do. Of course, being consistent year-long round is actually a good thing, but Chantal's consistency was the delusion. The idea that she was going to do something about her weight while continually repeating her cycle of trying to start a diet and then a day later quitting, then mukbanging it up for months on end. I have no earthly idea how she's going to handle being back in Canada for as long as she's in Canada, and I say that because there's still a possibility she'll try and find an exit if she can. I have no earthly idea how she's going to deal with the taxes that she is known to owe, how she's going to pursue weight loss surgery when she has no self-control, she has no money to pay for the therapies she would need, and she is known to lack the conviction to see something through to the end. I'm going to show you a couple videos that she has released of her journey to Canada and herself back in Canada. Read a few community posts, see what's been going on basically. Before that, I did some end of year reviews this year. There are 4 because, yes, it took a long time to process this year of Kuwaiti arc and Thailand. Although I did enjoy the Thailand content-ish. The monastery stuff I really liked. The rest of it I didn't care for. If you're interested in watching those, regardless of who I shade within them, they'll be linked in the playlist, which will be in the pinned comment down below. So first, let's go to the video of her travelling, because as Salah features, I assume for the final time, lucky guy, we need to talk about that.
Hello guys, so now we are heading for the Kuwait International Airport.
I'm gonna miss you, babe.
Oh my god, I hear goodbyes.
Me too.
Let's pretend for a second that this relationship was 100% real for the entire time they were together and they're really in love. He must be an amazing actor to be able to suppress all his emotions, to channel his inner Vulcan, but only express happiness. I personally think he has seen through his employment contract and all his obligations to Chantal, and in doing so, is one step closer to his freedom. I don't know if he benefited in the slightest from this relationship monetarily. I really don't. I don't know if his business, selling those disinfectant sprays, although she's bringing some of that back, I believe. Community post on the screen now. I don't know really what the hell his deal is in this, but it does crack me up to no end that he's the one being happy, but she's miserable, not because she's leaving, but because she knows she's been found out, as if no one knew from the start that she was going to be found out eventually.
So I have my luggage here, ready to go for our first trip to Dubai.
Okay baby, relax, you are going now to Dubai.
Something that I don't quite understand with these videos, and I'm sure many of you understand it, is that this is her vlogging going home, but every interaction with Salah over the course of 12 months has looked staged, scripted almost. and made to look like it could be genuine, but because the acting is so poor, it looks even more fake than a pair of plastic knockers.
And there's my plane. Going to Dubai, first flight. So this is my first time using Emirates. I usually use Qatar, so I'll see how it is. They just had a cheaper flight this time. Around the holidays it's very expensive. So, but I have a story time about that after, about the seats. So far the customer service is phenomenal. So my first flight is 5:45 p.m. Sorry, I had to drag my heavy carry-on all the way here to my gate, and we're about to board. So,
in a very small way, I feel slightly sorry for Chantal. She has no ability to make good decisions. To stick it to us, to stick it to Nada, she went to Kuwait. The problem with that is, for her size, her health deteriorated and she got bigger, almost bedbound in the process. She is not built for that and had to stay indoors, because if she went outside for too long, unless it was nighttime, she'd cook. And now she thinks by pushing a trolley along, having to take deep breaths after every 2 words, that's because the trolley was heavy. It's not because she's also having to carry a lot of junk on herself, which is, if anything, causing her more health problems than the trolley.
So this is a Boeing 777, and so far the cabin is just so warm. The color scheme is warm, the sand dune detail on the walls, the huge entertainment screen too.
Based on your previous travel vlogs, I have a feeling you're going to try and muscle in on Trek Trendy's YouTube hustle. That's not, by the way, denigrating what he does, because I like trains too, and I'd love to do some of the stuff that he's done, just not wearing Timberlands, because they suck. Chantal continues for a fair chunk of her video, talking about the flight experience, the comfort of the seats, the service, the food. It's a vlog. I expect this. The voiceover is because apparently you can't hear her. All in all, it's the standard vlog thing, right? I wonder if Chantal, when she gets back to Canada, is going to get back to the streaming thing, because she was really good at that part and aggravating so many people with poor decisions. Now, after complaining her way through the next 2 minutes of her vlog, where she talks about the Dubai experience, how expensive the water is, how you can't carry certain amounts of fluid on the plane, how her aunt gave her advice, blah blah blah, she finally lands somewhere familiar, where there is something white on the ground that you can't put up your nose unless you're really brave. Yes, I'm of course referring to Canada.
I never thought I would see you again. I never thought. Oh, my car! My car!
You know, there's nothing more sincere than someone staring at their phone that you can see in the reflection of the mirror while trying to emulate some emotions. Evoke some emotions? That's the word. To demonstrate the sincerity of seeing that pile of crap again. There's something genuine, true and honest, again, about staring at your phone while staring at your car through your phone. It really tugs at both of my heartstrings.
Reunited at last with my Kia. I know people are going to pause and look at every crumb and stain in this car, but do yourself a favor and just pass on it. This car needs to be cleaned so bad. So that's one of the first things I'm going to do while I'm here is get this car cleaned up. I have to take it for service, for brake service actually.
Based on your track record from Trash Mountain in the condo, I can't imagine you will actually put a concerted effort into getting it done, but if you can, you'll pay someone to do it for you. Might I recommend Pete's? I don't know if he's looking for a job right now or keen to live with you again, but if you do want to get back to your beezing ways while you seek weight loss surgery, which I believe is the goal, then it might be an option. Although toxicity didn't help either of you, really, did it?
And get it cleaned up. Now this is just, I'm so tired. Like, I was traveling for close to 25 hours after everything, barely sleeping. I need to put on my CPAP and get some good rest. So I will be doing Canada beezing very soon, alright? So I appreciate the space. I've been taking for a bit, but Canada bees very soon with more videos.
Well, you're going to need to do a lot, not only to get some of your audience back, which I doubt will happen now, but also to earn some money during this month, which you need to do, to pay your taxes, maybe pay your husband's salary, especially if you intend to try and get BBJ back, which is laughable. That's not going to happen. And Sam, of course, whilst also pursuing weight loss surgery, which, as we now know, could take up to 18 months. So for you to commit to this, you've got to go 18 months before you could even consider going back to Kuwait. But that's not going to happen anyway, because you'd need to recover and go through a multitude of therapies to ensure that the weight loss surgery, under the pretense that you even get it in the first place, is a success. It is a lifelong commitment. Unless you intend to stick it to the audience and live through them to stick it to them, you're never going to amount to anything for yourself.
And I hope you enjoyed my journey home. I just wanted to get here to Canada and get the travel over with. That journey is arduous and it's getting harder and harder. I have to really just take a break from doing that journey for a little while. So, yeah, but it's been rough and emotional because I left another family behind. And
so this is the part I've been quite curious about. And that is the fate of Harry and, is it Julia? As far as I'm concerned, in certain areas of the world, pets are not really treated with any level of respect or dignity, something which I don't agree with. It's why many of you know on my Amazon wishlist I have dog and cat treats and toys. I buy them all the time, I look after those around me, I treat them with respect and play with them. I'm the only one in my household that roughhouses with the bulldogs because they love it. It's what I like with pets. My sister has a tortoise. I'm the only person that thing doesn't hiss at because, well, I feed them by hand. They like me. It's just a natural thing for myself to worry about. And for many within your audience, whether they be those that support you or those that dislike you. Salah, I don't think they give a monkey's about, unless he starts spilling the beans on you.
you know, it's hard being away from my husband and my pets. And those of you who think that I'm abandoning my pets, they're not only my pets, they're Salah's pets. He's their pet dad, and he's going to take very good care of them until I can see them again, which does really bother me. You know, I really miss them, and inshallah I will see them again soon. But I have a lot of things I have to take care of here for myself.
All taking the piss out of your side, I do actually hope you get the help you need to get your health back on track. Not that it was ever on track the entire time you've been on YouTube, but at least get your weight down to what it was before you left. But not by using the means you used to get your weight down in the first place, although your weight was going up before you left. You just lied about your weight for the better part of every year you've been on YouTube. The only way you're going to make definitive change is by actually going through the pain of trying, and keep trying. Not quitting, because you quit quite quickly. Your commitment to this lie of a marriage is a testament that there are instances where you will commit. Take that commitment, even to something as shambolic as that, and apply it to your health, where there is truth and reality to the danger you are in. So let's quickly go through 3 community posts after the release of that video before we go to the second video titled What's Next for Me. The first,
FYI, our
pets are not abandoned, nor will they be. They are keeping Salah company. He loves them so much and they love him too. I would never do that, and if you think so, you don't know me. Therefore your opinion doesn't matter. Smiling face emoji. Have a nice day. Based on your track record with your 2 cats, Sam and BBJ, this is where the criticism lies, because no. The second, thank you all for the positive comments and over 500 likes on my latest video, guys. Not that we can see the likes, it was disabled by the owner. Means a lot to me. This sweater is from Maurice's and it is a 3X. I have more to show you and we will surely Pennington's bees in the near future. And finally, promoting Salah's stream. During that stream, she appeared in his chat and he barely engaged with her at all. Barely. So on to the second video.
Well, hello guys, hi! Welcome back to another video. So, as you probably saw from my part 1 of my travel journey back to Canada, I'm in Canada and I'm just parked at a park here. I'm just going to tell you a bit about how I've been doing, a little bit more details about my trip and all this and that. I'm going to have a swig of my, yes, I'm still drinking it. This is the Unimate.
Couple things. Firstly, congratulations on making it back to Canada in one piece. Second, the Binge Mobile's back. Yay! Time for some Nashies, right? And third, please stop promoting Unicity. Come on, be better than that.
I rely on this in the mornings now for energy, and if I didn't have this before my travel day, I would be in big trouble for energy levels, trust me. And I like the energy it gives me without like a crash after. You know, if you have like a strong espresso or something, you know?
There's a really important chemistry behind all of that, concerning caffeine, concerning sugar, and other things that give you the shits.
So, basically, I am feeling a lot better. That travel journey is just, I cannot do that for a long time. I'm just not in good shape enough for that. And, you know, I need to get in better shape before I can definitely do, you know, total 25 hours of traveling.
So what I'm hearing now is that you now have a valid excuse to not go back to Kuwait, which then raises questions that were asked in Salah's stream chat, whether you intend to bring him to Canada on a travel visa, work visa, one of those things that buys you time to loiter, and if so, will Julia, because I doubt Harry can make the journey, whether Julia will be coming as well, as you seek to bring your Kuwaiti dream, yeah, that, to Canada, where you can then go outside and not bake.
Because the flight and the layover and all that included was like over 21 hours. But then if I calculate also, I had to take a bus from Montreal to Ottawa, and then I had to get my car. I had to take a taxi to get my car.
Did no one pick you up? That's interesting and a bit telling.
So I woke up at maybe 7 a.m. and I'm going to take myself out for breakfast. I'm not sure what I'm going to get, but I'm probably going to go to like some halal place or something. We'll see. And just enjoying, you know, getting settled in and everything like that.
Are you sleeping in a motel, or do you actually have a place yet? Because I'm kind of curious here. There's no way you plan in advance. You're very impulsive, which means it's unlikely you'll have somewhere to go. I doubt you're going to go to Cornwall and live with Pete's. Is he in Cornwall? Wherever Pete's is. I doubt you're going to go and ask Didi and Nada if you can top and tail. So I'm curious, where does Chantel intend to settle? For the next 8 minutes of this video, Chantel talks about her flight experience, about the customer service, about how she may have had to buy a second seat, how they managed to help her, trying to compare two different airlines for their customer service and what they provide, the ambience, the feel, the fact she was numb because she was sat down for so long, blah blah blah. Basically, I want to get to the good stuff. This part is not the good stuff. This is the boring stuff.
I had to take out my winter boots. It's so cold here. And another thing that I was shocked about, I filled up the Kia, and I didn't even, full tank, it cost me $70. You know, and in Kuwait it costs Salah $20 to fill it. So it's a bit of a difference there, but I knew that.
Well, it is closer to the tap, and it's not taxed to high heaven by governments.
Ew, it's dusty and ew. So anyway, but now I don't technically celebrate Christmas, but the thing is like, it's ingrained in my culture. Like, I grew up with it. My whole family celebrates.
Chantel, you're starting your videos by promoting Cameo as a Muslim, but for Christmas. That's what you're promoting. You may not celebrate it because of your newfound faith, but the fact is, you are in a way taking advantage of Christmas for your own monetary benefit.
You know, and I'm going to be seeing my family for Christmas, and I'm not celebrating the birth of Christ with them, but I'm celebrating just as a family, the winter vibes and all that stuff. So, yeah.
So what you mean to say is gift giving and food, like I do, basically. I'm not a religious person, but I'll happily get in on the food part, because that's the best bit.
But even last night, it wasn't even like a full day that I didn't see Salah. Or it might have been a full day after the travel, but one day, and I'm just like, babe, I want to come home. You know, I miss you so bad. You know, and that's okay. I mean, we communicate constantly throughout the day in video chat. We don't go long periods of time without talking.
Yes, well, we've got to make sure he keeps his story straight if he's bound to some contract that isn't real marriage.
So my plan going forward is to, I have a list of things I have to do, especially for like appointments and things I have to take care of, looking for my own place. I haven't had my own apartment fully on my own. So
I see we're taking some inspiration from Amberlynn Reid then. Would you like to move into the same complex she's in? It's a bit warmer there as well, compared to Canada, but it's still Oklahoma. I'm sure they'll love you there. You can go to bingo nights and gamble and drink those crappy seltzers. And blitz balls? Is that what they're called? No, that's a game. What are those stupid drinks are the amber drinks?
I think I need to do that. I want to have my own little place, even if it's just a studio or like a small 1-bedroom.
No lie, you're going to get so bored so fast. You're going to spend most of your time out and about in the binge mobile getting Nashies and Starbucks, whilst trying to still portray yourself as Muslim, because why not? And then the moment the camera's off, throwing it in the back seat so you can carry on beezing it off camera.
I think I also want to do some videos just like exploring different areas of Canada that I like that I'm used to, or of my hometown in depth, maybe with some story times. I have a lot of new subscribers, so welcome, thank you.
I thought they were bought and paid for. As far as the vlogs go, that's a good idea. It really is. So people can get a greater understanding of where things went wrong. Although, to be honest, I think it all went wrong the moment you went online. The moment you started initially flagging people. Yes, because I remember that. It was in my very first Content Constable after all. I think for the sake of variety and content, you've gotten the itch, the bug to want to do more vloggy related stuff, and that's a great idea. Be more proactive. You might find being more proactive will actually help you in the long run, but you've got to be willing to help yourself as well. You've also got to stop lying. You told us lies about your father, for example. You were caught out on that in quick fashion.
I want to hit 100,000 subscribers, and when I do, I want to do something very special for you guys because you deserve it for following me for so long, so I really appreciate that. So yeah.
I would want anyone on YouTube to be able to strive, thrive, and succeed so much so that you earn a YouTube play button. As someone with one, I want everyone to earn it, 100%. However, there are many people calling shenanigans on this channel, the Foodie Beauty channel, and the Salah and Chantel channel when it comes to your viewership and your subscriber growth and loss over the many years you've been active on the platform. That will be something YouTube personally check. They review it. If they find any bots, you will never get your play button because you'll be banned for it. And while I don't want that, I can imagine it won't just be you that suffers for that. I'm not going to deny I didn't have on a bingo sheet anything in it that said that Chantel was going to be cheated on, that Salah's kinks were going to be put out there, that Chantel would put out a video apologising, forgiving, apologising, privating, and then taking another break from the internet. While inconsequential, I also didn't have hang out with Pete's and continue and maintain lines of communication while in Kuwait with Pete's. But let's face it here, no one cares about Pete's. Even Pete's doesn't care about Pete's. So yes, we're going to finish this year off, not with a This Week at Twitter. No, we're going to finish it with what happened last night. And I'm going to start by saying the following. To Chantel, all of what I'm about to go through isn't necessarily a surprise, because we didn't think that Salah, I certainly didn't think that Salah could maintain the lies without you there. We didn't believe that for a second, that your relationship was legitimate. We also don't think you will ever be a permanent resident of Kuwait, you'll ever get your health under control, or that he will come to Canada and stay with you. The latter part is important to the entire point. It is still possible he could come to Canada, but not to stay with you. I can imagine he will eventually do a BB and find his freedom when he finds a sock. What we are going to go through is a fantastic demonstration for just how far you're willing to go to maintain the ruse that everyone has seen through for a while. It is vitally important you understand from the offset this is all built on one massive lie. A lie that has continued for over a year. But you know what? We're going to treat it as if it is the truth for the lols, the bants, the keks. Can we still say keks? Sure. So initially last night I noticed that Charlie Gold, Erie Pepperoni, Barbecue Chicken, Stuff K Said, Shenanigans had all tweeted a Twitter account called Shamo Ta World X. This account, according to a recent search, no longer exists, which is unfortunate because I didn't archive any of this. But thankfully someone had, and many channels have covered this, so obviously there is access to a few bits. I have some of the videos from that Twitter account and pictures of messages that have been exchanged between Sharmota World X and Salah. Now, as a spoiler, I'm going to read 2 tweets from Alex is Shook and Michael B. Petty that might provide suitable spoiler without spoiling too much what is going on. Alex is Shook. Salah, am I doing it right? A picture of Chantal with, I'm hoping, chocolate. Michael B. Petty. Now we know why they kept the plastic on the seats of the T-Mobile? Oh, T-Mobile. Yes, I know what that meant. Owing to the Sharma account no longer existing or being temporarily deactivated, I've got screenshots of some of the DMs, but also a few videos from the Twitter account as well. And I thought we'd go through all of that, what I have anyway, and then go to Chantal's response, which she has since privated. Because yes, we were smart enough to download it, but also stuff Kay said was very, very quick to make sure that was all over the Twitter. Something that was acknowledged by the user, Sharma to World of the World or whatever, was that much of the messages are out of sync. And the reason why is because Salah tried to make more of a concerted effort, to make things difficult, yes, whilst simultaneously trying to score. So if some of this doesn't make sense, I apologize in advance. But these are the order from the tweets I have managed to get from, or somebody else had on my behalf, thank you, Leona, before the Twitter was deactivated. The first is this. When you go outside your home and walk, your mind will be thinking how to worship me. When you go to the bathroom, you will think that your face on the toilet and I gonna pee and poop on your face. When you sleep, you will think that you are sleeping under the bed and I am top of you on the bed like the king. You are worthless, just my garbage bin. I gonna spit on your face so much. Reply, I need you, daddy. I want you to completely control me. If you can travel, come. Until Chantal come. Reply, I have no money right now. Reply, oh shoot. I wish I could, daddy. Reply, ... but don't worry, there's more. For now, even me, I don't have enough to be honest. I paid a lot of bills and her ticket and blah blah. Let's go back a little though. Let's go back. He's obviously a dom, in case you didn't know. The poop thing. That's an interesting metaphor. Yes. Spitting, I mean, that seems to be quite common sub-dom things, doesn't it? Slap and a spit. But the poop part. You've been watching 2 Girls, 1 Cup on loop, haven't you? Don't deny it, Salah. We've got ya. The funny thing for me when I was looking at this was the replies and the messages looked a bit shooped, as in photo shoot. The way that the messages or the replies sit on the image didn't, for me, look quite right. If that makes any sense, I hope you understand. So I was a little sus of this at first. Now, one of the tweets, one of them, from Shamo to World X, that was archived before the account was temporarily yeeted or possibly permanently yeeted. I'm on an intense medication that makes me super dehydrated, and that's why my lips are so dry. I chug so much water, nothing helps the mouth rip. All the Foodie Beauty hashtags and a 43-second video. I'm going to play that now because it's vital for the context.
Not Chantal calling me a whore when her husband was trying to convince me to go take out a loan so I can go and be with him for the next 2 weeks while she was in Canada. But okay. I'm the whore for your husband's actions. I mean, if it wasn't me, it was going to be somebody else, Chantal. Your husband isn't faithful. Your marriage is fake. You're impulsive. You married somebody you didn't even know. Come on. When are you gonna learn? Also, not Chantal calling me ugly.
Well then, Chantal, as you can tell, did not handle this well. But we have more first before we get to that. Wow, that's set. What else? Reply, I will twerk on your face and suffocate you. Reply from Salah, wow, no farts or what you think, my bitch. Reply, I will fart for you. Reply, where? Heart eye emoji. Reply, on your face. Reply from Salah, wow, so hot. There's more though. You are such a goddess. What do you want to do with my wife? Reply, get rid of her. Reply, I said you. What do you want to do? Reply, take her place. Reply, and her, stay in Canada. Reply, can't. I love both of you. Am I getting the impression that Salah would like to make this a throuple? Do you perhaps want to have Shamo to World X? Maybe give Chantal Fupa a little attention, perhaps? Replies from Salah, there was an audio message. We don't have that just yet, but we'll get to that. Don't you worry. We have some words here. Betch, whore, slave, audio, swallow, betch, whore, betch, sloot, mother effer, son of a betch. Reply, my God, Salah, I am worthless. Reply, yes, you are. Wait, where is your ass? I must lick it now before I poop on you. The number 2 thing, moment, is a real, well, I was going to say eye-opener, but I don't know if you want your eye-opener when the gates of that chocolate starfish open. Reply, right here. Salah, just say a full sentence. You betch boring. Make me hot. WTF, twerk on my face, quickly. We have another video. I'm gonna play that because that has messages and yes. I am desperately trying not to cry with laughter here. I really am. But truth be told, now being fully aware of Salah's kinks is something. Really something. It really gets you thinking. Yeah. As interesting blowback, firstly we have confirmation that there's no consistent continual timeline because of Salah, but also, oh Chantal, recognize these bad boys, recognize this tub, just wondering. The context is, he was sending pictures from their apartment of himself to Shamo to World X. Well then. Chantal responded to all of this as it transpired, as it happened even, by doing a 47-minute stream, simply titled,
I hate men, I'm done.
It has since been deleted from her channel, but Stuff K said tweeted it out. And so we're now going to have a look at a bit of that. Because the acting on this one is peak, quite frankly. It's quite convincing. If a sarcasm sign was required for any of that, I am not giving it to you. Get over yourself. We're talking about a bloke who likes to poop on others and be farted on.
What you've been waiting for all your lives. I don't even think I can do this. Well, it's over. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. You know what's funny? He wanted me to protect him and not go live and say that it was him.
There are many different theories concerning this whole debacle, concerning Shamo going into, I believe, FFG's live chat, FFG outright stating you're not welcome here, and Shamo getting a bit, almost coming across as a clout chaser. There are many who within this area of the internet would say you, Chantal, deserve all of this because you created this lie and are only upset because the lie has been unraveled even further than it ordinarily had been by somebody else and Salah's temptations for the Western woman.
I'm not going to talk about anything about our private relationship, but why the can you, well, you know when you can't talk. Why would I protect you when you've done nothing but, like, fucking kill me? Oh my god. He cheated on me. He admitted it today. He was talking in a sexual way with K Bella.
In a community post, Salah had posted, "Hi all, I know I'm the last person you want to hear from right now, but I want to apologize for my actions. The main one being that I hurt and betrayed my wife. I swear, and I even admitted in the screenshots that before this incident, I never spoke to or even accepted requests from other women. I have certain fetishes I repress, and I felt ashamed to tell my wife about them in fear she might find me weird and leave me. I will not make excuses for my actions though, just try and explain where I am coming from. I am also sorry for disappointing the Beezers. And to anyone who never thought I had this side to me, I am a good man and would never hurt anyone in real life. This was all supposed to be private and fetish talk only. From now on, I will only communicate my feelings with my wife. Baby, I love you, sweetheart, and I am so sorry. I will tear my arm off before I ever hurt you again, and I will do whatever it takes to get you back. I miss you, and since you have been gone, I have been so lonely and messed up. I am sorry I let everyone down because everyone now thinks I'm a cheater and a bad person. I did bad things, yes, and I am deeply sorry. I will take a long break from the internet. Thank you for listening and understanding. Shall we go through some of the replies to this before we go back to Chantel for a moment? If you're really sorry, the best thing you can do is stay off the internet. Don't turn into a nada. I'll be honest, it has been speculated Nada 2.0 is, well, you, Salah. Prayers to you, Salah. I hope you can stop cheating and being a horrible person. Maybe the world knowing your devil words and you being humiliated in front of God and your enemies laughing in your face will change you. I am angry at you, Salah. I really believed in you and Chantel. I hope you both get the help you need and repair your relationship. Everyone makes mistakes, Salah. I would say having private chats with anyone in this community is never a good idea. Prayers for you both. May our Biza family be a happy family again. And don't worry, Salah, I'm pretty sure Chantel will forgive you soon. You're just a man after all. She needs to understand that. This one's called foreshadowing. Yes, we'll get to why in a moment. Let's just play a little bit more of that video, that stream even, before we continue this story.
He's mad that I'm outing him. I'm never, ever, man, I'm done. I'm never, ever. Oh, Kuwait arc is over. I don't even believe in God right now. Why am I wearing a hijab? I don't believe in anything anymore. And he says he didn't cheat. Sorry, babe. It was just, I have to tell you, I hate myself right now. I can't believe it. Please don't tell.
There is a lot within that 47-minute live stream. If you want to watch it all, Stuff K Said's tweet, it will be linked in the pinned comment down below. Chantel, though, did eventually update the situation in the form of a near 10-minute long video that has also since been deleted from her channel. That is where we're now going to go.
Hi guys, I'm gonna not edit this, so there might be pauses and ums and all that crap, so anyway, I'm gonna follow up to my previous live stream where I was freaking out because I learned of some conversation of sexual nature that was going on between Salah and someone else.
You said you weren't going to edit the audio, but you stuck some ambience behind it. Rather tense ambience. It's quite distracting. Would I be right to assume early on this is your way of trying to do some kind of damage control for your Salah and Chantel brand, so you can go forward as a couple? Also, just a thing, for anyone that has a bingo sheet of relationship stuff between these two, did anyone have Al Sultan Salah Scatman on it? Because if you did, well done.
Anyway, so I did a lot of talking with him, and probably should have done that before I came to the internet freaking out. But I have the track record of when something goes wrong, I impulsively go live and just let it all out. So, which brings me to some reasons I've decided to make the decision I did. I decided to forgive him and move on and try to.
Now this is an interesting decision. Not a surprising one, but an interesting one nonetheless. It's not surprising because you need him, so you can show it off to everyone that you have yourself a beautiful man. Right? Stick it to everyone else that you've got something they don't have. In the case of one of your critics, you believe that person to be completely fictitious, which is of course ironic coming from somebody who has a fictitious marriage. It is unsurprising because, let's face it, when it comes to pushing forward, you desperately want to be what you've never been. But then your stream, which you yourself acknowledge as impulsive, is your natural state. You had more control when you had about 40,000 subs, before you were making a lot of money and making some very expensive poor decisions. It is also interesting because it makes you look like, if we're to take this marriage as legit for a second, like you're a beta in it. Like you're willing to be walked over, like you have no integrity and dignity. which you don't anyway. This sham of a marriage wasn't required for that to be proven verifiably true, demonstrably true. It's interesting because you are by extension justifying what he did under the guise of, but we spoke privately, yet you put so much of it out there in the public domain, only to delete it and think that that's the end of it. The internet really is forever. Boomers like yourself really need to understand that. It's why there's a lot of traction when it comes to the interest in this arc, as it were. As the Q8 part was quite dull, this is a spicy way of ending 2023.
Because, number one, which, you know, you haven't heard very many outbursts from me during this relationship compared to the previous encounter I had with someone who shall be remain nameless.
Was it El Roman, or was it the almighty, glorious Naddy Daddy?
There's no tea with Salah. There's no there's no anything bad. He's always been treated me like a queen. He was always been an amazing husband, and this is all kind of shocking for me. And I do believe that he loves me, and I say that because
you are both gullible and desperate for this act to continue into 2024, because you really wish that this would blow up you two as a relationship, a couple's channel to be on par with that of the Atwood family, just without the negativity from the community you created from your existence online, your repeated lies and deception online.
You can just kind of feel it, you know, when, I mean, also, you can love someone and still cheat on them, because that was my situation. I loved my ex, and I still did it.
I'm trying to find some straws to clutch at so I can conjure up any excuse to justify infidelity. Even if we are to treat this as legitimate infidelity for a legitimate relationship, for me, and for many, there is no going back, nor should there be. Because once the door has been opened once, without you having more control, which is impossible in the relationship you are in, where the man must be in control, it is unlikely you will ever be able to trust him fully again. So there shouldn't be another opportunity. Of course, you want this to work. You need this to continue, because creatively, you have nothing else to offer on the platform. Your weight loss journeys are a fail. Your TMIs are exhausted. The only thing you have is mild entertainment when you get high. And I'm pretty sure you've been that at least once since getting back to Canada. I've seen the pictures on Twitter. Your pupils looked dilated.
I just had needs I couldn't communicate to him, and I had my own issues, and it had nothing to do with my love for him. And I feel like Salah comes from a repressed, and I'm not excusing his actions, I'm not at all.
But you've already forgiven him, which means you have. You have, by forgiving him, given him, if we're to again take this as legitimate, his get out of jail free card. No longer will he sleep on the couch while sending totally only leg pictures to other people's. And there's zero chance of him ever doing it ever again. Ever again. Really, do I actually need this here?
But I'm giving my reasoning to why I'm deciding to work it out. And number one is I love him. I love him. Other than this incident, he's been nothing but good to me. And I think, I believe him when he says it would never happen again. You know, he's told me, like, I will hurt myself before I hurt you again. And, you know, I just have these fetishes that I've just been so afraid to communicate to you because...
Chantal, are you deranged by chance? If you didn't hear the first comment in the last little clip that I'd spoken in, once the floodgate is opened, it will happen again. There should be no second, no last chance. Again, this comes down to your desperation to maintain a facade. Everyone can see through that. You don't have to be a part of this community, a part of world, to be able to tell that. You don't need to be a psychiatrist. It is fairly obvious because dynamics of relationships, differing cultures and belief systems are quite important in this. It's fairly self-explanatory, but you intentionally act dumb because of, again, maintaining the facade. I'm not convinced he wrote that community post, by the way. It was better than those DMs.
you're my wife, and I feel ashamed of that. And I'm like, you can come to me, you know, like, I can't promise I can do everything, but it's very private and embarrassing.
One of the very first stories I ever remember you telling us was a story of being with a partner who you felt and realized was removing dingleberries from you. If you've been a part of this long enough, you'll know exactly what I'm referring to, and it's in the very first Content Constable I did on you, because it was a reaction from Michael B. Petty that I used in the clips of it. If this man knows anything about your past that you claim he does, he would know things like this. So what is it actually about, Chantel? Hello, Speckles, can I help you? You have a very weirdly, like, nasally meow. You've got your claw stuck in my gel mat. Yep, you've got it stuck. Ah, yep, okay. Well, you got it off eventually. There you go.
You know, as for, fetishes go, it doesn't mean you're a bad person if you have fetishes. No matter how, even grape ones. I mean, some people like that. Like, if you look at the screenshots, this person came to him and said that they liked that kind of thing. And, you know, I don't. So, I mean, that's the thing. So he knows that.
But, temptation, everyone. It's too much.
I think also it doesn't make him a bad person to have fetishes. He's never asked me or even allured to any of this in private life, which is why it's so out of left field for me. Where it doesn't even seem like my Salah, you know. But he's obviously been hiding a side of, you know, desire that he just doesn't, he can't help it.
Right there is you. Hi. Meow? Yeah, you're a good kitty. Yeah, you are. That there is you justifying his infidelity. If we are again to take this as legitimate. Chantel, do try and pay attention here. Meow. Apparently you guys are getting multiple cat breaks today. You lucky bastards. Well said.
And, you know, he never did anything in person. He didn't show any nudes to this person or anything like that. Just conversation, which is still cheating, I know. But I'm trying to be mature and understanding, and this is my marriage. This is real life.
Within that statement, there is a lie. Can anyone tell which one it is?
I don't want to just give up too easy. You know, if there's love there, I think it's worth working on it. I'm at least giving another try. I miss my family. I don't want to ruin our family. You know, just... I'm not saying I ruined it. I know his actions did. But I feel like he's really sorry. And I do love him. And I just don't know how I can live without him in my life, because he's been so good to me, like I said. So I'm willing to give it another try. We'll work on that in private. And he's trying to prove to me that, you know, I can trust him again, and it takes time.
Within that statement, there is a lie. Can anyone tell which one it is?
But, I mean, he's shown me many, like, anytime, I shouldn't have do this either. It's not good to do that, but looked at his phone, and he doesn't accept any messages from anyone. You know, like, I have the screenshots here.
To be honest, that doesn't really prove much, because he's already had messages with someone. Therefore, it's all redundant, isn't it? I have DMs with loads of people, and I have lots of message requests as well. If I was in your position, it would mean jack shit to me. This all feels like a work, doesn't it?
And for the person who reached out to Salah to do this, and I'm not saying Salah should have never answered, but you're disgusting and you're pathetic and you need therapy more than I do. To do that.
Don't worry, this is the last time we're going to play any clips. There are a number of points here worth raising. Obviously, the person who Salah had been exchanging messages with is a separate discussion. It really is a lengthy one at that. Focusing on you, though, and your marriage, you've chosen what many would consider the harder route, forgiveness. Forgiveness is not as easy as simply saying, I forgive. Actions speak louder than words. You're very impulsive, so the meaning of the word forgiveness can be considered quite thin when it comes to you, and I know thin is a bit ironic. This pantomime of a marriage has been quite dull all year. It really has. Your deteriorating health has been fascinating. Your inability to stay in Q8, fascinating. Your Thailand arc? Yeah, interesting actually. Quite fascinating really that you made all that effort for minimal return. I would have thought a net loss at this point. You're now back in Canada, which means you're now accountable for certain taxes, and you're in a bit of an awkward spot. And I'm intrigued to see how that plays out, especially with this marriage going into 2024. You have since deleted this or privated it, and I'm intrigued by that. I'm intrigued by a lot of things, really, but only because this is spiced up world, which you yourself need to be spiced up to draw more attention to you, but you then delete the very content that would actually drive up more interest in your content. So one does wonder why you even bother making them in the first place, because you don't actually now benefit from it. Oh, and to the person who got Eerie Pepperoni into a bit of trouble there, do try to grow up. Thank you. So I'm going to now do a conclusion. 2023 has been the year of Chantel branching out with this weird little parasocial relationship that isn't really a parasocial relationship. She has retained and maintained the relationship she has with the haters. And in doing so, all she's done is prove that she is a slave for views from them as much as they are from her. Some of them, again, the best grifters in all the land. She has made multiple bad decisions, and there is a belief that if the contract she has with Salah is legit, she'll have to renew it. No doubt he'll want a pay rise. The efforts she has put in have not yielded results that I would believe worth the time, yet she is persisting with this because she desperately wants to have the very thing she could never commit to in the first place, and that is a simple, happy relationship, because she doesn't know what happiness is. She's never experienced happiness. She tokenizes, trivializes, and is not remotely emotionally attached to anything. And because of that, she will always be alone and she will always fail. So I wonder how long this facade will last. Time will tell? Sure. As a final thing, thank you everyone that's watched these. Myself and Leona, who I mentioned last year and this year, helped me compile all the sources. It has been an absolute ball ache. But I do hope that this is an improvement on last year, and I hope that next year, if we're doing this again, it'll be better. Onwards and upwards, right? Ah, shit. Hope you enjoyed, folks. See you around. There is one last thing I forgot to say, and that is to you, the lovely viewers. Thank you for watching these videos. I know that many of you might think I've left a lot out. Turns out, I can't keep up with this as much as many of you can. And to produce these videos cost me almost every weekend of the year. Much was going to be missed or disregarded as not as important as other things. It doesn't take away from the fact that Chantel is falling apart now, and the consequences of that falling apart run into December, a stream of which will be held on the 9th of December on this channel. We're going to cover the Beatus arc, a little bit of it, and some Anne Boleyn Reed. I'll link it down below if you're interested. Thank you again. And if you do enjoy these videos, please smash the like and share it on your social media platforms with those that might also want to watch this, as it really helps this channel during the month of Merry Meggy Moistmas and beyond.